Why, hello there. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of this terrific Birthday Bash tournament we've got going on here at Trovo Titans. Today, we're going to be focusing on the EU Northeast server. I am Greyheart. I'm joined by Exodus, bringing you all the action once again.
Hey, everybody. How you doing? How you doing, Stan?
I'm doing very well. I'm honestly so excited to be here. Yesterday was great. We saw lots and lots of Aurelio, Wukong, and Azir. Today, I'm hoping we start to see a few different picks, but either way, it's going to be great to get to cast this 3v3 tournament. It's an interesting system we've got working here at Trovo Titans for the Birthday Bash. Going to have a little look at how that works. So basically, we're going to be playing on Howling Abyss, the home of ARAMs, but it is not all random, even though it is all mid. It is going to be blind pick with no bans. Basically, rather than some of them maybe 1v1 tournaments you've seen where it's first blood or first turret, you have got to destroy the Nexus to pick up the win in this 3v3 tournament. If you manage to do that, you progress to the next round. It's best of ones early on, and it moves on to best of threes later. But before we talk about that, we can have a little look at our prize pool. We have got a really fantastic prize pool here, which Trovo Titans are putting out.
Money.
Place is going to take home exactly all of what Zav just talked about, all of those euros. You see the 1,000 euro prize pool split between the three of you, 100 Titan points. Second place takes half of that, another half of that for third and fourth, another half of that going, just under half of that going to fifth and eighth. Now, who are the teams that are going to be competing, Zav?
Well, let's take a look at the bracket exactly for that. So we have 8 teams lined up. So we start off with the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals are best of ones. Moving to the semifinals, we're talking best of threes, and the grand final is also a best of 3. It is some of these names I pronounced incorrectly yesterday. I told everybody in advance, so you cannot be mad at me. I do see one similar name there. One name we saw yesterday as well. We start off with Bayern München. I wonder what that's a reference to. And Petit Pino. Then we have Unlucky Clowns versus the Juice Drinkers. We have Euro 21 versus, I pronounced this incorrectly yesterday as well, Lamiot 69 and Ritenzia versus Agreed.
Yeah, and with just one of those seeming like they're returning teams from yesterday, maybe that means that we start to see slightly different metas developing throughout this tournament. In the end, the favoured trio that we started to see time and time again ended up being Azir, Tryndamere, and Wukong, occasionally with an Aurelia thrown in there as well. What other sort of things do you think we might see today, Zav?
I think the Aurelia, Wukong, Tryndamere, especially the Tryndamere Azir combination worked so well. I would love to see that again, because the Azir, I thought about it yesterday, just brings everything together in the team comp which you need, because it is a 3v3. It is a completely different meta, and the Aurelia did wonders as well. But there are still champions who can fill a similar role. I'm still thinking of the Jax. I'm still thinking if you want to go all aggressive in, because you scale a little bit faster, so champions who do well on 1 or 2 items, or 2.5 items, are particularly strong. Something like a Jax, something even like a Pyke might be extraordinarily strong if you're playing against squishies.
I'd like to see a little bit of that. Of course, part of the problem with the blind pick is you don't know who you're playing against until the last moment. Yesterday, however, we saw a lot of early game wins. I think the average game time ended up being round about the 11-minute mark. So obviously, it's quite important to get out there and take a hold of the game early on. If you out there want to have a chance of taking hold of the game early on and going up against one of the casters, well, there is the opportunity to do that. Type !caster bash into chat and you'll be registered into the raffle. You must have an EU Northeast account, and make sure you check that account for messages later on if your name is drawn out of the hat, because if you do enter into that and you win that opportunity, you could face off against me or against Exodus in a 1v1, in which will be either a first blood or first turret destruction, depending on which one happens first. If you are successful, you will pick up a €50 prize from the fabulous Trovo Titans.
Also, don't forget, when you enter the Caster Bash raffle, tell them what your summoner name is, guys. There were a couple of people who were confused about it yesterday, but it's very important, because if you want to have that invite, if you got picked, please tell production what your summoner name is. Otherwise, we cannot invite you for the Caster Bash. But yeah, please try and beat us in that 1v1. Just try.
Yeah, well, the production has told me that I'm not allowed to type exclamation Caster Bash into chat because, you know, because I'd love the opportunity to beat you just like I did earlier on, Zav. But unfortunately, unfortunately, we're not allowed to enter that to play against each other. Other people are going to get the opportunity to play against us and have those games streamed potentially. However, we've got all sorts of other great events coming your way. We've had yesterday's EU West tournament. Today we'll be looking at EU Northeast. But as the week continues and as the month continues, this May Birthday Bash will continue. What have we got coming up, Zav?
It is May the 15th to May the 19th. We have a solo Warzone tournament. All of these are free entry, by the way, guys. So it costs nothing to compete. Then May 22nd to May the 24th. It is the 3v3 Brawl Star tournament, also a €5,000 prize pool. And then for the final tournament, it is May 29th to June the 1st. Again, €5,000 to be won in a CSGO Wingman tournament. All of this just to celebrate Trovo Titans, to celebrate their birthday, guys. So please, if you like any of the games, if you want to compete, don't think I'm not a pro esport player. It doesn't matter. It's just a fun tournament. See if you can hang out, see if you can sign up. And if you're not going to win, at least you had fun.
Yeah, Trovo's birthday is a big deal, and we're trying to make the most of it here. And getting the opportunity to get those Titans points, to get the prize pool, seems like a pretty fun use of time to me. I mean, we've got teams here. We've got especially one team in the Lemotes or Imotes or however it's pronounced. They've come, back for more today. They went out in the first round yesterday. They've already got themselves a little bit of the prize pool from there, taking €33 per player. And they will at the very least do the same again today. So why not be entering as many of these tournaments as possible? Give yourself the chance to get a little bit of extra pocket money. Seems like a pretty cool way to earn a living, if you ask me.
Okay, so Stan, quick question. If you won the tournament, so today, if you won €1,000, let's say €1,000. Let's say you're very greedy and don't split among your teammates, which you shouldn't do, by the way. That's bad.
Sounds like something I would do.
What would you spend it on? You have to spend it on. You can't say anything. I'm gonna invest it in my savings account. No, you have to spend it.
If I were in a position where I'm allowed to have that kind of spending money, this is probably the saddest answer you'll ever hear, but it's my dad's 80th birthday next weekend, and I'd just go and get him an uber expensive gift, to be honest. And then
that's
something for myself.
That's a good answer. That's one of the better answers I would have. That's a really good answer, Stan. Don't feel sad about it. Come on.
It's one of the few times you won't hear me being super selfish and just saying all the skins ever. How about you, Zav? What would be your ideal way to spend it?
Well, the first thing I would do, since I normally have studio lightings, but I bought some new lamps for them from IKEA, and they don't fit into the studio lighting. So that's the first thing I do. And then probably I'd buy... What would I do with, let's say, the other €980? I would buy myself... I would go on a trip. I would go on a city trip. I really like travel. I really like to travel.
You know what? I've forgotten what travel is. I've really forgotten what travel is. I've not been outside of my hometown for months.
You should do like a travel in your own country kind of style, where you just go, you know what, I'll just go to my local baker, set up a tent or whatever there. It's like, yes, but please, good sir, tell me the scenery around here. Like, you live right over there, dude. You come here to buy your bread every day.
Well, one of these days, Zav, you're going to come over to the UK, you're going to get to see my hometown. It's actually fairly pleasant. It's been a nice place to be cooped up for about a year or so, but I'm finally going sort of outside of a 10-mile radius of my home for the first time next week, and going to a theme park with one of my close friends, and it's the first time we've done any kind of adventure sort of post-pandemic, and hopefully it'll be a really nice day out. So I'm very much looking forward to that. So I'm just seeing a couple of comments in the chat. Lushers out there asking if we get to choose your champs again. Well, because I'm having to play on EU Northeast account, I don't actually have many champs to play around with. So we might be a little bit restricted on that one, but I'm sure that we can maybe get chat to start picking some summoner spells, some keystones, make things a little bit harder for the casters, as if playing on imperfect ping wasn't hard enough.
Yeah, it's same for me as well, because I didn't really trust, how is this going to work? I transferred one of my Smurf accounts to EU North. I don't really have a lot of champions on there. I have 2 or 3 which I would like to play, which I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get to play. So if you really want to see, if you really want to put us in a tough spot, look at the free champion rotation. We can always pick those. I don't know what it is this week,
That's
but I know
true,
Poppy's in there.
Well, you were meant to forget to play Poppy the other day, weren't you? I'll tell you what. How about we make this first game interesting coming into this one?
Okay.
And we'll flip a coin for who gets to pick who's going to win, and the other person has to have the other one.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
then I have a feeling that, we quite happily play Gangplank in terms of champs I know that you've got available on that account. I'd quite happily play Master Yi. And whichever of us loses can't play that champion no matter what.
Ooh, I like that idea.
I think that one hurts me more than it hurts you, because I've really not got anyone else on that account.
I do know I have... I'm not going to tell them just yet. I have one other champion, which I would very much like to play, but not getting my GP is kind of a big deal for me. So sure, I'll take that bet on, Stan.
What's that? You want us to make it GP and Darius? Okay, gotcha.
No. Oh, nice, Stan. Nice that you're telling everyone.
Either way, I'm quite looking forward to seeing what happens later on anyway. We're going to be getting into the first game of our quarterfinals very soon. We've got 4 quarterfinal matchups. They are all best of ones. It is very much a do or die situation for the teams. You either progress to the semi-finals, where you're going to be getting a bit more of the prize pool, or you're going out and just getting that €100 per team, which is still a fantastic prize, but obviously prohibits you from getting more games streamed and getting a little bit more of the nice prize pool that we talked about on those Titan points. What do you think what are you expecting to see here? Are we going to be seeing bloodbaths, teams coming out super aggressive, or are we going to see caution in the early days?
I don't think we're going to see caution in the early days. What I did notice yesterday was that it's kind of this I coined it as the battle of fatigue, where you're continuously trading structures. And sometimes when the match is going to be close enough, or when you see, okay, it's not going to be a stomp, you need those resets in. It's kind of, I'm not going to go too much into explanation why exactly that is. You'll see that develop in the games that we're going to see today. But it basically comes down to who makes the last move, or you have to kind of gamble on, okay, if we reset now, then we'll be able to take a turret, they'll take a turret, we'll trade, and eventually who has the trade of the Nexus, who gets to be, this is our final push, and we take down the Nexus. That's something that's really interesting, and that's something that I hope to see again in these teams, because it is such a... It's almost like you're investing, right? You're investing you're investing your 100K, sorry, your 1K in, and you're like, okay, I think this is gonna work, but you're never 100% sure. Something can always happen. The enemy team is also making that gamble, meaning that it really depends sometimes on execution as well, and if it is just right, if you make the gamble at just the right time.
It is a really good point, and we know how fine the margins can be in these games. So those of you who were here yesterday, you will have seen one incredible finish to one of our semi-final matchups. Definitely worth going back and checking out. It literally came down to a final split second of Undying Rage being up and Tryndamere being able to finish off Nexus. Had that last hit not come through, undoubtedly the other team goes down to the other end to the already exposed Nexus of their opposition and wins the game instead, and completely turns the tables on the team they're playing against. So we know things can be very close, and the resets are exceptionally crucial. Again, however, just as we wait for this game to start up, I turn my eyes towards Trovo chat, and I can see... Again, Lustrigo seems to be picking on us today. He wants to see Greyheart Yasuo versus Exodus EUNE. I can tell you that I am sworn off playing Yasuo, and it's for one simple reason. Going back to, I believe it was Season 4, maybe Season 5, Yasuo in the jungle briefly became a thing, and it was being pioneered especially by... who was the Alliance jungler at the time? I believe it was Shook. And basically, I went on. I'm pretty sure it was Shook, because I went on their whatever their stream was that they were doing, and basically I bought a coaching session. It's like how to play Yasuo jungle, and they did a couple of sessions with me. And after the first half hour, they went, "I'm giving you your money back. You can't do this. Never play this again." And I was just like.
I've never heard of a coach. I've never heard of somebody who does a coaching session and then just says, "I'm gonna give you your money back because it's hopeless anyway."
like as some of you out there know, I'm a professional sports coach. I do work in a lot of like one-to-one and group settings, and I see people who are legitimately dreadful at the sports I teach, and I do my best to kind of to help them to get to whatever level they might be able to do. I've never in my life quite. I felt like it at times, but I've never gone. Just quit while you're ahead. And by the way, you're not currently ahead, and you're not going to get ahead. Oh dear. So yeah, that was the reason I no longer play Yasuo, and yeah, I kind of hate the champion as a result. How are you on EUNE?
Okay, similar, not a similar story, but I have always
well,
hated...
it turns out that once Perks told me to...
It turns out once Perks coached me, no. But I have always hated... Yasuo is my champion I hate the most in League. I hate playing against him for years and years and years. And then suddenly he was in a very good spot, and then, because it's very difficult to balance, and he put him in a K spot, and then he released EUNE, and the entire process starts all over again. So I despise both of these champions to my very core. What I don't despise, however, is that we've jumped into Pick and Ban.
We are straight into our first quarterfinal. Going to get to see these two teams duking it out, trying to secure their spot in the semi-final. We are going to be watching Bayern München up against Petit Pinot. And yeah, straight away we're seeing some hovers, of course. Don't really talk about those hovers too much because sometimes you're just trying to hide a little bit from your rivals who you're going to be locking in. So I expect to see some changes as we get towards the last few seconds. Orianna's something that's been hovered multiple times across the last couple of days. We've not actually seen it be picked just yet. Lulu is something that was picked by all people, I believe, by the IMIOTs the other day. So it is something we've seen in these 3v3s, but I don't think we've seen it win yet.
No, not really. And Lulu is also, it's a pick that you need to consider because it's a 3v3 and Lulu has the polymorph available. So taking someone out of combat for 2 seconds is extraordinarily impactful. Also the wild growth to keep that one team member alive and have that CC around them is also very important. But it does mean that you're kind of giving up damage. You're kind of giving up almost range and wave clear and everything else. It is still a support. Yes, AP Lulu is a thing, but it's not going to outperform a Tryndamere. Talking about Tryndamere, this is interesting. This is a kind of a combination of what we saw yesterday as well.
Yeah, but it's been developed and evolved somewhat. So we're going to see Tryndamere and Orianna for both teams. Lulu and Nocturne will fill out the drafts, however. Very, very interesting. One somewhat more going towards what I suppose you'd call a Protect the Cogmore composition, essentially, except Cogmore's now Tryndamere and has Undying Rage rather than an explosive passive. And on the other side, Nocturne going to bring you a little bit more assassination potential. The question essentially becomes at this point, can you kill one Tryndamere before the other Tryndamere? And if you do that, I think you probably take this game.
That's something we saw yesterday as well, where when it's a Tryndamere v Tryndamere matchup, it often comes down to which Tryndamere survives the longest or which Tryndamere survives at all. We also saw when we had these mirror matchups with the Tryndamere or just the entire team, where it was, I think the final, we had a complete mirror matchup where it was the exact same team on both sides, but the Tryndamere was essential. Going to a diverse build, going to diversify your build a little bit more is also very important on the Tryndamere because you do scale quite fast. You do also get a lot of gold income. So it's important to realize, do I need to be the full damage Tryndamere? Do I need more healing? Or can I have a little bit of utility in my build? For example, with buying armor. Instead of buying Berserker Graves, you can buy, not Ninja Tabi, but Armored Steel Plates. Or you make sure that you survive longer in these fights, and thus you also soak more pressure from the enemy team. So it's not only about dishing out the damage, it's also about soaking the pressure as that Tryndamere, because he's always going to be a threat to deal with.
Something I've enjoyed over this last couple of days is our little mascot Leon that appears just below me every now and then. Comes up with some fun facts, but my favourite fact that I've heard, and that's something I didn't realise before you yourself said it, was that Tryndamere comes in with the highest base attack damage. So straight away off the bat, he's going to come in and be doing a little bit more in those early trades than pretty much anybody else. So it's a really nice early game champion. It brings so much. The ultimate, of course, so incredibly powerful and such a useful tool. Something we have seen paying off time and time again through these events. So yeah, this 3v3 will be interesting. I'm glad almost that we see... I wouldn't want to see Tryndamere on one side and not on the other side. I would like a game where we don't have Tryndamere because it's, it gives us some variance in terms of what we're casting and some new champions to cast. But at the same time, when Trinder is there, I like to see it mirrored. I like to see it echoed because it feels like at least both of them are getting this crucial tool.
I think something you can do, I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I'm saying something you can do is, if you really don't want to pick a Tryndamere, pick something like a Rammus, or pick something like maybe a Malphite, where you kind of keep the Tryndamere busy. Also with the Malphite, you massively decrease his attack speed. If you build a Randuin's in there, you also decrease his AD level, meaning that he's going to be less impactful. He's not going to dish out those other attacks. Something that was also important with the Tryndamere that's a really fun interaction is the snowball with the E. We continuously saw that during the finals as well, where the snowballs, Tryndamere E's, were used as poke, purely because when you do your E, you have an area of effect damage with that spin, meaning you join a snowball, you immediately spin out, but you do deal a lot of damage, and it's a very low cooldown. It's the lowest cooldown in the game as a summoner spell goes, is the snowball.
Okay, well, we are pretty close to being able to jump into the Abyss for the first time today. We're going to have plenty of games. 4 best of 1s as our quarterfinals, 2 best of 3s for our semis before a final best of 3 will decide who our EU Northeast Trovo Titans Birthday Bash League of Legends 3v3 ARAM EU Northeast Finals champions are. Boy, that was long-winded. So, speaking of long-winded, I couldn't help but notice that one of the players in this game coming in with a summoner name that is roughly 46954143296485432946851.
Yeah.
So good luck saying that every time, Zav.
How about we just count up all
I thought you were
those
just going to go,
numbers?
how about no?
How about we just count up all those numbers, see what that adds up to, and just give him that name?
Well, I'm going to leave you to do that while we
Or
watch
we could just call him 4. We could just call him 4.
Then we're going to think it's Jin playing. I mean, you're just leading to further levels of confusion for me here, Zaf. We're on to the Abyss. 2 teams stacking each other up. Oriana Ball's going to be thrown into rival. Bush is going to spot things out. A little bit of damage put onto Jason Momoa in the early game.
I'm taking a look at the item builds here. The one thing that is kind of surprising for me is the Lulu opting in for the boots, really picking that movement speed. She also might have just, pressed the recommended button and then they automatically give you boots. That's something that's very likely, but still, those boots don't really give you any stats, and it's really important to have that much movement speed in Howling Abyss.
Am I right in saying that Lulu's item is the Bandle Glass Mirror or something to that effect? Getting that early component towards like Staff of Floating Water or anything else. Oh, big aggression. Wolfie going in with the exact move you talked about earlier. Trade is a nice one onto Aquaman.
Wolfie has the Rage Bar already stacked up. That was exactly what I was talking about. It's the trade with the Tryndamere. You throw out the snowball, you spin away. You can always heal up with Q, meaning you actually poke the enemy even though you're a melee champion, which is great. And as soon as his early game aggression keeps on, it's also important in this tournament to always have a sort of also a sort of tempo where you're continuously pushing up against the turret because you have control over the health relics, just like Wolfie's going to do here now.
Yeah, so far Bayern München very much so able to get the good aggression, but massive damage going down to 4-6-5-4 and Ignite burning them lower and lower. The Command Protect enough to shield the damage and keep them alive. That was a very, very tight run affair.
Yeah, 4 could have just, or Oriana could have just straight up been picked away there. Would have been a fantastic opportunity for Petit Pino to just engage hard on to Bayern München. I think Bayern München can still turn it around, although the Nocturne is also completely out of mana.
I feel like we're coming up to a big fight. The level 6 is going to come through very, very shortly. So I'm going to ask you this quick question as quickly as I can, Zap. How about we make it that we each get to make a prediction of who wins each game? We can pick the same team if we want to. And if we get it wrong, we lose choice ability for later on for our 1v1s. Okay, so first one's for champion. Who are you picking to win this game?
Petit Pino.
All right, I'm picking Bayern München. So there we go. We are going to find out which of us is about to lose the ability to choose our own champion for the 1v1s later. Oh, that's a big old yikes. Big damage going down to the best 1v1 player. and that is going to be Wolfie stepping forward, not quite having undying range, but spinning in, going very, very aggressive, putting the ignite down, still having undying range available. Best 1v1 player able to heal up with the rage bar. First blood going over to Lulu as Aquaman finds their target before being taken down by the Nocturne. There are still low health bars across the abyss, but it is overall a 1-for-1. Oh, Shockwave makes it
2-for-1. Yeah, best V1 player needs to be careful. He does have that undying rage available, but he might just need to use it to survive. He's looking for the kill.
Oh!
But he doesn't press R.
We need to see Bayern getting the resets here. Need to make sure they go get that turret aggro, but it's just not happening. The minions are being hit instead. At least they're able to take a little bit of damage down onto the turret. They're going to give up the XPs, give over the kills now. Polymorph going to land onto Sixfine. They get shut down by Orianna. Half of the health of the turret is lost to Petit Pino, though, and Bayern München definitely have the edge.
Even though the gold is fairly even, as you said, because Petit Pino has lost so much damage on their turret, it's definitely Bayern München who can just reset here, make sure the wave doesn't crash, and make sure Petit Pino is not able to deal any damage to the turret whatsoever. Well, they're at it right now, and these demolished procs are gonna hurt.
Crucial abilities available. There's undying range for both of these Tryndamirs right now. Only the one Shockwave presence, as we obviously did see 4654 using this to secure that kill earlier on. It comes down to a case of does the double shielding onto the Tryndamir pay massive benefits, or does having the extra damage of the Nocturne, the extra CC start to pay off? Right now it's 4654, forced to flash away, and that's a long old cooldown on that summoner.
The Shockwave being taken down is important because Bayern München knows that their Shockwave is going to come up sooner. The Orianna fills a similar purpose than the Azir does, even though she doesn't have the DPS like Azir. She does have that Shockwave, which is massively impactful, which is the main engage tool alongside Bayern München one. They have the Paranoia, so they can do, okay, ball delivery system is the Paranoia, you have the Shockwave, suddenly the Lulu and the Orianna on Petit Pino, they're in a bit of a pickle.
I think they're in a huge pickle. They've only got the one ultimate in comparison to the three over on the other side of the abyss, and it is going to be the fear connecting the Shockwave, pulling best with one player back. They do have the Undying Rage available. They may well have to use it as Sixfine goes so aggressive. Wolfie gets damage down. He's going to force the flash out of Petit Pino. Aquaman again picking up the first kill in these trades. Both the Undying Rages now used up. Aquaman still stepping forward, finding Glitterland's damage. Health Picks able to do the work. Wolfie is going to be able to get the shutdown onto Aquaman, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Petit Pino. Frankly, in a fight I didn't expect them to win.
No, I didn't expect him to win either. Petit Pino played it well, where they took away Wolfie's time, and the Undying Rage didn't make a huge difference. Yes, this tournament is trying to stall out and trying to get to execute in. Oh, I don't know if that's a good play.
Yeah, they finish off the turret at just the wrong moment. We are going to see Wolfie go in, take one kill for themselves. Nocturne takes the second with the damage going down on the best 1v1 player. Crucially, first turret of the game does go over to Bayern München, but I feel like the resets come out, it goes over to Petit Pino, but I feel Bayern München get the better reset timers.
I tend to agree. This mid lane turret could have been this turret could have been protected by Petit Pino, but right now the Lulu is kind of in a pickle. It is a 4-2 Lulu. She has already bought the Moonstone Renewal, meaning that healing might come true. Although the Lulu, I'm not particularly sure how well I like this champion in this team composition yet. She does bring so much utility, but the early game damage that she has in her kit will later on in the game feel less and less impactful and will later scale down.
Okay, this is a trap being set by Bayern München. They step forward. They pretty much let Petit Pino know what is going on, and balance is once again restored. We see the gold at exact parity, 15.4k apiece. Kill score is the same. Turret score is the same. This game is balanced beautifully like a fizz on its trident. Which surely is the champion Aquaman should be playing over Lulu.
The one thing I do like what Petit Pino is doing is look at the CS numbers. Their Tryndamir, best 1v1 player, they are scaling up way more with the minions. They are taking down way more of those lost hits, meaning we saw something similar with the Aurelia. It's okay, then you have one player in your team who is kind of the carry. That's a player who can dish out all the damage and who's likely even to get the kills on the lost hits there as well, meaning you have a snowball effect on that particular player. If it's a Tryndamir, even better, because you have that undying range and you have a gap closer.
Yeah, and the problem is when you've got all the kills going onto the Lulu, okay, they're able to get their support items faster, but actually it's not where you want to be funneling that gold into, as you can see by the amount of CS picked up by the Tryndamere. Fight again is going to be brewing. Best 1v1 player going very, very aggressive on the back of the Snowball, taking away half of Six Vine's health, but back in goes Wolfie, trading back on with Aquaman, but health picks certainly doing work, and I'm certainly liking the double shield method that's been invented here by Petapino.
Yeah, look at all the damage that is being negated by those shields. Wolfie going in hard on the Orianna. Paranoia also come out. Here's the Wild Grove alongside with a massive shockwave. But it is the Nocturne not being able to reach. Petapino is still alive with all three of their members. And Wolfie has had to use their Undying Rage. It is Petapino on the aggressive.
Best 1v1 player is going to be able to step forward and take pretty much whatever they want. A little bit of a hell for Wolfie, but with the shockwave connecting, 2 kills come in for Petapino. They turn this one around beautifully, do not lose a single one of their members and can push forward to the second turret.
I don't even know if they need to go for the execute. They are so healthy, they might make the choice to just stay alive. They're not doing it right now, but you have the Tryndamere tanking a turret. The Demolish pucks are coming through as well. And look how much damage this Tryndamere is doing early on those structures.
Things looking good for Petapino, things looking bad for my chance to pick my own champion in 1v1 competition later on. Exclamation Caster Bash if you want to enter this one, but first of all, let's look at this fight. It's going to be Six Vine stepping forward. Didn't have the Paranoia available this time, but things going pretty nicely. Bayern they're able to get a 3-4-1. They get the opportunity to push in. They keep their inhibitor alive and crucially deny the super minions.
Bayern München has made sure that their inhibitor stays alive. And as you said, that is crucial because not only do super minions in Howling Abyss, not only do they buff their respective helper minions, their caster and melee minions, they also buff champions. There is also a buff on champions where you receive a little bit more resistances. I think it's a damage reduction. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's so important. It makes you have better odds to win these fights, to win the upcoming fights. And because inhibitor is down, Nexus turrets are right there for the taking.
Thank you very much, production, showing us the gold differences there. You can see that both the Orianna and the Lulu for Petapino have fallen somewhat behind, but it's the Tryndamere, as we've said, one of the most crucial members of this team that has got all that extra gold. Shockwave catches onto Lulu in aggressively. We see Wolfie going for this one. Golden Orianna going to keep themselves alive for now. Wild Growth onto Lulu to keep themselves alive, but it's just not working. Petapino are falling by a minion. Have gone 2-4 so far. Best 1v1 player trying to turn it around will get caught by the fear by Six Vine. There's so little health left on best 1v1 player. They get a little bit of a heal from the Rage Bar, but it's not enough to keep them alive. The Ace comes in completely uninterrupted by a minute. They take themselves the inhibitor there just unlocked.
And this is disastrous for Petapino. Bayern München played that fight very well. They made sure that the attention was divided. They made sure that the Orianna Shockwave didn't do all that much, and these turrets are down.
Yeah, Wolfie does have the Undying Rage available, gets Polymorph, still goes to try and get damage, decides to turn their attention towards Petapino rather than attacking the Nexus turret. Could this prove to be a costly mistake?
This is so greedy from Bayern München. They should have either went for the team fight, either went for the execution, or either fully committed on trying to end the game. Right now, they have done neither of those three, meaning Petapino has a very good chance at a comeback. They're now able to maybe push for an inhibitor. That timers are a little bit, are not low, not high enough for that just yet. But there's so much gold being funneled into Petapino. They didn't, however, didn't have the opportunity to spend that gold that they got from last team fight.
That is true, and this inhibitor still isn't down, which means it's only Petapino who are pushing in super minions. Bayern Minions still able to keep that inhibitor alive, and they'll want to do that for as long as possible. Snowball going to connect on 6 Vine. They throw down the fear. The shockwave catches onto 2. The Wild Growth keeping best 1v1 player as healthy as possible. Wolfie trying to dash onto Orianna, who no longer has the stopwatch available. 1v1 player gets obliterated with the Undying Rage not quite available. It comes back online now, but just too late to help out. In comes 6 Vine, throws out the spell shield, finds the kill, makes it a double. Bayern München will run straight down to the exposed Nexus and be our first team to qualify for the semi-finals, taking Petapino's hopes down.
Bayern München just played it better in that last team fight. They just knew what was happening. And as soon as they had that team fight where, not this one, the one before, it was Petapino who kind of already was in a very losing position. Well played from Bayern München. We sadly say farewell and goodbye to Petapino. So I think that means that I am not allowed to pick my own champion. Or am I mistaken?
That's exactly what's happened there. Let's talk about it for the teams first, because it's most important
Sure,
for them
obviously.
as much as we love to talk about ourselves. That's why we're on a camera in front of loads of people. But it is very much, it's a shame for Filipino, because they played a great part in that game. They came out with a double, I won't call it double support, because they had obviously the Oriana, which isn't really a support, but they've got supportive-esque champions with shields there. But as we can see from the bracket, they fall out in stage 1. They will take a terrific €100 prize pool for their team, despite that loss, having qualified for this Birthday Bash event. Bayern Munich, on the other hand, they go through to the semi-final, where they will face off against either the Unlucky Clowns or the Juice Drinkers.
I was never a fan of this Lulu pick, and I kind of saw why. As in the Lulu, yes, you have the utility, but in the end, the damage you can dish out with either a very impactful ultimate or ability, like the Shockwave, or where you can just be like the Trinbeer and bam, 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 bash on them as long as you can. That is way more of a that's way more of a favorable gamble, or that's way more of a threat to deal with than purely the Lulu, who can stall. Yeah, you're stalling, but you're literally stalling out the game. That's not how you win a team fight. How you win a team fight in a 3v3 is where you make sure that the other team dies faster than you.
That is pretty much the entire point of it. It was unfortunate, and for me, some of the timings as well from Petipino in that last fight. I'm not here to throw shade particularly, but they end the fight just as Undying Rage comes up on Tryndamere, one of the most crucial abilities you're going to have for that entire fight. The Wild Growth is used so early that it doesn't really negate much of the damage coming through, rather just basically making Trynd into a big boy, and unfortunately it just doesn't quite work out. But enough about that game. We turn our attention to quarterfinal number 2, the Unlucky Clowns. The Juice Drinkers will be going into action on the Abyss.
Looking forward to how this develops. This is a competition we've kind of seen a little bit more from the Unlucky Clowns, although a new element is hidden in there. I like Juice Drinkers. I really like the name they've picked right there. Do you think you love juice then, or are you more of a soda guy?
Oh, I'm absolutely all about the juice. You give me a bit of like a good glass of orange juice with all of the bits in it, all the pulp, and I will be a very happy Greyheart.
I like Juice a lot better as well. Looking at these champions, I like what Juice Drinker's doing here, by the way. Yeah, wasn't the transition smooth enough?
And there was. You could say that, I suppose. It's an interesting one, because over on the blue side of the rift of the Clowns, we're seeing a lot of what we saw yesterday. In terms of the Aurelia, the Wukong, which we've had plenty of, though those two very rarely were actually seen on the same teams as each other. Obviously, they're not locked in. Those things could change as we come through, and in fact, they are changing. But we're seeing some of the similar things we saw the other day. The Vayne, the Nocturne, Luna mixing is very different. It's going up against the Rel, the Diana and Tristana you started to speak about from the Juice Drinkers. Two exceptionally interesting compositions that we've got here, partly because it's showing us so many things that we've not seen so far.
Yeah, it's a lot of new champions. Can you quickly repeat the red side again? Because I didn't quite catch all of them.
I believe it was Rel, Diana, and Tristana.
Yeah, Rel, Diana, Tristana. I liked what they were doing there, because with the Rel and so you have a lot of engage. Rel is a support who is super impactful right now. She can stall out these fights. It's kind of what you wanted to have with the Lulu, although you give up damage for even more CC and even more tankiness and frontline, which is good because you have a Tristana who can just go pew 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 and make sure that her damage output is enough to compensate for the Rel's lack of it.
Okay, so we've had. So I'm going to be basically myself and Trovo Chat are going to be able to pick your champion. I get to pick my own.
Yeah.
This next one is for both summoner spells. Okay?
Okay.
So we are going to go with... did you pick first or second last time?
I picked first, so you can pick first this time.
Okay, so I think it's my turn to pick first this time. I'm not going to give you my reason why until you've picked who you're going for, but I am going to pick the Juice Drinkers for this one.
I'm just going to pick the Unlucky Clowns because I like their name.
just to be different. We've talked about how much we like Juice, but not to that. Let's have the unlucky clowns. Okay, well, so here's why I've gone with Juice Drinkers. And as much as I love Juice, it's not just because of the name. I look at the two ADCs on these teams, and while we can see gold funneled into a champion, much like we talked about it being done in that last game by Pitapino onto the Tryndamere, I don't believe that you're going to be able to funnel enough gold onto a Vayne for what is essentially a late game short range champion to become online quick enough. Now, it might be an exceptional Vayne player. They may be able to find that separation using the support, using the Nocturne to help it out. However, my gut instinct is I like what I'm seeing with something like a Rel Tristana, which can just dive on you level 1, have excellent range, super amounts of damage, in, out, and then you're adding a Diana to that as well, which is going to have assassination potential to potentially take down a Vayne. I just like what the composition does more.
I actually tend to agree, but I really wanted to pick the unlucky clown. But I tend to agree. Personally, I'm a little bit more of a fan of the composition that the Juice Drinkers have picked. However, never underestimate an unlucky clown, because those are the ones who can actually make sure that win the game. Now, all that being said, the Vayne does have some survivability. The Vayne can actually tumble out and has a condemn, has ways to protect herself, which is going to be very important against a Tristana, against a Diana, and especially against a Rel. So it's not more of how good are you at Vayne spotting. It's more of how good is your team at protecting your Vayne and making sure you trust your Vayne enough to dish out the DPS to make sure she gets online. Because Vayne is a champion that can snowball really hard, but it's also a champion that if she's not fed, she is not useless, but she is not really impactful.
We're not here to overly critique these team comps, and I love that we can see fun different things. But would you have potentially liked to see something a little bit more tanky than, for instance, a Nocturne? Something like, I don't know, a Set, or even maybe the Tryndamere from before, which can last a little bit longer, as a bit more frontline potential for the to cover the Vayne. Obviously, you've got the Lulu to protect it, but maybe we could have got more if there was more of a frontline. Obviously, you don't know what you're playing against, so it's yeah.
You don't know what you're playing against, so it's really difficult to gauge sometimes. This team composition definitely isn't bad. What you shouldn't do is stack with 2 people only in the brush.
Rel going straight in with the crash down, not going to be able to find the route courtesy of a nicely timed spell shield. A little bit of explosive damage will be put on to the Nocturne. Unlucky Clowns taking just about the worst of an early invade from the Juice Drinkers.
Yeah, not something you want to do here just yet. Looking at the unlucky clowns, the team composition is going to take a while, and it's going to take longer to come online than the Juice Drinkers. They have the Tristana. They can auto-push. Tristana is notorious for pushing down these turrets like a hot knife through butter, so the Juice Drinkers definitely have the advantage in these early levels.
That is undeniably true. And a quick reminder why myself and Zav are having a bit of banter in terms talking about picking various champions. We are going to be playing some matches against viewers very shortly in about 3 games time. Type in !bash to enter. You must have an EU Northeast account. Make sure you let the admins know your summoner name. Make sure you're around when we do that raffle draw to be contactable, so you have the opportunity to play against one of us. As things stand, I'm going to be allowed to pick my champion, and Zav is not. This one is all about the summoner spells, and right now it's all about the aggression being put down onto the Nocturne, who tries to get himself out to safety. The polymorph connects as a result. Nocturne finds first blood and scampers away with just a tiny bit of health. Skulls isn't able to survive either, and it's a 2-for-0 for the unlucky clowns. Things looking up for Zav.
The unlucky clowns coming out with a beautiful outplay in the team fight. So what they did there was a lot of damage was focused onto the Nocturne when it really didn't need to be. You don't really need to go for such an aggressive trade, first of all, in such a big way. Second of all, when it doesn't connect.
Well, it is going to be unlucky clowns perhaps overstaying their welcome, trying to find damage onto the turret. Not quite going to be able to take the turret down before the kills come in. Stolia getting the reset on the rocket jump, jumping straight forward, tumble away from the Vayne. The question is, do they have the survivability? They use the condemn onto the Diana, getting a little bit of separation from the Moonlight one, but with the snowball connecting from Walking Dead Boys Rel. Golden times for Yumer, bro, as Calmaster finds the kill on the Lulu. This keeps happening. How does Lulu keep finding all the kills?
I don't know, dude. It's Lulu things, I imagine. But she does keep finding all those kills. Gold-wise, she isn't in the lead, but definitely the Vayne is getting there. Now, Vayne, Numeric Bro needs to make sure that she, at a certain point in time, goes for that reset, aka goes for the execute, or gets killed. But right now, Unlucky Clowns with a huge gold lead already. We're talking 800 gold. The first third from Juice Drinkers is nearly gone. This is not what we were expecting, by the way. We were expecting the opposite to happen because of Juice Drinkers' specific team composition.
No, fair play to the Unlucky Clowns. They've played around things well. You talked about the aggression that was put onto the Nocturne earlier, the response of the Polymorph and the Exhaust that keep the Nocturne alive, and by first blood time for the Unlucky Clowns is very, very nice. We see the heals coming through. Juice Drunkers are looking yet again to start taking a fight, and yeah, this is just Unlucky Clowns sorting things out. They know they've got all the level 6s available to them now. Another fight is brewing, but when will one of these teams pull the engage trigger?
The problem with Unlucky Clowns right now is that their Lulu is kind of low in resources. Her health bar is extremely low. Yes, she does have some mana. Wild Growth is available, but you need to find a way to keep your Vayne alive, and to do that, you need to keep your Lulu alive. These health relics definitely help. So Unlucky Clowns just need to make sure, okay, can we get our Lulu a little bit more healthy, and then look for another fight.
Level 7's being started to hit for the Unlucky Clowns. Juice Drinkers still all stuck at level 6, with the exception of Diana, who has just popped up one further level. Of course, we do have every single ultimate ability available. We'll keep our eyes towards Walking Dead Boy, because when they engage with this Rel, when they find that magnetic field, things are going to get pretty dicey for the Unlucky Clowns if they're stuck in the middle of it.
Kind of, I want to say I'm kind of surprised that the Juice Drinkers aren't able to push in more here. You still have that Tristana. You still have the threat of just engaging on them very hard, just like Unlucky Clowns are doing.
Vayne finds Silver Bolt procs, Paranoia goes in, and EUNE is able to find their first kill straight away onto Diana. Wild Growth put down as well. Tristan jumps out to safety, leaving Rel for dead. She's able to use the crash down to get the hell out of dodge, but EUNE still putting damage down. I asked whether or not the Vayne would be really good at Vayne, super confident so far. The answer is very much so a yes. We're going to see first turret falling. Unlucky Clowns will find themselves at 2,000 gold lead as they push forward.
This isn't the fastest game we've seen, but this is definitely one of the biggest gold leads we have had in 5 minutes. Purely because Unlucky Clowns is not going for those executes. They're making sure, hey, we're not going to trade over and over again. We are going to keep on fighting.
Nausea jumps out of fear, a nice 3-man stun is going to connect. Walking Dead Boy finds a kill. Tristan is going to get one for the Nocturne before being killed themselves. It is going to be the ace. Diana finishing off the Vayne, getting a huge chunk of gold. The question is, what can Walking Dead Boy and Andreja do? Crucially, it's the Tristana who dies, and so they have less opportunity to clear the turret.
It's the way Unlucky Clowns played. I don't want to say it's 100% intentional, but I like that they focus on Tristana, because as you said, the Tristana, you're not able to take down these turrets as fast. Also, you leave 2 other members from Juice Drinkers alive, meaning that they cannot go for a reset, because either they execute immediately and then you do 0 damage to the turret, or you you push the wave in here, but then you're also funneling gold again into Unlucky Clowns, and you give them an opportunity to get a good wave, to get a good reset. So it's all going up Unlucky Clowns' way.
One thing I question from the Juice Drinkers is the fact that Rel, who obviously is running Aftershock, has definitely got points going into that set of masteries, hasn't taken the Demolish, and as a result, even when we did get a bit of alone time for Diana and Rel, they don't crush anywhere near through that turret as quickly as we would have expected. Unlucky Clowns will be glad to still have all their structures intact, and now they're looking to wait for this Paranoia to be back up in about 15 seconds time, at which point they can go for the fight once more.
Normally, I'm kind of mad at people who take Demolish and ARAM, because I think, oh, come on, it's a fun game mode. We're not here to win, we're here to have fun. But in this particular tournament, I say go for it, or go for an engage.
The second Paranoia comes up. That is the moment to go. And yet again, Nocturne does work with the Wild Growth on top of them. They leave it now in the hands of the Vayne to finish off the rest of the kills. Double kill already secured. It's going to be a triple. The ace is completed. The Unlucky Clowns rout the Juice Drinkers and will secure a second turret.
The Unlucky Clowns are doing very well. They're playing these team fights just the way they should play them. Instead of having the Orianna with the ball delivery system Nocturne, you actually have the delivery system that is Nocturne, and then the Wild Growth on top of it, which is causing so much disconnect for the Juice Drinkers that they're losing objectives left, right, and center, or in this case, only in the center.
Oh, the joys of there being only one lane on the map. It's going to be a reset as the Nocturne accepts their fate, trying to get some damage onto the turret while doing it. Rocket jumps straight on top of the Vayne. Despite the tumble, it is going to be Diana taking this kill. There is one turned around as Lulu finds yet another. Calmaster trying to escape with Pix in tow, able to do so because Stolia and Walking Dead Boy just not able to get there in time. Stolia probably will still be able to find this kill eventually as Calmaster looks like they want the reset. Now there's an opportunity for a push for Tristana, but now they're pushing into super minions.
And there's no way they're able to push into the super minions fast enough unless the Nocturne here just is standing on base waiting for an item. I'm guessing it's a very important item because you don't want to give over this wave. However, look how much trouble Juice Drinkers is having in clearing out these minions. Yes, they're trying to funnel a little bit into certain champions, but still, they're not really able to leave this side of the map anymore. They kind of have to sit there knowing that the minions will auto-push into them with the supers.
We are going to see the unlucky Clowns having the opportunity to push forward once again with the Juice Drinkers happily accepting that they are having a rough time and they need to get back. Yeah, that's pretty disgusting, and in a moment I'm sure we'll see the difference in the items. It looks like unlucky Clowns. This might be their game to lose.
It's definitely unlucky Clowns that are in such a good spot here. You also have the Lulu right now with the Ardent Sensor buffing up the Vayne even more. So either Juice Drinkers needs to continue to change his seed of Vayne or straight up lose the game.
Oh, we are going to see aggression put down as the Condemned sends the Rel straight into the turret. Paranoia put down and Tristana shut down with the key damage being gone. I'm not sure the Juice Drinkers have anything more to give in this fight. Unlucky Clowns turn their attention towards the second Nexus turret and obliterate it in moments. That is going to be the game-ending play with Walking Dead Boy and Andrea unable to save the Juice Drinkers. The unlucky Clowns progress.
Well played from the unlucky Clowns. They recognized what their team composition did and they executed it very well. Straight from level, excuse me, straight from level 1, they were able to maintain a sense of aggression and they were able to maintain a threat level onto the Juice Drinkers that they never recovered from.
That is so true, and it was all in those early game fights, and sometimes when you've got a Vayne you don't expect early game fights to go your way, but credit to the unlucky Clowns who make that one work, and credit to you for picking them. You had faith in the unlucky Clowns all along, Zav. You will get to pick the summoner spells you'll get on whichever horrible champion I pick for you. I will not be so lucky, so I look forward to hearing what we get on that one. We'll talk more about the Caster Bash in a moment, but for now, let's turn our attention to our bracket, where the unlucky Clowns have joined Bayern München in the semi-finals. Games that will take place shortly after we see the other two quarterfinals. That will be a best-of-3 matchup. One of those two teams will be a finalist.
One of those two teams will advance into the grand final and take that prize pool of 2,500 and take the lion's share of it. Now, what you won't take the lion's share of, what you most likely have most fun, is the Caster Bash we keep talking about because we want to play as well. It is an opportunity for you guys, yes, you guys out there, the audience, to defeat us in a 1v1, and if you win, you get €50 reward. Just type Caster Bash, exclamation mark Caster Bash in the chat. And once again, guys, don't forget to tell production your summoner name. We keep repeating it. Don't forget to tell them if you have been chosen out of the raffle.
Yeah, so remember, you do have to have an EU Northeast account to be able to play on that one today. If you win a match against us, you're going to get that €50 prize from Trovo Titans, which is wonderful. Make sure you stick around for when the raffle draw is done, which will be in about a game or two's time, to make sure that if you are chosen, you're able to give us some name, make sure you're able to play that game. We would hate to miss out on that opportunity. I would hate for you to miss out on a couple more terrific quarterfinals. Those games are going to be happening very soon after this short break. We are back. It is time yet again for the Trovo Titan Birthday Bash to continue. We've got all sorts of 3v3 action going on. I hope you're looking forward to it, because I certainly am. And we are also going to get to see our caster bash very, very soon, Zav.
Oh.
It's all very exciting.
Yeah, the hope joke, I should have expected that one. I should have seen that one coming. Yeah, we are moving towards the other side of the bracket now, where we're going to be showing you 2 other games in the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. I'm super excited for these. I like that we're moving towards a different kind of meta, or different champions that we saw yesterday. Yesterday, it was enjoyable really to see. It was also nice that we saw a mirror matchup, but you don't want to see the same champions over and over again. So now, with the addition of something like the Vayne, something like Oriana, and the Lulu as well being taken, it's really fun, and I'm hoping we're going to see more tier crafting as well.
The question for me starts to come as we arrive towards our semi-finals in a few games' time, and that question is essentially, are we going to keep seeing the same teams picking the same things because this is what they really want to play and they think that's the best thing to pick up the wins on? If the answer is yes, then we're going to be casting those same champions over and over again for the rest of the day, Zav. But you never know, we might see a little bit of adaptation. Turning my eyes towards Trovo chat and just seeing people recognizing the familiar face that is the lovely caster Exodus.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I saw someone in chat. I was at that particular event. Thank you for recognizing me. I am not a no-namer. I am the no-namer, Caster Exodus. Now, talking a little bit more about the game themselves. It's Euro. Is that 2L or 2 liters? We'll just say 2L. It's Euro versus Liam at 69. Keep in mind that these champs that are hovering, don't take these for granted. We have seen some funny hovers, not want to say troll hovers, but some hovers to entertain the audience. Now, having a melee champion in there, or having a ranged champion, is gonna make a big difference. I actually think that in this 3v3 tournament, you always need at least one ranged champion.
I think that you're right, and we've been seeing it consistently with the Azir yesterday. We've seen it with ADCs more often than not today. Just noticing that Sneaky Lemon's going to be playing this game. That was the person who spotted you out before, so they now get the opportunity to get cast by you here as well. So that's nice. We're going to see Camille, Kassadin, and Lulu going up against, it's our old friend Azir, Wukong, and Tryndamere.
Yeah, this is very interesting pick here. The Kassadin, we saw it, one Kassadin yesterday as well, didn't work out quite so well, purely because Kassadin, yes, you scale really fast in this game, you have a lot of gold generation, so you also get your items more way quicker. However, a Kassadin still needs to hit that level 16, still needs to get those 3 items in. So it is going to take a long time for Kassadin to be impactful in here, and the rest of the team needs to make sure that they pick up the slack in the meantime. Are you going to be able to do that with a Camille?
We'll come back to that question in a moment, because first we've got to remind you that the exclamation Caster Bash is still available to enter our raffle if you've got an EU Northeast account and you want to play against one of the casters. Potentially you'll get that opportunity if your name is picked from the raffle. Type exclamation Caster Bash and you might get that chance to win €50 a little bit later on. So far we found out that Zav's not going to be able to pick their champion and I'm not going to be allowed to pick my summoner spells. This next one is for the Keystone, and it is your turn to choose first. Who's picking up the win here?
I'm going to say the Euro team is going to win this one. I think Euro, I'm looking at the name, it is definitely the full name is 1.6 Euro 2 liters of, and then a certain soda drink, meaning I don't really like that soda drink because I mostly drink water, but still I'm gonna pick them because I think the Kassadin is just not gonna scale in time, just as we saw yesterday.
So hypocritical, Zav. You say how much you love juice drinkers, then you don't choose juice. You don't like soda, but you're still picking Euro 2 liters. Well, I can tell you that I'm also picking Euro 2 liters, and the reason for it is very different. It's because one of them is called Aram Dog Account, and Hope made me pick it. She said, that's the one, Dad. That's the one we're picking. She's like this, point. And yep. So we are both going for the same one, which means either we're both going to choose our Keystone, or neither of us are if Sneaky Lemon and Co can pick up the win here. So that's a whole new dynamic for this one.
Yeah, that's something we haven't had before. caster bias much. I mean, it's up to them to prove us wrong. If the enemy team can just say, we're going to prove these casters wrong, they're idiots anyway. Sure, please do. That's what casters love. People sometimes confuse this. Like, casters, they don't want a trio stomp. Because casters just want a very entertaining game where they're often proven wrong. Most of them, not all of them, but most of them are just looking there for a very interesting game to watch.
To be honest, Maurits didn't sound too happy when the Koreans were losing earlier on. I'll say that.
Look, I'm a huge G2 fan as well, so I'm going to be 100% honest. I'm definitely rooting for Mad Lions because their coach Cas is somebody I know, and I really think they've done well with the team. So go Mad Lions Madrid as well. But still, I really like G2, and I was kind of sad that they didn't make it in LEC this year.
Fair enough. I, on the other hand, am delighted to see the resurgence of RNG, a team that I've been supporting for years and years. And even without Uzi, looks like we're still able to perform on the top level, which is delightful. It's going back a little while. It's about, I suppose, must be 2 years ago's MSI now, maybe even 3 years ago MSI when I got to see them in Paris and see RNG lift the trophy. It was a good day.
I think that is 3 or 2 years ago. Let us know in chat if we are mistaken. We're jumping into this third game.
Well, we are into our third quarterfinal. Remember, this is a best of one. It is indeed going to be a Euro 2 liter on the blue side as they step forward. This is a composition we've seen many, many times. And yet again, it is an absolute bloodbath as Kira Queen goes so aggressive. Sneaky Lemon is exhausted, taking a massive amount of damage, trying to turn it back around, but gives up first blood. Azir able to secure that one. It's a 2-for-1 so far, but with the Lulu unable to escape, it's going to end up being a 3-4-2 with the final tick of Ignite, taking down the Kassadin?
That escalated quickly. That got out of hand fast. No, it definitely without too much memeing here. This is what I was talking about, where the Kassadin just needs so much time, and the Camille is in a similar spot as well. The Tryndamere with those high base stats is just able to roll over them early on, and we see another fight happening from the get-go.
There will be no color casting in this game, Zap. It's action all the way as Sneaky Lemon stays in, flashes themselves out, just escaping the Sand Soldiers. They try to poke down with those Sand Spears. Somehow no kills in another frantic fight.
But the health bars for both teams are quite low. You have potential engage from both sides, especially with the Camille if you use that hook shot, which you all have all opportunities to do because it is only the one vertical lane here. You can do exactly this, get into the backline and run away instantly.
Camille hookshots in, ends up flashing him as well, trying to finish off the kill, but not quite able to take down Kira Queen, who steps away and picks up the health relic.
Health relic management really well done here from Euro. They need to be careful though. Level 6 will be hit sooner by Euro, but that level 6 is also more impactful for them. Oh, the snowball. Are they going to take it?
It catches on to Sneaky Lemon, but it's not going to be Euro opting to take that one. The Tryndamere could have spun back, but decides against it on this time, especially as they're so close to level 6 themselves.
Still waiting for the next fight to happen. The way these two teams are playing, I'm not expecting it to take that much longer. Even if the Kassadin hits level 6, it's still a level 6 Kassadin who hasn't really bought anything just yet.
Sneaky Emperor goes aggressive, doesn't take too much damage, courtesy of the shield. Sneaky Lemon able to clear out this wave pretty quickly. Not a huge amount of damage put down onto the turrets, despite Euro 2L having had all the pressure.
Both of these turrets, the turrets from both teams are still quite healthy. It does feel that Euro isn't really able to push into this turret just yet. No, the Demolish has procced.
The Old is going to go straight in. They get Undying Rage. They go in. They pick up a kill for the Azir. Makes it a 2-for-1 overall, as we do see Sneaky Emperor managing to take out Kira Queen. But again, it is going to be Euro who get the better of the fights. They lost in their quarterfinal matchup yesterday. They hope to progress further this time. But Sneaky Emperor not quite able to do the work that he would need to secure a kill.
Now you can see the power of that Azir. You have the poke and you have damage with those Sand Soldiers as well. And on top of that, you have the Emperor's Divide, which is the main initiation tool for your team composition. It is so important also because you're continuously not hugging the turrets. We're pushing up against these turrets. It's very difficult to not get fooled by thinking, okay, we're gonna go in. Suddenly, Emperor's Divide right back into your enemy's terrain.
Fielder going very, very aggressive. Hasn't got the Undying Rage back available again, but doesn't seem to care. We saw Camille opting into getting quickly shut down at the opposition turret. Has now rejoined their team as we see Aaron Dog Count going forward and getting polymorphed before they're able to get out of trouble. 2 people commit to this fight and 2 people die for Euro 2L.
I'm hoping the Wukong here is able to stall the wave, because right now, again, these structures haven't really been touched all that often. This turret is almost full health, so Sneaky Lemon going for an engage once again, or at least going for a reset. I mean, you don't have any manas cast in this map, that's the best you can do.
Yeah, they were never getting out of that one as they stepped forward. I believe that was quite intentional. However, it does mean that MIOTES, apart from getting a bit of damage onto Euro 2L's turret, they don't really get too much more apart from a buy for the cast-in. We'll see what they come out of base with.
Euro 2L, they have to engage sometime. They have to make sure that when they engage, actually get these turret down. Because right now, they're still in a position where, okay, they have a lead and they have a fight.
Sneaky Lemon gets the Wild Growth down on top of them, but they're not able to do the damage with the Wrist Wolf. They're already going lower and lower inside that Hextech Ultimatum, but Sneaky Emperor decides not to try and finish off the kills. Aram Dog Count very, very low here. Only really Kira Queen still at full health, but crucially, all of the ultimate abilities still available for Euro 2L. None of them for MIOTES.
No, but Euro 2L does have those 2 health relics remaining, so they can actually heal up again, make sure that their resource management is on point, and afterwards they go for yet another engage. Now, even though Euro 2L doesn't have an advantage, because the way the game is going, because there's continuous aggression, it's actually going better for the team with the Kestin. Nothing majorly has been lost.
Cyclone going in, flash forward from the Tryndamere. It is going to be Aram Dog Count getting killed. It was actually the flash away from the Camille that I saw, but still doesn't stop the kill coming in. Emperor's Divide used, but not to great effect. Aram Dog Count still just trying to clear out this wave, not having the best of times on the Azir as they get killed off by the Kassadin, coming straight in with the Riftwalk. Sneaky Lemon trying to get damage down, trying to stack things up, but unable to get a second just yet. Purely trying to get himself shut down, I feel here, trying to maybe pick up FFP2 on the way.
This is massive.
But unable to do so, and that's 3 quick kills for the Kassadin. And as you said, the frantic nature of this game is actually playing into MIOTES' hands.
This is massive because right now you have funneled a lot of gold into the Kestin. This Kestin is starting to level up as well, so level 9 right now, almost able to hit level 11, meaning that after a certain while, this Kestin will just become such a nuisance. You have a squishy team as Euro 2L. Yeah, just essential. And with the first turret taken down, I think it's looking way better for Lemiotes.
I'm not going to... Oh, did we decide if it was Lemiotes or IMIOTES in the end? Is that a capital I or an L?
I don't know, actually. I am out. Let's just call them IMOtes.
I mean, you could well be right and I could be wrong here. Let's you know,
Yeah.
I tell you what, if we both have one, then one of us is right. That's the way I see it. Right now, we are going to see turret coming under a huge amount of pressure. Looks like first turret will be secured for Euro 2L. The question is, are they in position to take the fight on the back of this? They've put down the sun disc and they've got extra damage there. A little bit of extra protection courtesy of the Azir. I just want to mention that small little unfortunate misplay we saw with the Kassadin. It was the Lulu who takes turret aggro first. As a result, Sneaky Lemon doesn't die to that first turret. By the time that the turret aggro has gone off from their P2, then all of a sudden the minions have arrived, so they have to go forwards. They step away from the second turret shot, which allows a Sand Soldier to pick up the kill onto Euro 2L's most fed Kassadin. And that is why a little bit of extra gold ends up going onto the Azir, who is now pushing forwards towards IMO's base.
I also want to remind the people at home why these people are sort of suiciding in these turrets. It's not just because you want to reset, it's not just because you want to spend your gold. You also don't want to accumulate a large enough shutdown, because then you're funneling extra gold into the enemy.
Sneaky Emperor with the Hextech Ultimatum, and immediately Azir is dead, and with a big damage dealer gone for Euro 2L. Can they take the rest of this fight? Kira Queen doing what they can as Fiora takes down Sneaky Lemon, is also going to pick up the kill on Nefer P2. Only Sneaky Emperor remains, trying to do everything they possibly can. But despite the low health bars of the Tryndamere and the Wukong, Sneaky Emperor not able to secure any more just yet, going lower and lower and lower, and dead in the end. Potentially with one last spin, Fjordy survives, and the Camille does not. Now there's going to be demolished procs, and I think this turret is not long for the Abyss.
Euro 2L definitely picking up the pace. They want to make sure this inhibitor goes down, or they want to make sure this inhibitor is under a lot of threat. Can Sneaky Lemon with his level 11 actually get the kills here in time? The answer turns out to be no.
No, the inhibitor goes eventually. We honestly shut down gold, passed on to Lulu of all people as they take down Kira Queen's Wukong. Sneaky Lemon comes out, has now hit level 11, getting closer to that crucial level 16 mark, but even so, things are looking a bit dicey for the IMOs.
Yeah, I am Lemmy at 6. We were decided on each giving them a different name, right? So
yeah,
Lemmy at 16, yeah, Lemmy at 69 here. They have that Keston, which is starting to look very strong. That tier is stacking. I like the idea of building a little bit of resistances, mostly grievous wounds there with that Bramble Vest, but still, it does seem that the Tryndamere Wukong Azir composition is such a menace to deal with that Lemmy at a certain point in time, they need to make sure that they win the fight straight away, that Azir is being blown to smithereens.
Interesting one here. We are seeing the Shurelya's picked up rather than the Moonstone for the Lulu, which is something a little bit different to what we saw earlier on from the Lulus in play. Sneaky Lemon forced back by Kira Queen, who's going so aggressive. It's Euro 2L who have all the momentum. They have the super minions pushing in.
This might be one of the final pushes for Euro 2L, and here comes the counter engage.
Oh, this is unfortunate. Sneaky Emperor flashes out just as the Wild Growth is put down onto them by Neferpitu. That means that they're missing out on two crucial abilities, a Summoner spell and also an ultimate as we get towards this next big fight around the Nexus turret.
Okay, look at the cooldown from the Wild Growth on the Lulu. That's one of the reasons why the Shurelya is actually fairly decent to pick. How fast is that Wild Growth coming back up? That's such an important spell, and still you can use it more leisurely.
It's true, it will be back up for the next fight. The flash, however, Sneaky Emperor definitely will not be unless we're waiting a significantly longer amount of time for this next fight than I expect. As you can see, one Nexus turret already down to half health. We do have Demolish available for Euro 2L, and they'll look to crush down onto this one, but Sneaky Emperor's gone aggressive. Polymorph is going to connect on Fjordi, but they're able to survive long enough to get the Undying Rage down to take down the first turret. Sneaky Emperor not quite so lucky, burning down with the Ignite. The pressure's put down onto the Kassadin. It is almost a complete wipe. Only the Lulu survives to try and defend the base of IMIOs as Aram Dog Count is going to be continuing to put the hurt down onto this turret. Killer Queen goes in. The Wild Growth, which was back up again, is used. It buys a little bit of time for the Lulu, but now they're exhausted. They go golden as the turret falls, but now the Nexus is under threat just as the Lulu's going to die with 7 seconds on Sneaky Emperor. This is going to be the game. Euro 2L are going to pick up a victory and proceed to the semi-finals.
Euro 2L just did it with the composition we saw yesterday. Euro 2L knew that they were too strong and that their champions synergized really well with each other. It's kind of what we said, Stan. It's the Lulu, yes, it's the support pick, and the Lulu does fairly well, but the Kassadin takes too long to scale.
Unfortunately, that was the case, and for the second in a row, unfortunately, the IMOs, they fall at the first hurdle, which, at least fortunately for the casters, means that we don't have to worry about if we're pronouncing it right. And our apologies if we have been getting it wrong. We do our best to try and get it right for the teams. Congratulations to Euro 2L, who do progress. They are there in the semi-finals alongside Bayern München and Unlucky Clowns. We've got one last game, which will decide who our final semi-finalist is, and that one is coming up very, very soon.
Yeah, it is Retenzia versus Agreed, and that's our final quarterfinal. And afterwards, we are moving into the semifinals. Once again, the semifinals are best of threes, so you can change up your composition a bit. You can try something new if you really want to, or you can keep your pocket picks hidden for maybe the final, or as always, you can just mirror matchup, as we saw yesterday. I like that we saw the Azir and the Wukong and the Tryndamere again, but guys, there are other champion as well. In the end, if it's the strongest in the meta, please just pick it as well, because everybody wants that free cash.
I love the way that earlier on you were like, yeah, no, it's great to see the same ones. We're like one game in of Wukong, Azir, and Tryndamere, and like, other champs, guys, other champs. But no, I think
I'm a very fickle person. I'm a very fickle person. I change my opinion several times a day.
We are just one more quarterfinal. We've got just one more quarterfinal to play. This means it is pretty much your last opportunity to enter exclamation Caster Bash if you want that opportunity to play against myself or Caster Exodus. You'll potentially get picked out of a hat. If you do, you need to let us know your EU Northeast account where you'll get the opportunity to play against us during one of our breaks. If you beat us, there is a €50 reward headed your way courtesy of Trovo Titans. And yeah, it's a pretty fun prize for just beating two washed up casters. You know what they say? If you can't play, coach. And if you can't coach, cast. And if you can't cast, get in Trovo chat. Yeah. You can't say that about my dogs. They are guest analysts supreme. That is harsh, but accurate. They do not have opposable thumbs.
It's a joke I always used to make with it's a good friend of mine and we work together. It's Woong, or Omar as we call him, but his name is Woong, and he used to be an analyst and he's now moved into a caster role. And I used to say, well, if you can't cast, just go for an analyst and make sure you do all your prep work in advance. But don't tell him I said that.
I mean, he might even be watching. Maybe they've entered exclamation Caster Bash to try and take you down, and frankly, I think they would. All right. Well, we are getting closer and closer to our last quarterfinal. So far, we've decided between us. Well, the games have decided for us that I will get to pick my champion. You will not. You will get to pick your summoner spells. I will not.
Yeah.
We will both get to pick our keystone. There's only one thing left to potentially have picked for us, Sav.
Okay.
And that is starting items.
Oh, I forgot about those.
Which, as you know, in a game where there are no backs and it's literally first blood or first turret secures the game, starting items are your only items in the game. Now, I will set the rule that you have to spend all the gold. But if you get this one wrong, the other person gets to choose your starting items. So no pressure.
You can really screw over someone with this because you can just say, you know, you have to spend all the gold. Okay, how about you buy 5 rejuvenation beads and a tier? Because that's something that really hurts, and I think it's around the amount of. I think you've almost spent, or at least spent most of the gold.
Thor and Loki are not happy about the sound of that. They're like, no, that's too cruel, Zav. But I love it, and that's why we're doing it. So we'll see who the next teams are. We get to see their drafts, and then we'll both get to pick exactly who we think is going to take the win there. And as a result, that will decide our future. That might also decide some of your futures out there. If you're typing exclamation Caster Bash and you're entering, trying to get that opportunity to play against us. Looking forward to getting those games in today. Our final quarterfinal, the team that we'll be picking in a moment will be either Retenzia or Agreed. They're coming into this one, and yeah, it'll be very interesting to see just how that match goes.
Still have to wait and see. We're waiting until they load up in Champ Select. In the meantime, Stan, we did say, okay, what can we? I did already ask you if you have 1K, if you have €1,000, what would you spend it on? You said a gift for your dad. Imagine you have €10,000, which we obviously don't have. What would you spend it on? Once again, you have to spend it. You can't invest it into something.
Well, are we allowed to do the sort of like the grown-up stuff, like saying paying off like more of the house mortgage and stuff like that, or does it have to? Are we talking like fun stuff?
No, sure. That I think that's a valid way to spend the money. Sure.
Yeah, I would love to get rid of a little bit of my standing debt. I'm not gonna lie. Also available for all casting opportunities as and when you want me, so I can pay as much of that house off as I can. But no, if it was something a little bit more fun for myself, honestly, I don't have a lot of things I want. Actually, you know what? The thing I most want right now, and speaking of my house, when I bought this house, it came installed with a shower and not a bath. And I love having a bath. So for me, I'd love to redo my bathroom, get a bath in there instead of a shower. That would make me very, very happy indeed.
Oh, that's it. I completely agree with you, because one of the reasons I moved into this particular place, well, one of the reasons, is because it had a bath. I was always used to a bath. I think a shower is great because you can have, when you have a shower, you just, quickly need a shower. But when you want to relax, when you really want to clean yourself, or when you want to say, hey, let's have a fun, or at least let's have, a good experience when cleaning myself, let's just go for a bath, because you can sit down, you can relax. And as and you can relax. You can put on some music, or as I do, I know I shouldn't, but I watch a video on my phone. Most of the time, I watch a YouTube video on my phone, which is really cool to have. I saw some newer champions being hovered during this champion select.
I always seen plenty of different hovers, but as always, we don't talk too much about the hovers until we see the lock-ins, because quite often people are disguising a little bit what they're going to be picking, just in case there's anyone who maybe might have a little bit of access to seeing what they can do. The changes come through. Yet again, we see the Tryndamere, we see the Azir this time paired up with the Aurelia rather than the Wukong, something we saw quite a lot of the other day. Aurelia's over on the other side as well, paired with a Camille and an Orianna. We've seen the comps. We see what Retenzia and Agreed have got planned for each other in this game. And as always, I ask the question, who's going to be taking the win? Is it my turn to pick first?
I think it is your turn to pick first. I'm not 100% sure, but let's just go with it.
Ooh. This is a really tough one, to be honest. I'm going to go with...
Quickly looking up OPGGing the players.
I wish that was what I was doing. I'm going to go for Retenzia because of the Azir and the Tryndamere. I've seen it work too many times to bet against it, and I am going to go with the one which, admittedly, I kind of hope loses because I like seeing new things progressing, but I'm going to go with Retenzia. How about you?
I'm also going to go for Retenzia. Yeah, boring, but I know it's just the composition. It's worked out well so far, especially with the Aurelia as well. Aurelia is a champion that can just, with the Q resets and in the Howling Abyss map, she can get that gold in very fast. She also has the healing. She is such a menace to deal with in fights, especially in 3v3 fights. So Retenzia, on paper at least, has a stronger potential. However, one good shockwave can still make a difference. And once again, prove us wrong, guys. Please do.
As we wait for that final quarterfinal to get onto the Abyss and get the opportunity to cast it, I'll once again avert people's eyes just below me to the quotes that are coming up, courtesy of Leon, our mascot. Some fun little tidbits there. Wow, it's uncanny.
Right.
So it's you know. There's a lot of very fun little bits, of whether they be the lore of League of Legends or in the creation of it. And out there on Trovo chat, I'll ask you, have you got any particular favourite little anecdotes you know about League, things that maybe, tidbits that maybe not everybody would? Is there a particular favourite that you have, Zav?
Let me think. Is there a particular favorite tidbit of information?
What do you think of yours?
Yeah.
I'll share my personal favourite, and it's a simple one, and I wouldn't say most people, but a lot of people know it, and that's that Vayne's first name is Shauna, and it just always makes me laugh because she just doesn't look like a Shauna. Like, this may be stereotypical in my head, but I hear Shauna and I think maybe, American high school cheerleader. I look at Vayne and I see sort of Van Helsing-esque character, and I'm like, Shauna Vayne? Really? Shauna? You're going to go Shauna? And it just tickles me every time I see Vayne and go, your name's Shauna.
It's also, Shauna Vayne is also a name that doesn't really roll off the tongue, right? So I kind of get why that would frustrate you. I think one thing that I think is still kind of funny is when it says in the loading screen, Dr. Mundo is not really a doctor. It's like,
Doctor, yeah.
I think, what's the point then of calling him Dr. Mundo, since everybody calls him Mundo anyway? It's kind of this thing where I like to go on a rant.
Which leads to one of the other questions I ask. What's one of your favorite quotes in the game? Because for me, the Mundo skin, I forget what it's called, the Office Mundo skin, is just has that wonderful one where Mundo is king of office romance.
One of my favorite skin lines and one of my favorite voice lines is when I actually discovered last week. Nunubot, when you kill the Grump, he says, "I eat my Grump with ketchup experience." I thought actually that's really funny. I think that's one of the better jokes in the game. I thought, you know what? That's gonna be my favorite voice line from now on.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, there's a lot of very cool ones in there. They put a lot of detail into the champions, and we're going to get to see 6 of those champions on the Rift. Well, in this case, we're going to get to see 5 of them because there is an Aurelia on both of these two teams. Both of these teams are fighting it out, trying to get that last spot in the semi-finals for our Birthday Bash 3v3 tournament. trying to get a little bit more of that fantastic prize pool put out there by the Trovo Titans. We're seeing Oriana, Camille, and Aurelia on the red side running out against the familiar format, which is the Azir, the Tryndamere, and the Aurelia for the Blues.
Now, both of these team compositions we have seen before. The Camille is kind of a newer pick here. The Camille and the Aurelia, similar champions, are often paired up against each other as well in the top lane. Now, the Camille, you have that engage, and you also have a ball delivery system. So there is a lot of outplay potential for Agreed to make sure that, one, they have that shockwave land, and he needs to land on the Azir.
It's going to be really, really crucial as we get towards level 6, but right now in the early levels, these two teams not seeming to want to juke it out too much, but with a little bit of aggression, Tiv is going to step forward, get damage down to Stojazzi, and it's just a slow, steady start, not the early first bloods we've been seeing a lot of today.
Still waiting a little bit longer for these two teams to unlock level 6. So once again, massively important. That's when we might see these fights. Let's take a look at the summoners. We do see two flashes coming out alongside of Agreed that actually might be greedy, because Retensia has opted to pick a barrier and an exhaust. These exhausts can make the difference. The Aurelia alongside of Agreed also hasn't taken an exhaust, also has opted for the barrier ignite, which I don't want to say is a mistake, but once again, it's really making, then you're saying I want to make those outplays and I don't need an exhaust for the damage difference.
I am pleased with Agreed, though, to find out that they're not too greedy, because they have fed 2 Poros, whereas Retensia, they've only fed 1 so far, so Agreed,
how dare they?
Favorites.
How dare they? These Poros need to eat as well. I mean, they're up here in the cold. I want to say dreary, but it's actually not that dreary. It's kind of nice. Up in the howling abyss here. Feed your Poros, guys. Feed a Poro, save life.
It's the secret unknown win condition of ARAM, where if you make the Poro explode, then you actually just instantly win the game.
I would love if that would be my favorite thing ever. If there was something in the game that hasn't been discovered for these 11 years, where it's like, hold on, what? And it was put there intentionally, where it's like, hold on, if I kill this particular thing or stand this particular thing, I get like loads of gold, which you also might get if you win a team fight.
Stun connects onto Stojazzi, who takes a little bit of damage, but so far the trades are quite minimalistic. We're hitting the level 6 mark now for each of these two teams, and it feels like the action is about to blaze up.
Yeah, the Oriana digging out the health, like that's not particularly great for Agreed. She's the only one who has lost a little bit of health, not enough to make a huge difference in the next fight. This wave will crash into Retensia's base, but the Aurelia is just gonna QQ all over it.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. This is one of the things that we see when the Aurelia is there, is they essentially go, all your CS is my CS, and it's a bit of a rough one for the Tryndamere, actually, who's quite often the champion that we see picking up the lion's share of the CS when they're without an Aurelia in their team.
Yeah, it's the old, I want to say, I'm thinking of what game was the original one in the old, all your CSR belong to us. This is the first fight.
Vanguard's Edge, it's the level 6 we come through. Big shockwave, but it's time for the Hextech Ultimatum. Nice Emperor's Divide comes in. First blood secured by the Tryndamere. Stefanos Alexander gets 1. Paladin Light strikes as well. And it is going to be a double kill for the Tryndamere. 2 for 1 so far, with Platinonio trying to run to the safety of their turret. A couple of turret shots are going to connect. Undying Rage still available for Stefanos, though they played the fight absolutely to perfection. Now they'll look to step forward again, trying to get their last kill, or maybe just a bit of a turret damage.
I think this Stefano can just go all in here. He has the Undying Rage available, but he doesn't press the button! Stefano!
No, I think that's intentional. I think that's intentional.
Is it intentional?
I think so. I think they're okay dying there and keeping such a crucial ability for what could be another fight brewing quickly, knowing that there's not going to be a single ultimate available on the other team.
Here is Petinio also going for the execute, making sure that they have a good reset for that next fight. I actually tend to agree, I was mistaken there. Keeping your ultimate is better, but Paladin of Light taking on mid game, he's also going for a reset. If you do plays like this, I'm not saying they're wrong, but if you do plays like this, you continue the status quo, which is kind of what you want to break as a team.
Yeah, very valid point, and it's an interesting one that we saw both the majors essentially inting that one to get themselves their resets to be able to pick up the items. As a result, there, I think that what you said earlier on, Dustfarm, possibly was true, that maybe should have gone into play because it's such a short cooldown on the Undying Rage. But hey, you know what? Why dwell on the past when we can focus on the present? And it's going to be the turret of Retenzia that's coming under pressure a little bit now.
Still having to wait for the next team fight. The turret from Agreed has taken a lot of damage already, so this one will fall, especially if the Demolish proc is used. We did already see that taking down that first inhibitor is sometimes game winning. It is sometimes the thing that will put all of the tempo for the next 5 to 6 minutes into your team. It's also the play that makes the enemy team not being able to push into you when you lose a team fight.
Just laughing at the CS that's been accrued by both of these already. It's just consistently darting in and out, getting the resets onto those low health minions. They're going to have so much gold to spend when they get their next back. Crucially, off those last two backs, Plutonio and Midking both able to find their Leandry, so they're going to have those mythics completed now. It's going to be the turret of Agreed that's once again under pressure, and it looks like this is their moment to go for it. Then Tiv is pushed back by the Emperor of the Vibe, but the Shockwave catches onto 3. Paladin of Light finds one onto Midking. Yet again, Tryndamere is the one trying to do the damage for his team, but is killed off pretty expertly. Stojazi is going... Sorry, no, the Tryndamere survives, and so does Stojazi. It's going to be a 2-for-1 for Retenzia.
Retenzia was able to survive in that fight. Both of them were, both the mages did beautiful ultimates. First of all, it started off with Midking and his Emperor's Divide, making sure that he was able to survive for a little while longer. The Shockwave messed up Retenzia's team fight, and afterwards it was Agreed that kind of saw, this Aurelia, Stoyazi, he was able to get those resets. And if you get the resets with Aurelia, you have your passive stack. You really shouldn't be fighting her.
Stojazi, however, maybe wants to take the fight. We're going to see the hookshot out from Paladin Light. They go back in, try and find stun, but unable to connect with it. Meditative taking quite a bit of damage. Stojazi is the lowest, however, and they do get shut down by their fellow Aurelia. 2-for-1 so far for Agreed. Midking just staying on the edge of this fight, making sure they stay alive, so they've got the wave clear as Agreed push towards their turret.
We have seen games like this before yesterday, where kills are being traded over, where it's not... Both teams aren't really able to push all that hard. Beautiful Shockwave here, by the way. Midking is taken down, meaning that it is also Agreed and can go for a decent reset with Paladin of Light. So what I was saying before, you still have the status quo, and it's going to come down to one particular team fight where the death timers are way too high.
And on the back of that fight as well, I really like the play from Plutonio, essentially trading the life of Meditev and also the Shockwave to get that kill. It means that they get the really nice timing on the reset, and they're going to be able to get basically everyone back up at exactly the right moment as this wave starts to push back up towards them. Juggling the wave management is such a crucial part of these games.
Wave management is definitely key here. With the wave management, you want to make sure that whenever you fight, there is already a big wave of your minions, meaning that yes, you do a little bit more damage, but also the enemy team is struggling with afterwards, if you lose the fight, clearing the wave. However, there's one caveat to that. Aurelia's love fighting in big waves because they can use the minions to ping up on them.
Big aggression going in from Retenzia. They managed to take down the first turret. They continue the fight. Hextech Ultimatum is enough to secure one kill as Aurelia finds this one for himself before dying off to the Tryndamere. Stojazi doing great work as Aurelia finishes off Plutonio with a little bit of help from Stefanos Alexand. And yet again, Undying Rage just times through everything in these fights so brilliantly, showing that Tryndamere has become essentially the alpha dominant force of this tournament.
Yeah, and Retenzia is going to push on even further, taking down this turret, might even taking down the Nexus. The problem with the Orianna right now is that, yes, her ultimate is impactful, yes, there is follow-up. However, as soon as her cooldowns are used, you don't have DPS anymore. I was to go into another fight here as well. The Tryndamere is being engaged on. No Undying Rage wants to be, they don't want to use their Undying Rage. Stoyazi trying to see if he can get a counter kill onto Medfi, not necessarily. So, what I was saying, the Shockwave is being used, but you don't have DPS anymore. And that's the advantage of Azir. Azir is a champion that can both use an impactful ultimate and still dish out loads of damage afterwards. Loads of continuous damage.
A valid point. Interesting timing on the reset here, however, because it's going to allow access to this turret for Agreed. They're going to be able to at least get something back, but they gave up their inhibitor, and now they're going to be pushing not only into the Sand Soldiers, but the Super Minions as well. We'll look towards the Sun Disc for Retenzia. It's going to be so hard for Agreed to push back into this one with just how strong that Tryndamere is now with the Kraken Slayer, but Agreed, credit to them, they're keeping themselves in this game.
Putting up the stun disc here, I was thinking of making the same move would have been easier, but it's Soyazi going for another engage.
Shockwave is only going to catch on to one. It's Stefanos, and this time they die without using Undying Rage. That's a real misplay. We've talked about whether or not they should have used it in a couple of previous deaths. This time, there was no doubt about it, but Retenzia unable to use such a crucial ability to their advantage. Agreed will be pushing into the Super Minions, but they will have a power play.
Luckily, Retenzia does have the Sun Disc up, so they can stall this push a little while longer. 9 seconds on Stefano, but they're not gonna defend this turret at all. They make sure that, hey, we have to back. I think the Demolish proc was used, which is important. Hexakill made him in the backline. Here comes the Emperor's Divide. And Platano is immediately under the turret. Mid-King as well. He is not being targeted whatsoever. And Agreed is on the wrong side of the turret. Triple kill for Mid-King.
Perfect use of the Sand Soldiers, with the Sun Disc having died just moments before. Mid-King was able to make the stand at their own inhibitor turret. Now they pushed forward towards the exposed Nexus turrets.
And Retenzia might actually go for a very powerful push here. Maybe not take down the Nexus, but definitely do a lot of damage towards these turrets. However, you can also go for a potential execute.
Yeah, that's exactly what Mid-King's going to do, and actually Stefanos steps away, realising what the Azir is attempting to accomplish. There will be no extra gold going over to Agreed, despite the fact that Retenzia had, of course, had so much gold suddenly poured into that Azir who had picked up all the kills in the last fight. Again, Agreed will have to push out. Again, they'll have to deal with the Super Minions, and this time it's almost certain that when the fight starts again, it will be 3v3.
A 3v3 fight definitely will happen, and most of these teams need to make sure that their ultimates and their CC land. We saw what can happen if an Aurelia whiffs your ultimate. Then suddenly the fight turns very heavily in your favor. You lose your passive stacks, you lose your resets on your Q, and the other Aurelia doesn't, and it's such an advantage. Yes, the Tryndameres are powerhouses, they're the big dog as you called them, but the Aurelias are impactful as well, especially when they have the biggest gold lead out of all of their teammates.
I wonder why that is, Zav.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. QQQ.
So it's when you see the Aurelia on one team almost managing to flame Horizon the Azir of the other team. You know what's going on. And we're just waiting for this next fight to sort of just to simmer and then to bubble over. I do expect Retenzia to be in a great position to take the next fight, potentially take the game as well. Agreed have got pretty much one huge win condition here, and that is kill off Mid-King quickly and hope that you're then able to kill off Stefanos past his Undying Range after that. If you manage that, you definitely take the fight, and full credit if you are able to do it. It's just going to be so tough for Agreed to do.
Agreed, they're trying to bait it out, they're trying to actually stall the game a little bit, and that they can farm up these waves, but eventually what they really need to do is trap them in a certain position, make sure that that Hextech ultimatum is used to deny an ability from either an Aurelia or either from an Azir ultimate.
Okay, so we are just potentially moments away from this next fight. All the cooldowns are now available. We do see the ultimates are there. Every single summoner spell is there. This is just going to come down to a sheer battle of who has got more in the tank. Slight level advantages for Plutonio and Paladin of Light, but as you can see at the bottom of the screen, item advantages for Retenzia. They've also got that stopwatch on the Azir, which could be an absolute difference maker.
It's a powder keg ready to explode. The Sun Disc is being used, which is good position, good thinking from Retenzia. They stalled the game on a little bit longer. This is the last wave of supers. Last waves of super, so Retenzia once again keeping up the status quo. Tension is really tight in this game.
It really is, and considering that there's, such a lead in terms of structures taken, look at the gold lead that have Agreed have managed to amass for themselves. Now, with those more supers pushing through, this is something of a level playing field, and Retenzia actually take a huge amount of damage just from that one command attack, and Mid-King is going to start this fight at 75% health.
Mid-King still waiting for maybe some more healing relics. They are spawning in just a couple of seconds, so then you're gonna even it out. However, it's kind of weird that both of these teams are still standing here, not wanting to take the risk.
Well, here's the thing. I spoke about it right at the beginning of broadcast. I said, are we going to be seeing sort of just gung-ho attitude, or will it be a little bit more of playing safely, knowing that if you make a mistake, you could be out? And I think that's the case for both of these teams. I honestly believe if one team gets aced here, depending on who's alive for the other team just walks down and ends the game. So neither team wants to make the mistake that's going to send them out of such a great tournament.
There is one thing, though, that Retensia hasn't taken into account, because they have been zoned off from the wave. So far, look at the level difference. Greed has already reached 3 people, where all 3 of their teammates have level 16, while Retensia has 15, 14, and 14, meaning that Greed has a level advantage, and they should take advantage of it right now. They should engage on them, but they don't, because they don't feel strong enough just yet.
And let's be clear, it's not just a level advantage, it is the best possible level advantage you can have, getting that 3rd level of your ultimate ability available to you. Agreed take away yet another one of these health relics, and they set up for what could be the fight to end this game. Paladin of Light goes aggressive, but then steps back away, having removed some of Stefanos' health. They'll be able to get most of that back with the Rage Bar, however.
I do feel this is a missed opportunity from Agreed. Retensia slowly leveling up just yet. They still have an opportunity to engage now. Here comes a Shockwave.
Shockwave on 2 is going to be absolutely huge. Mid-King goes gold in the middle of the Vanguard's edge. The same thing from Antonio, who's surviving for now. And it is going to be Camille who gets the first kill. So 1-for-1 as Oriana dies as well. Both of the mages dead and all down to the Brawlers. Tajaji is going to fall. Stefanos trying to do everything they can. Undying Rage already being triggered. And Paladin of Light has got the damage. Misses out with the hookshot. Doesn't connect with the inhibitor. Stefanos trying to at least get a structure, but going to be able to do so. That will be the ace completed. Now down the other side, what can Agreed get? Ventif already pushing forward. Will have the minions arriving shortly, but it's going to go straight in, looking for the execute damage, freezing the minions in place. Maybe getting that demolished proc will help as well, as we do see the Camille is going to arrive late to the fight. By the fight, I mean
choosing not to go for the team, not to go for the execute, for the reset rather, taking out the inhibitor, which is gonna be impactful, which is gonna make sure that there's a difference here. I think Irelia should just go all in here for a reset and see if she can get as much damage down as possible. And that's exactly what's happening. Paladin of Light, same thing, throwing down that last Q on the Nexus turret. It's still such a stalemate, however,
long death timer.
Yeah, long death timer, and Agreed has accumulated a 2k gold difference. Is this Retensia going all in here? Let's see, 27 seconds on Paladin of Light.
They're definitely going to be taking an inhibitor. That much is certain. We're going to see inhibitors downed on both sides. The question is, does Retensia have more? Will they be able to push forward? They're trying to bring the minions through as quickly as they can. They're having to push into supers themselves. And as a result, I don't think they're going to be able to end on this push. The death timers were not long enough to allow that.
No, now it's Retensia trying to build up the wave, and it is super minion against super minion. Level 16 has been hit by all of the players in the team. Level 18 is close, so even that advantage or that possible difference is going to be something of the past.
So what we see here is Agreed waiting on the fountain, all getting as much gold as they possibly can, potentially even getting some elixirs for himself. I think we see Elixir of Fury around Mentiv, and we are now pretty much at the place where we're as close to full build as we are going to be getting in this game. We know this next fight will probably be ending things. Both these inhibitors down. Nexus turrets also on slightly lower health, especially if you're Agreed. Big fight coming up. Stefanos defending the fight scored out. Mentiv throwing down the Vanguard's edge, pushed back by the Emperor's Fire. Shockwave not really catching on to anyone. Stefanos going low, however. Zod goes golden, is able to survive longer than we see anyone on Retensia surviving for. Agreed win their 2nd consecutive fight and will be able to push forward to the Nexus turret. 30-second death timers. They will have to push into super minions, but I think they've got what it takes.
They have so much damage. They have an Irelia who's level 18. They have a Camille who's level 18. These super minions, these turrets are not going to stand long. Mid-King, 10 seconds. The rest of the team, 30 and 40 seconds. Will they be able to respawn in time? Absolutely not. The demolished procs means that it's Agreed who wins the last quarterfinal.
They are the comeback kings. Retensia look like they had the edge. They take the inhibitor early, but they watch their own Nexus explode, crowning Agreed as our final semi-finalists. We now know exactly who will be meeting up in those matchups, those best of threes. Our best of ones are concluded. We know which 4 teams are now going to be taking just that €100 prize pool, which certainly isn't to be sneezed at. It's still a great prize to take away for yourselves. That'll be Petapino, the Juice Drinkers, IMO 69, and Retensia each get that for themselves. But Bayern Munich and the Unlucky Clowns, they will face off in one semi-final. Euro 2 Liters and Agree, they'll face off in the other, knowing that a win in that best of 3 takes you so close to a potential €1,000 prize for your team.
Yeah, and 100 Titan points, obviously. And this is the final chance for everybody who's watching right now to enter the Caster Bash. We've been talking about it so much, but it's the final time. Press exclamation Caster Bash in chat, and then you can enter. You can win €50 if you beat us, which is very likely, since there are some shenanigans been going on. But most importantly, even more importantly even, you have the chance to ridicule us, or at least me, for the rest of your life, to have that pride, and you can say, yeah, I've beaten Exodus in 1v1. No biggie, no big deal.
You're right, it is no big deal. Even I've done it. But we are going to have that opportunity. I believe Cast Bash is just about to close. Make sure that if you're selected, you've got an EU Northeast account, so you've got the opportunity to play against one of us very, very soon. We are going to be going in with... I don't honestly think we need handicaps, because I think a lot of the players out there in Trovo chat are pretty excellent. But the handicaps we're going to be dealing with, I'm going to be picking Exodus's champion and my own, which is nice for me. He, however, will get to pick the summoner spells that all of us will be using. We both get to choose our own keystones, but we will be choosing each other's starting and, well, only items in this game that will be First Blood or First Poet Blood.
The winners for the raffle are Mustafa Gamer and Gaming with Akali. Are we gonna let the audience decide, or at least the person decide who do they want to play against?
You know what? This person's got Akali in their name, so you can play against them.
Oh, thank you, Stan. That's really lovely of you. So nice.
And also, Mustafa Game, it sounds a little bit like Mufasa, and I really like The Lion King, so it was right for me to face them.
Sure, I agree.
Also makes me think of Mustafar, which I think is the planet in Star Wars where they have the fight where it's, you have the higher ground. But anyway, I'm sure that's not at all what it's to do with. Hopefully those two people will see that and will be able to pass their EU Northeast summoner details on. We'll be able to get those games on during the break. When we come back after the break, we'll be able to show you hopefully some of those matches. We'll also definitely for sure have the best of threes, which will be our semi-finals here for the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. Please stick around. Please join us for those. It's going to be great. We'll be back soon. Thanks for sticking around. We're back. We're going to be bringing you the semi-finals of our Birthday Bash tournament very, very shortly. But first, there is the small matter of a caster bash to deal with. Myself and Xavier, we both went head-to-head with someone from Trovo chat during the break. And those people, if they were able to defeat us, they would win a €50 prize. The question was, were either of them able to do so? Both myself and Xavier, we've been tight-lipped about what happened in those games, though we did know a little bit about what was going to happen in the draft. We are going to get straight into those games now, starting with mine, I believe.
Now let's go straight into your game first. Now do keep in mind, I chose your summoners and I also chose your starting items. I was fairly, I think it was fairly nice with your starting items.
You were quite kind with it, and we'll see how things play out. This is up against Toad, who's going to go straight in, face checking. I'm going to get the early bit of damage down. Toad is in a lot of trouble, fighting back. I've gone in with the Alpha, maybe a little bit too aggressive, missing with the Snowball. A final flay of the silver legs, and Toad picks up the win and a €50 prize.
Well done. Maybe I shouldn't be. I should have been more. Should have given you more mercy with the summoners, maybe more mercy with the items as well. But yeah, Stan, I also saw you didn't use your meditate, even though you had it available because you were level 3. What happened there, buddy? You could have just pressed meditate. Maybe survived it even.
I'd love to throw out excuses like, oh, I was playing on EU Northeast, had a bit of ping issue. But no, I just played it quite poorly, even with what I thought was quite kind summoners and items from you. I got outplayed. Toad deserves their prize. Now you bring me your game, Zav.
I'll show you how a real man does it. I'll show you how a real pro does it. He, first of all, doesn't get to pick, but he picks Teemo anyway, because Teemo is one of the manliest champions, one of the most daring champions out there. And Stan, do you think I will win this one? Yeah, I know. Do you think I will win?
I have faith in you. I know what you can do on the Rift. I've seen you beat me on there. I'm expecting you to show no mercy to Omega Tryhard.
So the first thing I did here was, I actually saw you put the Belgian flag up. Oh, thanks, production. So the first thing I did, I was in this brush, typical Teemo tactic.
Yeah, absolutely. Going invisible. You bring us the action. This is your game to tell.
Oh yeah, I bring the section. Okay, so here's where I already messed up a bit. So I'm really low. Didn't really pick armor my runes because I didn't think I need them. That's what was my first mistake. But then I'm arranged. Okay, I have that blind. I can actually outplay this Aurelia. Now, sure, she can heal from the Qs, but as soon as that stun lands, I just pop down that Q and I win. Omega Tryhard sees minions aren't quite low enough yet to use that Q reset onto it, but right as I want to land those auto attacks, he's smartly using the brush to his advantage. So I go to the other side of the map, trap myself into a corner, then I go into the turret, see if I can get something done, but it's Omega Tryhard getting that first blood in.
Omega Tryhard, congratulations to them, picking up a €50 prize as well. We both fall, and I'm hearing from production as a result are both fired, and they're looking for better casters for next time.
Oh, really? I didn't read that part of the contract.
No, I'm just psyching you out. Okay. Fortunately, we're not here. As we said, we're not here for our playing skill. Congratulations to those two who were able to beat us. I will say, Zav, you put up a better fight, and you weren't even allowed to pick your champ, so credit to you there.
Did I put up?
Well, let's put it this way. At least the minions arrived in lane before you died.
And I got to be level 4. I got to be level 4. Ha. Hey.
Yeah. You are, Hope is legitimately running away. She's so disappointed in her owner. So no, very well done to both of those players. Congratulations, picking up €50 a piece. Now we turn our attention to the even bigger prize pool, which some of these players, well, all of them are going to be securing a rather large amount of the earnings here from this prize pool. Bayern München, Unlucky Clowns, they'll be our first semi-final. Then Euro 2L and Agreed will be the second.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those two. Two of those 4 teams advancing to the final. We did see similar picks. However, I did like it was the Unlucky Clowns who went with the Vayne comp. It's something we didn't see yesterday or today, which is kind of nice and also worked out fairly well. So they might be almost a dark horse almost the question mark in this particular composition because they bring that, how do you actually play against that? We haven't really seen it in this 3v3. If you pick Yazir, Aurelia, Tryndamere, you kind of know what to expect. With this, it's a little bit different.
We're going to bring you into the first game of that best of 3 for the semi-finals very, very shortly. In the meantime, however, we just have the opportunity to say a big thank you to the Titans who are hosting us. It's the Trovo's birthday month, and we've got all sorts of great events going on. Over the next few days, we're going to see even more events here, and make sure you're following the channel because it's going to be live pretty much every day with all sorts of really cool stuff all the way through the month of May. Big prize pools on those tournaments as well, which I think some of them are still open to be able to enter. So yeah, really, really cool project to be involved with, and I've definitely loved being here. I'm sure you have too, Zaf.
Yeah, absolutely. I love being part of this. Normally, I would say, hey, if you're celebrating your birthday for an entire month, it's kind of a big ego, you know, but you're literally giving away all these gifts. So, you know what? Actually, that's kind of nice. If you want to celebrate your birthday for an entire month, please do so, and please keep sending those gifts out to our wonderful audience. Now, I've had really a lot of fun. Now, Stan, I think I didn't really ask this particular question before. If there's one champion you would love to see today, which one would it be? And it needs to be a champion we haven't seen already.
So it's actually a champion I'm surprised I haven't seen, and usually I'd be saying that I don't want to see it because it annoys me because I always think of it as a clone of another champion, but it's one that I feel has a good place and could actually bring more to some of these teams over something like the Lulu pick that we've seen, and that's Seraphine. I always feel like it's exceptionally powerful on the Abyss with the way its aura works. I think it brings a lot in terms of the CC potential, the healing that's going to give, and still has a decent amount of poke to its name as well. So for me, I'm surprised we haven't seen it yet. I would actually like to see it. How about you?
Exactly for the same reasons. I'm going to say EUNE, because EUNE would actually be a very good follow-up on, for example, in the Azir, Tryndamere, Aurelia comp. You can actually swap out one of those players for a EUNE because you have that ultimate, which is kind of similar to an Emperor's Divide, but you also dish out damage. You also do mixed damage, which means that it's kind of difficult to build resistances against. So EUNE would definitely be a good champion to pick here as well.
Yeah, it would indeed. We're going to see which champions are locked in for these two teams very shortly. Bayern Munich and Unlucky Clowns, both victors earlier in the day, both running very, very different compositions. We'll see what they go to as we go into the first game of this best of 3.
Still waiting on those lock-ins as before. We're not going to spoil too much to keep competitive integrity going. Now it's only 8 more seconds remaining. We do see some similar picks. There is the first lock-ins. It is the Tryndamere Orianna Nocturne versus, again, the Vayne Lulu Nocturne.
I do think this is, I'm not going to say it's identical to what we saw from last of these two teams because I don't remember the exact comps, but it certainly seems very similar to what we saw from them earlier on in the day with the double ups in the Nocturne. That's quite interesting. With the lack of a double up in the Tryndamere, this is something that I believe I'm correct in saying every time that we've seen so far a Tryndamere against a not a Tryndamere, I believe the Tryndamere has won. So this could be the opportunity for maybe the Clowns to break that streak.
Yeah, and with the Tryndamere up against the Vayne, I mean, Vayne has that condemn potential, so Vayne might be able to stall out a Tryndamere with the Undying range. You also have the Lulu. Obviously, Lulu has been mostly a miss, unless it was on the Unlucky Clown side. Then is when the Lulu really synergized well with the Vayne. Also, the Lulu Nocturne combination worked really well with that Wild Growth engage. So I'm fairly excited. Well, not fairly. I'm really excited to see what the Unlucky Clowns can actually bring with this particular comp.
Okay, well, we're going to find out very, very soon. They'll be on to the Abyss. We'll be following all of the action. Remember, it's the first game in a best of 3. All of our quarterfinals were just best of 1s. At least there's a little bit of give here. If you make one mistake, you know you do still have the opportunity to bounce back. Oh, you know what? That's really fun. So I'm looking down to Leon and seeing our little one. Vi stands for the Roman numeral 6 because she was the 106th champion. I obviously know that Vi is 6 in Roman numerals. I did not realize they were the 106th champion. And that also makes me feel really, really old when it comes to League of Legends because I very much remember when that was released. It was plenty after I started playing the game. And there have been 49 more champion releases since that one.
Oh, okay. So you started playing the game when Vi was released?
So before that, I think there were about 4 champions released before it. So I think when I started, I think it was Zed got released, then Nami, then one other, then Vi, if I remember correctly. But I might be misremembering slightly. I'll have to check the order.
I think the champion, I'm not particularly sure. I think the champion that was released when I started playing was Elise. Because I remember seeing the splash art from, or seeing the login screen from it, and this was from a very old launcher, by the way. This was from the There Is No Earth level launcher, by the way. A little bit of tidbit information for the older players out there, but it also, I saw the splash art, I saw the champion login animation, and I thought, hang on. The friend who recommended this game to me said that it kind of looked a little bit like the Warcraft 3 mod on Dota. And I saw this and thought, oh, okay, so you have undead characters in the game, because in Warcraft 3, you have these, I think they're called Nerubians. They're like these big spiders who have little spiderlings around them. I was like, oh, okay, it shouldn't be that difficult then. I'll just play Nerubian. And then I picked Elise because that was a new champion released. Didn't know what I was doing. Had no idea how the game went. I just thought, hold on, but okay, this is the enemy's base, but where are the units spawning from? And I really was thinking, why am I farming jungle minions? Why am I doing this? Why shouldn't I be building a base or something? I had no idea what League actually entitled.
Wow. Well, how times have changed, and I've just had a little look at release order, and that means that we started playing probably within about a month of each other, because
cool.
Going back to 2012, the release order went Kha'Zix, Elise, Zed, Nami, Vi, and then Thresh. So I started playing in the Zed patch. It sounds like you started playing on either the Elise patch or the Kha'Zix patch. So yeah, within 1 or 2 champion releases of each other, back on 11.3. Wow, that is taking me back. So yeah, what was the thing that made you actually pick up League in the first place, outside of just, oh, this champion looks cool?
It was my one meta I had in class. I always loved playing Warcraft 3. It was the first game I really got into, and it was so much fun to play. I played it to death. And then this other friend of mine, also at Warcraft 3, we played together, and he said, hey, there's this game that kind of took inspiration from this, and it's really fun to play. You all have the hero units, and that's why I started, why I got into League of Legends. Talking about League of Legends, let's talk about this game.
We will, and I'll give you the rundown on where I came from. On the back of this game, we've got a little bit of a champ select delay to deal with. Right now, though, no delays in getting the action started. Bayern München already pushing forward. The unlucky Clowns taking a bit of damage onto their Lulu, who's had to chug through some of those potions already. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, Forbidden Idol instead of Moonstone.
Oh yeah,
instead of Vandalglass.
Yeah, so this means that you actually have a lot more mana regen, which is great for the Lulu, because you're actually going in for maybe more poke, maybe more frequent shielding and healing, more frequent shielding and polymorphs on enemy team or your team respectively. So this is something that might work to your advantage. Now, do keep in mind, you level pretty fast. Once you're going to get gold pretty fast, so the Lulu shouldn't be, it shouldn't be a bother for her to get items. Now, she needs to be careful for those Trinimir snowballs.
Very, very much so. We've talked time and time again about how the spin works there and how effective Wolfie can be with the Trinimir. Saw them taking over the last game. The same is true of EUNE, bro, of the Unlucky Clowns, who on that vein, I certainly won't say they single-handedly carried the game, but they were a big part of the reason why Unlucky Clowns find themselves in the semi-final with this slightly more unusual composition for what we've seen as the meta over the last couple of days. Bayern München, though, looking good as they continue to push forward, and it feels like we're going to be waiting until level 6 for this game to erupt.
Yeah, even though the level 6s are, I think the level 6 is stronger for Bayern München, for Bayern in general, because they have that shockwave. Yes, they have the paranoia on both sides, but that undying range is so strong. The wild growth is impactful, but the rest of the team, you have a Vayne, so you rely more on auto attacks anyway, and that final and that ultimate you have is actually more as a protection than doing more damage.
Huge damage onto EUNE, bro, from the Orianna Ball, and it is still Bayern München who are pushing forward. They did manage to get a Demolish proc there, so they've not managed to get a massive amount of damage onto the Unlucky Clowns. One thing I really want to call out is just how crucial I think it is that Lulu is able to live up to their summon name. If they are indeed the core master hero and they choose the wild growth, that could be the difference. Right now, however, they are just waiting to hit level 6, trying to get themselves access to such a crucial ability, and it's going to be low health bars for the Clowns as that happens.
The last time Unlucky Clowns won is because they took advantage, they took over the game almost from the get-go, almost from the start of the game when they won the first fight, surprisingly, by the way, and then they kept on the aggression and never let it go. This time, it's the opposite. It's Bayern making sure that Unlucky Clowns has already taken so much poke damage that they're not able to do anything, and they're having difficulties defending this turret.
Yeah, Paranoia not able to be used by the Clowns here realistically, because it would be something of a suicide mission for Exol this time round. On the other hand, Orianna consistently putting down this ranged poke. It's something I'm surprised we haven't seen more of, ranged poke on the Howling Abyss map, where historically things like a Ziggs and a Xerath have put down horrible poke that's so hard for the opposition to deal with, but it's been more about the bruisers and then just one mage.
It's most, yeah, I tend to agree. It's been along its bruisers and then Azir. That could have been a massive shockwave. The Unlucky Clowns need to be so careful. With the Orianna shockwave potential engaged and a Paranoia coming up, Unlucky Clowns, you can see they're turret hugging like mad.
Min going aggressive. We see the shockwave put down, but I don't believe it connected. Exor goes aggressive, finds first blood onto the Orianna. The fear put down onto the Vayne, but she is in her ultimate, is able to survive for so long. She finds a kill. It's a 2-for-1 so far. Wolfie trying to survive. Silverbolt procs will come through. Umetbro doesn't tumble forward, doesn't find the final bit of damage. Wolfie still has the Undying Rage available, and this one is still very tight between these two teams.
And this is what Unlucky Clowns did the last time as well. By the way, beautiful use of that Paranoia. So the shockwave came through, and the Nocturne from Unlucky Clowns was mashing his Paranoia and his dash with the Paranoia instantly to actually dodge the shockwave, which was massive. Afterwards, Unlucky Clowns, they turn it around again with Vayne and Lulu mechanics.
It is pretty nicely played. The question is, when can Vayne and the Tryndamere find their resets? When can they go back and spend all that hard-earned gold? So much CS picked up by the Tryndamere, who doesn't have to contest with an Aurelia this time. Vayne, plenty of CS and a kill to their name as well. Needs to be stronger and stronger. Of course, they've hit level 7 now, so they are certainly going to be doing more than they did earlier on. And it's an interesting one for me, because we've seen it with Castin, we've seen it with Vayne as well, Zab, that actually these scaling champions who you maybe think won't become relevant are hitting relevancy pretty quickly in these games.
To be fair, the Vayne does have a Lulu backing her up, and you can kind of see with the Pixie damage added onto that, the Vayne dishes out a lot. Also, the final hour from the Vayne, I keep talking about it, but it's such a good protection tool for her, because the Tryndamere, okay, so the Undying Rage comes through, Tryndamere wants to kill the Vayne ASAP, and then she rolls out of it. Then it's kind of a guess where she is, so you can do one auto attack, kind of kite, and then roll out of it again, and then the Undying Rage has ended, meaning the Vayne has the upper hand, which is great for the Unlucky Clowns.
It is very nice for them, but they are consistently being pushed back to their turret. We've seen Demolish procs come through, and Bayern Minen look like they're going to be able to step forward and take this first turret. Exor's trying to make sure that doesn't happen, doesn't have the Paranoia available to them just yet. Snowball spin out from Wolfie will be able to heal up a little bit, getting straight underneath the relic, and that's something the Unlucky Clowns weren't able to take even a little bit of.
No, the Orianna Ball is a good zoning tool. It is a tremendously good zoning tool, because you can just put the ball there and the Vayne cannot heal from health. Like, here comes the shockwave down.
Shockwave connects onto 2, and the Wild Growth has to be used defensively on Lulu, but Umetbro is going untouched, putting down the damage, taking down the Orianna, finding the Silver Bolt procs, using the Condemn onto Wolfie, who spins through, finds the kill onto Lulu after finding the Nocturne as well, but Umetbro gets the shutdown on it. The fear will be put down. Umetbro will go golden, buying enough time to maybe get back to find the Silver Bolt's proc onto Vineboy, and one more tumble, one more auto, double kill for Umetbro, who now needs to find death, and quickly.
Yeah, you don't want to give it over right away. So I think actually you take this health relic as well, but maybe that would be a bit too greedy. That's just me. The Vayne has picked up so many kills. You can see she has the attack damage, but what she doesn't have just yet is the attack speed. Now, if Unlucky Clowns, if Umetbro is able to actually buy a lot more attack speed, then these fights suddenly start looking a hell of a lot differently.
That is true. One thing there, you may have noticed at the last moment, Umetbro doesn't survive long enough to let it be an execution. That means that Vine is able to get all that gold, and they were still dead at the time. They're able to spend all of that gold, crucially, and they even got shutdown gold from the Vayne, who had stayed around for so long to go 4-0. That means that all of a sudden this Nocturne is even more impactful than before, with the shield bow now completed. Same is there for the Vayne as well, and for the Nocturne on the other side. Kraken Slayer completed for the Trinder. It's only going to be the Lulu who is mythicless, having opted into an early Ardent Sensor.
And I completely agree with opting into an Ardent Sensor, because once again the Vayne is a carrying tool for Unlucky Clowns. However, Unlucky Clowns, what they lack is wave clear. What they really lack is any form of defense. you can see it, they have not really pushed out. They have won a fight and then needed to reset. This is gonna play into their disadvantage throughout the entire game. Because either they win a fight where the death timers are so high, or they win the fight with that much of a difference that they just stun the enemy team and they just go for these structures, or they keep getting pushed in and lose the game.
This game for me is very reminiscent of the last game we saw, where we eventually saw the Camille scale up. Hold on, because Orianna completely catches out Yumebro and the Vayne is obliterated. This is not what the Unlucky Clowns needed. Bayern able to find a 2-for-0. Vayne surviving as well. Turret gonna fall. Lulu in no way able to protect the inhibitor. Bayern Minen have just accelerated this game beyond compare.
And disaster has struck for the Unlucky Clowns, because as soon as the Vayne was trapped into the shockwave, she went into an anaphylactic shock and just immediately died. Right now it's Bayern trying to push out even further.
The polymorph connects, but Wolf is able to find Undying Rage. We are going to see 2 quick kills coming in for Yumebro. They'll even find a triple on the back of all of this. But the problem is that the damage has been done. They've lost a Nexus turret. They're going to be pushing into super minions. And yet again, despite winning a fight, they are not going to be able to do much more than push the minions out of their base.
And these super minions are also going to delay any kind of pushes the Unlucky Clowns would have in store for Bayern. Bayern is still in a fantastic spot. Yes, the death timers have risen to a time where you really need to think about, do we actually go for a reset? Because 20 seconds, 25 seconds, that actually gives Unlucky Clowns time. Right now, even if you lose this turret, you still have so many more remaining, and Unlucky Clowns only has 1 left standing.
It's so true. Fortunately, it's low enough death timers that if they were to get wiped, maybe they respawn in time, but I don't feel like at the moment the Lucky Clowns can even opt into that as a potential. We see the Shockwave is yet again available for the Orianna. The last one's so crucial. It was a big part of why Yumebro got obliterated. Paranoia triggered by the Unlucky Clown. Spear is going to connect onto the Tryndamere, who's sent away, and the Orianna gets taken out just as they throw down the shockwave, finding absolutely no damage onto the opposition. Dashing in with the snowball is again going to be Exel, trying to make life difficult for 6 Vayne and Wolfie. A turret will fall. The Unlucky Clowns will continue their push.
No shockwave available even when the Orianna respawns, and majorly important for the Unlucky Clowns. Unlucky Clowns now still have an opportunity to actually go on the aggressive. They're not gonna get a lot of these opportunities, so they need to make use of them. That's exactly what they're doing here right now. The Nocturne is being feared though. Undying Rage is being popped as well. The Vayne is being pushed into a corner. Tai Wolfie remains, but Vayne flashes out, and that's an important summoner being used up as well. Can Bayern finish off of this?
A really, really good question, one we'll find the answer out to in the next 16 seconds before Exol respawns. Wolfie pushing forward, clearing the wave. We're going to have super minions flooding into the base of the Unlucky Clown. They may be just a little bit unlucky. Nocturne taking 1 too many turret shots in that fight. Wolfie looking to close the game out right here, right now. Exol's alive, Core Master's alive, Yume's alive, but the turret is gone. In with the snowball goes Exol, trying to save the game, but Vayne's not here with the damage just yet. It is going to be 1 kill coming into the Unlucky Clowns. The 6 Vayne pushes just a little bit too far. Now Yume can try and get yet more. That is going to be damage put down for Core Master from the Orianna attack, but the double kills handed over to the Vayne. The base stays intact for the Unlucky Clowns, but only just.
And the Unlucky Clowns, they do not have the time to go for the finish like Bayern, that they might be able to take down 1 turret, maybe even might be able to take down an inhibitor, but that's a big if. Even we're going into 5 seconds for Wolfie, so let's say the Unlucky Clowns, they still need to win 2 more of these fights to actually have a chance of getting back. Now, however, you can see that the Vayne damage that comes dishing out is still massive.
It is really huge. Core Master is stepping forward with the rest of their team. They're trying to take away this last turret. They're trying to get to somewhere where they can take an inhibitor and maybe push back against these super minions. But now Bayern Minions have regrouped. In a couple of moments, they'll have all their ultimates back up.
Yeah, Bayern just waiting until they have that last Shockwave, and Paranoia have a Shockwave delivery system alongside with the Nocturne. Same can be said for Unlucky Clowns. However, I do still believe that Wild Growth, you want to preferably use it to protect your Vayne as long as possible. And with no inhib being taken down, here comes an engage.
Paranoia straight in onto the Orianna. They managed to get the crucial kill. The question is, can Vayne stay alive long enough? They are able to tumble away with the final hour. They have the Wild Growth on top of them. They're trying to shred through 6 Vayne spends, and they are successful. Lulu will give up their lives for the greater good, but it is going to be the fear connecting once again onto Wolfie, still with the Undying Rage, trying to stay alive, turns things back around with the Undying Rage trigger, gets immediately condemned into the wall. Yumebro just waiting out that last little bit of damage the Bayern Minion can put out, but Unlucky Clowns win the fight. They had to win.
They win the fight, but as I told you before, Stan, they need to win 1 or 2 more of these fights. It's not over for them, so they cannot afford to make a single mistake. It's the unlucky clowns who play it slow, steady, and play it well. But they are so backed up against this wall. If they make one misstep, they just fall into that ravine that is Howling Abyss.
This is a really, really important moment because I don't think that Exol can afford to get any kind of reset here. They're going to give up their life for the turret. I'm not sure if this might come back to bite Unlucky Clowns now, because Bayern Munich, if they're able to force things onto Inhibitor, onto the Nexus, we've got 28 seconds on Exol.
As you said, Stan, EUNE, bro, doesn't have the luxury of resetting. He doesn't have the luxury of dying because the death timers are so high and there's nothing backing up Unlucky Clowns. So 15 seconds on the Nocturne. Can they finish?
Well, I think the answer may well be yes. Umebro's going to have to find an absolutely heroic play here. 6-9 immediately going down. Shockwave flashed away from Wild Growth put down, but the fear will connect. Fleeing away. Vayne trying to get the Silverbolt from. It's not going to be enough. Exol's back alive, but it's too late to save the Vayne. Snowball flashed away from by the Orianna. Exol is the last bastion of hope for the Unlucky Clowns in this first game, but Bayern Minion will take them down. The Unlucky Clowns will lose this first game. Bayern Minion will be 1-0.
I like the idea from Unlucky Clowns. I really like what they were trying to do, and the Vayne composition did kind of work. The one problem is they weren't able to play aggressively. They had to be pushed up against their turrets continuously, and that's what we kept telling the audience as well during the cast. They cannot afford to make a single mistake. The Nocturne was deciding, do I go for the reset, knowing that this might lose us the game because it's a reset timer? The same one for the Vayne. You couldn't even get a reset on the Vayne. You knew that 100%. That would have been a loss. So this composition is very tricky and extraordinarily difficult to pull off.
It's very, very tough and didn't quite work out there for the Unlucky Clowns, but credit to them doing something that's essentially breaking the meta of what we've been seeing across the tournament the last couple of days, and I do have a lot of respect for that. But respect only goes so far. What really matters is an exploding Nexus, and it's Bayern Munich who have got one of those to their credit. They are now only one game away from our grand final, having that opportunity to try and get the biggest part of this prize pool for our birthday bash. We've still got ourselves potentially 2 more games in this series, though. What would you be changing if you were the Unlucky Clowns coming into game 2?
It's very difficult. This is an extraordinarily difficult question because you can see that Unlucky Clowns has broken this kind of meta we're in this tournament where, okay, we're going to pick this Vayne. They still have the same problem. Now, if you take away the Lulu, it means you also take away safety and extra attack speed for the Vayne and Polymorph. So you might want to keep in the Lulu, but then you need to take away the Nocturne. That's something you might be able to do. So take away the Nocturne, put in a Bruiser champion there as well, because you also need damage. Put in a Bruiser champion with CC. There are a couple of those, and you might be able to make it work. However, it also means that then if the Bruiser champion just gets kited, if the Bruiser champion isn't able to deal with the Tryndamere, it's kind of done for. So I think in Irelia, even though we've seen her a lot before, and I'm not particularly a fan of repetition, I think in Irelia would fit well into this comp as well.
I've said before, I'm a fan of seeing this Vayne being played, and Umebro has played it well in 2 games, but the problem still lies in the fact that one good Shockwave, one well-placed Paranoia, and already you just see the Vayne getting absolutely obliterated from the map, and once there's no one to protect anymore, there's also no damage to be put out. And for all of the nice plays Umebro made, for all of Callmaster's on-point Wild Growths, 1 or 2 times that you see the Vayne getting shut down at the wrong moment, that's enough to see this Tryndamere and the rest of the team pushing through. So I'm not convinced that the comp works as much as I like it in principle. I am interested to see if we do get any changes. We'll come into that second champ select just as quickly as we can. But for now, you got to tell us how you got into League. And now I get to tell you how
I was just about to ask. You need to tell me a story, Stan. It's Stan's story time.
I'm not going to pretend it's a particularly exciting story, but you know, I've been a big gamer for a long time, as you can probably tell by the gunblade. Oops, over on this side, up on my wall, and one of the games that a couple of friends of mine, in fact, one of them, you know, Sheep, who we play Blood on the Clock Tower with. So Sheep, who's called Ben, has another friend called Ben, and the 2 Bens, who I was sort of doing some youth work with at the time, basically turned around to me and said, hey, you should check out this game, League of Legends. I was like, don't really like PvP online games. Nah, you know, I'm not sure if it'll be for me. And it just so happened that shortly after they told me, I was on a particular website, and it had the highlights from what they called the most amazing League of Legends game of all time. And it was the CLG EU versus, I believe it was against a Zubu Frost match. And it was just great. Like, I was just completely enthralled by how this game worked out. I was watching things like, I was watching Snoopy and Crepo play, who have always been two of my favorite players. There were champions on the board like a Mumu and Cho'Gath, and I was like, oh yeah, I definitely want to play them. They look really, really cool. And so I was just like, you know what, I'll give this a game. Started playing against bots, dragged a couple of other friends in, and before you know it, I've owned every skin in the game, and I'm casting the game, trying to get all that money back.
Sounds like how a lot of people actually got into League of Legends. I think I know that most of my friend I talked about before, we actually roped half of our class into playing League. No, honestly, we roped half of our class into playing League because we wanted to play ranked 5v5 at that time. That was still a thing.
Nice.
By the way, Riot, bring it back, please. It's so much fun. Not that I'm hating on Flex.
Can I just say
5v5.
very quickly on that fact? I'm
Yeah.
a huge advocate of going back to solo queue being solo queue, not even being able to duo, and for Flex to be ranked teams. I'm completely with you on that.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing. Now, what's also a good thing is, let's take a quick look at this comp. It's the exact same as we saw last game. So I'm hoping Unlucky Clowns have kind of found a way to deal with their previous issues.
Well, maybe they have. I mean, let's we'll certainly get into that action shortly. It'll be on the Rift. It'll be the teams that we've talked about, and we know how these comps work out from the last game and from talking about them. So obviously, back in the day, you got your fives together. How many of those people still play out of interest?
Well, it's actually kind of cool. So they kind of stop. They're the typical League players, right? It's like an on-off relationship they have with League. They sometimes disappear for like a couple of months, sometimes even a year, and then they come back. Now, I'm actually still friends because of League of Legends. We kind of kept in touch, so
Nice.
I'm still friends with all of them. And then I eventually went on trips as well. I think only one or two have really quit the game altogether. But from the 7 guys we roped into League, 5 of those still play League, so that's kind of cool. So that I can now kind of brag to them, hey, I'm that no-namer caster as well, so haha.
Oh, bless. You're not a no-namer. You're just a very low down the pecking order namer. Oh, it hurts because it's true for both of us. So anyway, that's nice of you. I have to say, most of the people who I dragged in around about that time, especially kind of a couple of my closest friends, they sort of stopped playing, but because they're such good friends, still mostly in touch with them anyway. But yeah, for me, one of my big goals, and it wasn't the reason I got into casting. The casting was very much, there are other reasons for that. Maybe we'll get to that before our next game. But the actual this goal that I sort of set myself shortly after I started casting was, you know what, I've sort of spent quite a lot of money on skins and various cosmetics in League of Legends. I've spent quite a bit of money on sort of traveling to go and watch things like LCS and Worlds. It'd be really cool if I could make as much money from casting as I put into the game. And in 2020, I finally managed to pass the barrier of how much I'd earned through the casting that I'd actually sunk into the game in the first place. So I'd say I'm actually in profit by now. Can you believe that?
So you can say you've broken even, and playing League has been financial-wise, has been a positive on your life.
Eventually, and it only took me taking it as almost a full-time job. Yeah, that was all that it took. We are 1 minute away from being able to bring you the action on the Howling Abyss for this second game in the best of 3 semi-final. We have got the Unlucky Clowns needing to pick up a win here. If they don't, then their tournament is over. If they do manage to get it, it will be the first time this week that we have a potential reverse sweep on, because all of yesterday's best of 3s were 2-0s. Will we see that trend continue, or can we get our own little version of Silver Scrapes?
Sometimes I'm looking towards the side, I'm looking towards the chat. I see King Crab in game. Why would you think that you can win with a skin? Hello? Skins get wins. Like even the pros say, like even people like Wipo or Huni said it, there are just certain skins where you feel like you do more damage with them. I know there's a skin that I play a lot, is Dunkmaster Darius, and with that skin I feel that I just do more damage with it. Also, I play Special Forces GP, and there's just something about that skin. The animation is just that little pixel smoother, the barrels have a little sound effect where I don't really have, and 99% of the time I don't use that particular thing, but sometimes I can hear the barrel going click, so I know, okay, now it's ready to use. And skins have that thing, so that's why I think skins are really cool, and skins can get wins.
I mean, the nice thing for me with skins was always it gives you that little cosmetic feature. So if I've, back in the day I played 1,000 games of Evelyn, I guess, it was nice to, have a little bit of variance in terms of what I was looking at on the screen each time. So that was always pleasant. But I also believe that there are skins that give you a legitimate advantage, colours that are different, that maybe, certainly as a jungler, I like colours that are darker and blend more into the river, so I'm less likely to quickly get spotted out. I do believe that can actually help out a little bit. Here on this, however, we are going to be seeing these two teams once again duking it out. Bayern Munich once again on the blue side, and Lucky Clowns on the red, defending their spot in this tournament.
Yeah, immediately throwing out the ball. Keep in mind, or keep your eyes on that Orianna ball, because she has zoned the Vayne so much in the last game. To quickly follow up on what you said, Stan, yes, with the skins, I agree. If you really want to have like an advantage, I would say, turn on colorblind mode, because sometimes colorblind mode gives you that, it differentiates the colors a bit more. I don't like colorblind mode because I don't like the colors that way, but if you really have trouble seeing around that, differentiating between them, that's a good tip and trick you might use.
Oh, okay. That's a good one for our viewers maybe to try out. Snowball's going to connect. We're going to see aggression coming in from Exel. Immediately, Vine steps forward to meet a bit of counterplay with the two Nocturnes. A flash was forced out of 4-6-5-4 there, though.
Yeah, once again, it's gonna be a repeat of last game so far, where Unlucky Clowns is turret hogging and losing their turret bit by bit. Humera already getting engaged on, and he's quite low.
Yeah, taking huge damage from the snowball into spin from the Tryndamere, something that we have seen so many times across these last couple of days. It's certainly an effective tool, and I do wonder when we're going to start getting into games where there aren't Tryndameres, or at the very least, Tryndameres are losing if they're not playing against themselves.
If there's more than one Tryndamere in the game, is it a Tryndamere?
Ooh, I like that. I do like that.
Oh, you can steal it from me. It's fine.
No, it's all right. I didn't like it that much.
What the Unlucky Clowns don't like that much is the fact that once again they're turret hogging. Yes, with the health relics, and yes, with built-in healing. Sorry, not built-in healing, but with healing from the other text, Vayne can kinda deal with it most of the time. But still, it's gonna be once again a battle of fatigue, where eventually the turrets are gonna erode from the wave of minions.
It is certainly the story of last game is repeating itself. Bayern Munich are again pushing forward. They're finding themselves more controlled. Positioning of this Orianna ball so crucial, and it will be more and more crucial as we hit level 6, which is happening in the next few seconds.
They need to sit and wait. You can also see what Bayern is doing here. They're like trying to build up a massive wave, trying to make sure this wave crashes, so they're doing even more damage to the turrets, that's so they have even a larger window to actually hit that turret. And because of the Orianna addition in their team, they can zone them out once again with the Orianna ball. I think the Unlucky Clowns kind of need to make sure they hit level 6 and even look for an engage. It is, I don't want to say it's a Hail Mary play, but it's not far from it.
This is a big moment. This is Bayern Munich's opportunity to go in should they want to. However, we have just seen level 6 hit by the Lulu, so Wild Growth will be there for Callmaster, even if Umebro is still missing their final hour. Paranoia and Final Now both acquired, both used instantaneously. Aggression straight on to the Orianna, who doesn't even put down a shockwave. Going golden, Umebro staying alive for a moment, tumbling away from Wolfie, getting aggressed on by Vine, but flashing straight to safety. 6 Vine trying to get away from Exel, but it's going to be Exel who loses out on this trade. Both Nocturnes eventually die. Wolfie going on to Mare, but a quick polymorph is enough to turn the attention of Wolfie onto Callmaster, who themselves goes golden. Wolfie eventually dies to the turret shot. It is a double kill for Umebro. Unlucky Clowns go 3-1.
The double stopwatch was a beautiful addition. The Nocturne from Unlucky Clowns has already picked it up. Now, it is a big investment, though, alongside the Unlucky Clowns. If you keep investing into these stopwatches to try and get these plays off, yes, you win a fight, but eventually you still throw away 650 gold. So you need to take the trade-off as it is.
Exol able to find a straight out kill despite the shockwave being thrown out there by 4654. Now trying to get out to safety to stop it being a 1-for-1, but unable to do so. Wolfie and Vine both take a little bit of damage. Wolfie's going to be able to heal that one up easily. Coming back from spawn, we can see an Ardent Sensor already secured for the Lulu, and they're going to have to do work if they want to save this turret. I don't think that's going to be able to happen because 6Vine has got the damage. Wolfie steps forward and helps out as well. Vine goes aggressive onto EUNE, but immediately gets killed. We do see Wolfie going for it, but doesn't have the Undying Rage. Another Silver Bolts proc will be enough to pick up the kill. It's now going to be a 4-kill Vayne, already with the Noon Quiver picked up, getting closer and closer to the shield though.
It is a repeat of last game with the story we're seeing in this particular match, but there's a big but here. It's the Unlucky Clowns that make sure that, hey, we keep on winning, we keep on winning these team fights, and they're still not gonna have a big window where they can push. They're still not gonna have that chance where, okay, now we can take down 2 turrets at once, but the chances are looking up for the Unlucky Clowns. However, the team composition still suffers from the same... I know I'm a broken record at this point, but they still suffer from the same disadvantages we talked about in the pregame.
I have an even bigger problem for the Unlucky Clowns at the minute, and for me, it's the fact their base just seems to get cracked so much faster than Bayern's does. Every time Unlucky Clowns take these small wins, which they seem to keep doing in the small fights, they push forward and don't take a lot of anything, but because of the pressure that's put down, especially by the Orianna, the consistent shove from Bayern München, they're the ones who already have a turret to their name, even though they've not really won a fight.
And it's exactly as you say it, Stan. They have not won a single fight, or they might have like won one, sort of, but they have taken out a turret, and their turrets are still very healthy. So the Unlucky Clowns, you can see how far they're just removed once again from Bayern. They're sitting here, not in XP range, not in minion range. So the only thing they can do is wait and turret hug their second tier turret as well.
That's pretty much what they're reduced to at this point, and it leaves the question, how long is it going to take for them to be able to win a fight and then march down the other side and start taking the objectives all for themselves? Will it be too long? Will they even get that opportunity? If 4654 has their way about it, the answer will be no, as they look to keep finding that magical shockwave.
Bayern once again sticking with the same tactic. If it ain't broken, don't fix it, because they're going to build up a big wave and crash it into Unlucky Clown's turret.
Orianna, Nocturne and Tryndamere for the third time in quick succession played by Bayern München. They have found nothing but victory with it so far, and as you say, why change it if things are working? They start putting the pressure down to the turret before the massive damage to the turret can come through. Instead, we see a Paranoia. Damage being put down, the Polymorph is used beautifully onto Wolfie, and as a result, the Vayne is alive. The same cannot be said for Exol. They've already been killed off. One more Silver Bolt's proc enough for Umetbro to make it a 1-for-1. Lulu with a Glitter Lance is just about able to catch Tryndamere on the side, and despite the little bit of speed, double kill comes through for the Vayne. Yet again, for the third time of asking, the Unlucky Clowns managed to win the fight, but look like they'll gain nothing more than a reset.
The only thing they find here is Pyrrhic victories. They keep winning the battle, but are they gonna win the war? Yes, Umetbro gets more and more fed. Yes, he might be able to pick up another attack speed item, but still, this turret is still standing strong. You can win 2 more of these fights, Unlucky Clowns, and I still believe you won't take down the tier 2 turret. You might take down the tier 1, but it's really difficult because I like what they're doing. I think it's a good idea what they're doing. I think their plays are executed well, but I don't see the win condition just yet. Maybe the win condition for them is to really wait out this game until they win a fight with massive death timers.
It's a possibility, I suppose, and considering they've consistently been winning these fights, maybe it's something that we end up see happening. But considering the amount of CS that's been picked up by the Tryndamere, it almost doesn't matter at this point that they've got 4 kills left in the Vayne. They are in such a point of strength that they're going to start ripping through targets as much as they want to. Next time we see Bayern München come up towards the Nexus turret, towards the inhibitor turret, I expect to see the Demolish proc actually go off this time. And it feels like Exol, there's only so many times they can find this engage onto the Orianna, surely.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the same time. It's been the same strategy every time. It's just as soon as you crash this wave into the turrets, the Nocturne from Unlucky Clowns ults. So Exol goes onto the Orianna, makes sure there's some disruption there, so the shockwave isn't brilliant, and then the Vayne kind of does the damage from the backline.
Crucially, neither Paranoia available just yet, and as a result, by a minute, they step forward a little bit more. They get damage onto Exol before he even throws down the Paranoia, caught by the shockwave onto EUNE was displaced, but it wasn't full aggression from Wolfie. Crucially, Vine did not have the Paranoia either, so couldn't follow this one up. Exol does now have Paranoia, but I'm not entirely sure this is a fight right now that the Unlucky Clowns can take.
Unlucky Clowns, they might be able to engage without the shockwave from Bayern, but still, as you said, EXO is so low, he'll probably be two-shotted by Trinity auto attacks. So it's once again the same exact story. Unlucky Clowns, what they might be able to do is actually go for maybe a condemn play, where they find a Trinity popped onto a wall, and they can actually pop it on dying range as well.
Paranoia straight in. Orianna goes gold and stays alive. Doesn't have shockwave available. All the other ultimates have now been used. We see 6ix9ine trying to chase down, throwing the ignite onto the Bane, who stays alive for a while, but Wolfie eventually gets the shutdown. Wolfie, however, is the last one standing for the Bayern München team. They're trying to get as much rage up as they can. They're trying to get as much of the healing as they can, but with the polymorph, with the glitter lance, Pix is eventually able to help Callmaster find the kill, but it took a while, and it was a nice delay on the death timer. Now let's see what the Unlucky Clowns can do after winning yet another fight.
I actually think you want to keep the Trinity there alive as long as possible, because you want Bayern to have a 2v3 reset, meaning that your entire team resets, or at least your Vayne respawns, and then you can actually push in 3v2. That's my idea on the matter, obviously, but it's so tricky for Unlucky Clowns. It's still this fatigue battle that they're not winning.
6ix9ine does not have the Paranoia available, so we do see Lulu able to scamper to the safety of her ADC. Yet again, 6ix9ine and 4654 are going to start pushing forward with the Nocturne still dead for 10 seconds. Perhaps this is the opportunity for Bayern München to try and get a bit more damage onto this turret. They do have to be careful because Vayne is fed, but she's just been rinsed of her health.
Heal Bow also coming from cooldown just yet, but the Vayne is not able to heal up so much. Once again, no shockwave available, but the Vayne isn't healthy enough. Unlucky Clowns in a similar position. Can they find yet another engage now?
Crucially, the inhib is down, and as we say, in every game where it happens, this means that the Unlucky Clowns are now in such a bad spot, having to clear out these super minions. Bayern München have already taken these health bars low. If they win a fight here, it could be game ending. EUNE stepping forward, Exol trying to do what they can, still a few seconds away from having Paranoia up.
Paranoia might be the make or break moment for Unlucky Clowns. Now they don't have a single health relic to feed off of, and Baye can just heal up from the wave as well, so they never need to be. Look at the health bars from Unlucky Clowns. EXO taking another bit of damage as well. I don't think the Clowns can win this fight.
Exol might not even survive until Paranoia is available. We see Paranoia put down by Bayern München as they go aggressive straight onto the Vayne. The Flea will connect. It does look like Mare will be able to tumble away and get one kill, but it's just as Exol dies off on the other side. They will have Paranoia available back when they are alive in 20 seconds time. Wolfie does have the Undying Rage. Shockwave is available for 654.
Shockwave is available, but no mana on the Orianna. Good condemn there from EUNE, along with the Polymorph, trying to bait out Wolfie as long as possible. Wolfie kind of wants to go for the reset here, uses the Undying Range to take down this turret. And this Nexus is very, very low. If the Vayne goes down, that could have been the end.
Yeah, it is going to be both Nexus turrets being destroyed. Bayern München put themselves within touching distance of our grand final. Unlucky Clowns, they do again manage to just about win out in that last little fight, but at what cost?
Can they even go for the reset? This is the exact same story as last time. It's an execute, which is good for the Unlucky Clowns. Look at Unlucky Clowns, they almost have double the kills that Bayern has, but they haven't even, they have kind of scratched this first turret, but they can never ever push. So if they win the next fight, these death timers are increasing even more, so you might be able to go for these resets. But you need a fight where you need 2 or 3 fights in a row where you can push, or you need a big fight where you can push throughout to the Nexus.
I didn't spot out what it was used for in the last one, but the Mikhail's Crucible now completed by Callmaster, I think probably helped out the Vayne quite a lot in that last fight. The question is, will it have come back off its cooldown? Looks like it'll be pretty close to being activated. Unlucky Clowns looking to make what could be their last stand as Bayern come in towards the Nexus.
Mikhail's is now coming from cooldown. Here comes the engage.
Exol goes aggressive, and it is going to be 4654 who goes golden and throws out the shockwave. Damage from 6-9 is enough to take down Exol, and now here comes the damage straight onto the Vayne with the final hour. Top of the way finds the kill onto the Nocturne, but there's still an undying range available. 4654 steps a little bit too far forward, takes a glitter lance to the face, but no silver bolt procs just yet. Wolfie starts to attack the Nexus, does have the undying range, has more than enough time. Condemn away from the Vayne is not enough to stop the Nexus from falling. Wolfie will just continue to pound down on it with that big old strong arm. The sword is coming down upon the unlucky clowns, and Bayern München will progress to the finals.
And I want to once again recommend Undying Clowns for going with the stereo crafting thing, going out of the meta, but it does feel like their comp was missing something. They were kind of lacking a win condition. This was the first game where there was a clear disadvantage in which team won the fights. There was a clear disadvantage in which team won the kills, but they never were able to win the match. That means that Bayern München is our first team to advance to the grand final, and we'll be jumping shortly into our semi-final, which is Euro 2 leader versus Agreed.
Unlucky Clowns do drop out. They get their 3rd and 4th place slot, which does mean they'll get themselves a nice helping of prize money, and it'll be a nice little reward play, around about 50 euros per person, along with some Titan points. Over on the other side, Euro 2 Allen Agreed. They now know not only do they have to beat each other, but they're going to have to take down Bayern München in a grand final should they be able to get there. We've still got 2 more best of 3s to deal with today, Zav. We're going to have that second semi-final coming up after this short break, and then the grand final to round the day off. It's been great action on the Abyss. We'll be back very shortly for the second semi-final. Once more, we're back with the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash, and it is our Howling Abyss 3v3 tournament. I am Greyheart, I'm joined by Exodus, and we're coming in to the second semi-final of this terrific tournament.
Yeah, we did see our first finalist. Oh my god, I forgot the name. Oh, this is so unprofessional. I'm going to Bayern Minion. Sorry. We did see our first finalist qualified today. It's Bayern Minion. I did forget the name. I'm really sorry for that. That's really unprofessional from me. But we're going to jump into Agreed versus Euro 2 leader into the next semi-final. Those two teams are going to play once again a best of 3 to make sure that they advance to the final as well. Once again, we're not going to talk about these picks, mostly because competitive integrity, and second of all, because the players lock in anything they like. So they show whatever they want, and we know they're going to lock in something else anyway.
That is pretty much the case. Things we've seen a lot of this weekend. If you are just tuning in, plenty of Tryndamere, a bit of Wukong, a bit of Azir, Aurelia's here and there as well. Nocturne and Lulu have become more prevalent today as well. We'll see exactly what this first game of the best of 3 here in the semi-final holds for us in about 30 seconds time.
Yeah, something like an Olaf. I know we normally don't talk about the hovers, but something like an Olaf is actually quite interesting because it would do fairly well against maybe the Nocturne we saw. Olaf does fairly well against Nocturne purely because you don't really need to fear the fear. And the spell shield, okay, sure, you dodge 1x, but you mostly do damage with the auto attacks at that point anyway. Also, taking Demolish on Olaf is really favorable because you can just walk up. And that Ragnarok has a pretty low cooldown as well. You have Snowball, exactly what you need. So the teams are being locked in. It's the Aurelia, Camilo, Rihanna once again from Agreed, and a very similar comp from Euro 2 leaders, or U2L.
Yeah, I believe this is what we saw from Euro 2L earlier in the day. They go exactly for what they're comfortable with, and why wouldn't you? Especially when such a great prize is on the line. You've got to give yourself that first real sort of boost up to give yourself a big chance of taking this best of 3 series. Going to be a good game. We'll get onto that one on the Abyss very, very shortly. And Zav, one of the things I've really enjoyed over the last couple of days is the opportunity to find out a little bit more about your league experience. So here's my next question. Who is your favorite League of Legends professional player of all time?
Ooh, oh, that's a difficult one. I really like Jankos, and this is not particular. I mean, as a player, I mean, he's a pro player. Pro player on a very high level, but I've actually had the opportunity. I'm kind of flexing here a bit. I don't have muscles to flex with, so I flex with what I did on live. I did have an opportunity to meet him IRL, working at an event, and he's actually a really cool guy. Like, Jankos is a very fun guy for the short amount of time we talked. He was super down to earth. I was mega nervous, and he kind of calmed me down. Apparently, from what I heard and from what I can see, the content that G2 releases, their voice comms, he's also the sort of he's a goof, but he's at the same time the guy that when it really comes down to it, he keeps the team together and he says, okay guys, this is kind of what we need to do. So I'd say Jankos, or I would say, oh, not Crepo. Crepo was somebody I always looked up to. I think he's really funny. It's kind of a little bit sad that he took a time off. I'm not going to go into that, but is the person who, because he's from Belgium, I saw, okay, you know, this can be somebody from my country. This can be somebody who follows a path that maybe I'll follow in the same footsteps, not as a professional player, but maybe as a caster, or maybe eventually reach into an LEC desk as well. So that's the 2 players I really look up to.
Oh, that's pretty cool to hear. And yeah, you're allowed to flex as much as you want. I mean, you know, it's not like you've got photos taken with Faker or anything. But anyway, we're going to be getting ourselves into the first game of this best of 3 in just a moment. Based on what we've seen of the 2 teams so far today, with Euro 2L being pretty dominant with this composition that they ran last time around, what do you expect to see as the end result of game 1 with them up against Agreed?
It's kind of tricky. It's 2 similar comps we saw. I still believe the Aurelia can outscale or can outperform a Tryndamere because you have those Q resets in a wave. However, the Tryndamere is extraordinarily strong. The Wukong also denies some of the engagement Aurelia has. Aurelia, you really need to time it correctly. It is difficult to do, but you can stop an Irelia Q with a Wukong engage with an ultimate. You might think, okay, well, sure, using the Cyclone ult to cancel one Q of an Irelia. Yes, because you deny her the Q reset because it has been used, but you haven't killed the minion, so she doesn't get to 5 stacks. So she is kind of struggling in the team fight, and you of course have the second activation for Cyclone, which you can use to go in. So I want to say I give it to the team with the Wukong purely because of that.
Also, it's a composition that we haven't actually seen lose yet. It was essentially the winning composition in the finals yesterday. It was an adaptation that we saw coming through from our EU West winners when they'd originally run the Irelia, but somebody realised that the Wukong actually seemed to have a better place in it. It's now become prevalent on the EU Northeast games that we've been doing today as well. I think it's exceptionally strong. A part of me wants to see it lose, especially wants to see Tryndamere lose against no Tryndamere, because I don't think it's happened yet. I think the only time Tryndamere has lost is when it's been against a fellow Tryndamere and has simultaneously won. But I do kind of want to see the meta broken and to see this comp, which has done so well, lose. My gut instinct is that won't happen, though, and that 2Liter probably have in the tank what is needed, and we are going to get to find out on the Abyss, because that is what we are stepping onto right now. That beautiful little panning across the battlefield. We don't actually get to hear the shopkeeper with their words of wisdom, but they'll be sending out these warriors with some instructions.
Okay, so you have 2 shopkeepers on Howling Abyss. Which one do you like the most?
So, a bit of a weird one, but I only ever noticed the one on blue side.
Same.
One of those things. I only ever noticed their comments when they're like, shouldn't you be, killing things is more interesting than shopping, you know? And I only ever noticed those voice lines. I legitimately never noticed them on red side.
I do believe it's the same thing as well. I think the Ghost, he has a name. I don't know the name. If you know the name from the shopkeeper Ghost on blue side, let us know. But he's got kind of this funny feeling. He's this old warrior spirit, and he makes these cool, funny jokes. For example, and I know there's one thing there's one voice line when you buy an item. It's an old mythical item, but it's still good. Definitely wanting to sell his wares.
Has to be done. An interesting point we haven't touched on yet with this match, by the way, Zav, is that we're seeing the Azir and the Orianna, 2 things that have been both used as mages, both with a lot of control and push, used in different ways. In the last game, we saw the Orianna consistently shoving in, making life very, very difficult for the Clowns. This time, Orianna's the one being shoved in by the early push from Euro 2 outlet.
Yeah, but you need to be careful. The Orianna is going to be a bigger threat as soon as she hits level 6. We saw that last time as well with the game with the Unlucky Clowns. The Unlucky Clowns had a team composition that was very susceptible to that Orianna because Vayne has a very narrow range for auto attacks. This time it's kind of different because you have 2 people who are more the ball delivery system, so the Orianna doesn't really need to be in control of her own ball.
There's a valid point. There's a couple of really easy ways in, especially that Hextech ultimatum, but Euro 2, I think they have the capability to play around it successfully. Fury this time is going to be the one responsible for triggering Undying Rage at the most opportune of moments. ARAM Dog Count, however, might have the biggest responsibility on their shoulders because they are, of course, going to have the Emperor's Divide to their beck and call come level 6. And it was very much so, in my opinion, a successful and an excellent Emperor's Divide that really won the tournament yesterday.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The one thing so Paladin of Light, I'm looking at the summoners, right? Paladin of Light has opted for the Flash, which I agree. You could also have gone Snowball. Still maybe think you should have gone Snowball, not 100% sure. The reason why you want the Flash on the Camille. Camille is the ball delivery system. Now, the Emperor's Divide is the counter to that. So you want to push her back. But the problem is with Camille, she has the Hextech Ultimatum and she has a hook shot. For the Hextech Ultimatum, she needs to be in a lot closer range. So that's why you have a second gap closer. As soon as the Camille engages, an Azir can push her away. She engages with one of these 2 abilities. So, for example, first with the hook shot, the Azir pushes her away, and then it's being used defensively. Second, you follow it up with a Flash Hextech Ultimatum, and then you can throw down the Shockwave. So that's why having that summoner is really well thought out of from Paladin of Light.
Interesting thinking there from Euro 2L, deciding to trade a little bit of their health bars to make sure they get a demolished prop down to the turret, and their continued shove does mean that they will have a pretty big edge in terms of the health taken off that turret. They immediately retreat, pick up a couple of health packs, and they're straight back to full health again, and nothing is lost.
Nothing is lost so far. A little bit of a gold advantage for a Greed. Now there is a big wave coming, so I imagine it's not going to be all that different. I do believe that with the Aurelia, we've already seen, purely because of the Qs, the Aurelia, yes, she funnels into her, but she also is more, she can easily farm with an Aurelia. It's very common to see the Aurelias in these games with realistically, conservatively near perfect CS to what can be considered considering the situation.
That's true. It's one of the things that gets funneled so much in these games. Euro 2L, of course, don't have to worry about that, so they're passing plenty of the CS over to the Tryndamere, something that we've seen as a main carry and a big mainstay of these fights time and time again. No demolished prop comes through for Euro 2L this time as they step away from the Greed. We are almost to the 5-minute mark and we've not seen first blood in this game. It's been a cagey affair thus far, Zab.
Still waiting for an engage, and here it comes.
Cagey no more. Vanguard's edge layered on top of a Hextech ultimate, meant for a divide put down as well. It's going to be Mentev stepping away from the fight. Paladin of Light finally getting that last little bit of the shield. It was the barrier in the end that was enough to save the life of the Camille. 5 minutes in, nobody dies.
Nobody dies. This has been one of the most tranquil games we've seen so far, and Agrita has, I want to say, they came a little bit worse out of that last team fight, purely because, yes, the Aurelia can heal up, but she needs to walk forward, and the Camille is nearly dying, while the rest of the team has the wave pushed into them, and especially your Azir, the one person on your team who does not have Lifesteal or Omnivamp, is still healthy.
It was 3 ultimates traded for 2, and plenty of summoner spells in there as well. I think Euro 12 come out just about on the better of this. Immediately going in on the back of one of those summoner spells, the Mark Dash, of course, such a quick response time. Kira Queen does get caught out, but it's just the clone that gets stunned down, and the Sand Soldiers immediately fight back with a huge amount of damage. Potentially demolished prop could be enough to nearly take this turret down. Euro 2L, without finding a turret, without finding a kill, might find first turret blood.
Also, once again, you see the advantages of having the Azir. You don't need an ultimate to be impactful in fights. While the Orianna definitely relies a lot on the Shockwave, Azir relies less on his Emperor's Divide.
The range as well that Azir has to keep poking down this turret does lead to a turret being taken down for a kill, but the kill follows shortly thereafter. Sundisk put down by the Azir as well, and Kira Queen is chasing Mentiv away. He's going to be able to find a quick kill as Kira picks up that one. Fjordi is going to be surviving as well without even using the Undying Rage. Euro 2L go 3 for 1, pick up a turret and get aggression down onto the second with a demolished proc as well.
Yeah, it started off slow, but it escalated rather quickly once again. It is Euro 2L taking down the second turret, and they actually might be able to put some damage on the Nexus as well. And Agreed is thinking, who do we give the kill to? I preferably would give it to maybe the Camille.
Fjordi doesn't even decide to go with the Undying Rage. They're just giving up their life, not able to take down the inhibitor. Kira Queen will die as well. Aaron Dog Count will be back to life in time to stop the push as Agreed get towards their turrets though.
Sundisk has been used as well. I think it has the same cooldown as it does on Summoner's Rift, so you'll be able to realistically use the Sundisk twice or maybe 3 times. Now Euro 2L now has a wave pushing into them. They have kind of given up on this first tier turret, but there is an open nexus for Agreed, so Euro 2L needs to win a fight, and then they're in a fantastic spot.
Very true. If that inhib goes down, we know just how hard it can be for the two teams once they've got the super minions pushing into them. Euro 2L maybe looking to try and take a fight here. Are going to go in. Remember, Undying Rage still available for the Tryndamere. Nice use of the Emperor's Divide, getting separation for this Azir. Shockwave, however, will catch. That's enough to take the Azir down. It's a 1-for-1 so far as Camille. It's going to die on the back of the Hextech Ultimatum. Fjordi takes down Aurelia as well. And suddenly, just like that, Platonio is the last surviving unit for Agreed. They lose that as well as Kira Queen bops down it. Fjordi will be able to push forward and most likely secure an inhibitor.
It's exactly as what we saw coming out from the last fight. You focus so much, and with you I mean Agreed, focus so much on getting the Azir down that eventually you kind of forget about the Wukong, you forget about the Tryndamere, who's still dashing out loads of damage, and he's also healing in the meantime from the damage you're dishing out. So the Aurelia, she takes down the Azir, but then you need to deal with the Tryndamere and the Wukong.
Kira going so aggressive, getting good damage down. The clone buying a little bit of extra time. Fjordi finding a kill, making it a 1-for-1, 2-for-1 now trade as they try to find one more bit of damage onto Paladin. Fjordi escapes with their life courtesy of Undying, and now here comes ARAM Dog Count to make life even harder for Agreed.
Yeah, this might actually be one or two Nexus turrets being taken down here from Agreed. Paladin of Light cannot escape this, and that's an ace for Euro 2L. And he will take down one of these Nexus turrets to the very least.
They've already got one to the name. ARAM Dog Count continuing to push in. Fjordi doesn't have the Undying anymore, and well, speaking of Undying, that's something that can't be said for ARAM Dog Count as Med comes in and picks up that one. There's 82 CS been secured by the Irena. Unfortunately, they've only been able to get 2 kill credits. Look at the comparison. 88 CS, 7 kills on Fjordi's Tryndamere. And that's why Euro 2L are in such a good position in this first game.
Yeah, Euro 2L can just keep on playing the same way they've always have. They don't really need to change anything. I think Agreed still has outplay potential. We did see that these fights, they're not particularly close, but there is always a way where Agreed can win this. It's not where you're in a situation where Agreed can never win this game or Agreed can never win a team fight. Now they have to deal with these super minions. These super minions give Euro 2L time to actually assess their situation and look for an engage.
There'll be Euro 2L waiting just a few moments, letting that Undying Rage come back off cooldown. That's a level 13 Fjordi, highest in the game, unsurprisingly, given what we've seen them picking up so far in this game. There's an 800 gold lead, which doesn't sound like a lot, but Euro 2L absolutely are battering down the defenses of Agreed little by little. Only one Nexus turret remains. Quick use of the Emperor provided to get a little bit of separation there. Dog Count did get hit by the Vanguard's edge. Hextech ultimatum thrown onto Kira Queen, but Fjordi is just wailing on Platonio in the backline. Dog Count picks up 1 kill. Paladin of Light does all they can, but there will be no survivors for Agreed. Euro 2L will not take any losses, and they will push forward towards the final Nexus turret.
This might be, I think this must surely be game for Euro 2L. 40 seconds, yes, that is Euro 2L winning the first game in this best of 3, meaning they're 1 win removed from heading into that final.
And even though we had to wait a long time for First Blood once the kills started to flow, I believe it was a turret that eventually dropped first, and it just led to an absolute deluge of dominance from Euro 2L. They are now just 1 game away from securing their place against Bayern in the final.
Yeah, it's once again these particular comp, and mostly the Tryndamere. I'm thinking if there's a counter to this Tryndamere, there must surely be. It's kind of what I've been I've been saying to people. Not on stream obviously, but I'm saying to people a long time is Tryndamere is in the spot where he's actually quite strong, but he isn't strong so strong in Summoner's Rift because the map is differently. But beating Tryndamere 1v1s is really difficult because it's this champion who is kind of overstated to the max, who with his crits, with the extra AD he gets as well, he can almost duel with anyone at a certain point once he gets 2 or 3 items. Even with these notoriously difficult champions, or even with these champions who really love to 1v1, he can blow all of them away, but he's just susceptible to CC, just susceptible to kiting, just susceptible to, hey, suddenly there's 4 people in your face. But in a 3v3, you don't have those problems.
Someone in Trovo chat rightly said it's a bit of a catch-22 at the minute. You hit the Tryndamere and you die. You don't hit the Tryndamere and you die, and that seems to have been the story of the last couple of days. And it's been a lot of death against Tryndamere continuing their run of dominance on the Abyss. I asked you yesterday if there was a champion that you would, let's say hypothetically you just had 1 ban in these blind picks, if there was a champion you would ban away. I think we probably both agreed at this point that it would be the Tryndamere that wouldn't be seeing the light of day.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I think everybody in chat would also agree with that as well. The Tryndamere has been such a pivotal role, has played such a pivotal role in this tournament, in the way he plays in these team fights, and he can just ignore everybody else. He goes for the carry, he goes for the backline, and nobody can really stop him. He also does so much damage, and with an Undying Rage for those, that little bit of extra damage on Nexus turrets or on the Nexus itself, it's kind of unstoppable. Maybe even if you know you're not going to win anyway, and this is a Hail Mary, if you know you're not going to win anyway, try something completely different. Something we haven't seen yet is, as you said, the Seraphine, or maybe a poke composition where you actually poke down the Tryndamere before, and he needs to use his Undying Rage like straight from the get-go. Also, by the way, these poke minions have a lot of, or these poke champions, they have a lot of CC, so they can maybe control the Tryndamere a bit.
it's a big ask, and it feels like if you have too many of
Hmm.
those squishies, Trindamere is just going to have even more of a fun time. But it feels like at the moment, just having that Azir backing you up and only that really pushing the waves forward quickly, I think it needs to be the Tryndamere that's being pushed underneath their turret rather than to the other one. Because every time his Demolish procs come through and we just see continued push up against it, there doesn't seem to be a response to it. I want to see a Tryndamere on the back foot. And I don't think that there was anywhere near enough wave clear coming out of the Orianna, the Camille, and was it the Aurelia there, to make that one work.
This is also something I've been thinking about is should you have demolish in the Howling Abyss map? It's obviously something Riot isn't really given a lot of thought, which is normal because there are not really a lot of tournaments on the Howling Abyss map. But thinking about it right now and seeing this tournament play out for the second day, it is kind of a question you need to ask because having two or even three demolish procs is really strong on a Howling Abyss, especially because these games, the summoners and your runes also have sometimes a lower cooldown. I don't think that demolish has a lower cooldown, but it has a low cooldown already.
We are into the second set of picks and bans. Euro2L up against Agreed. Euro2L coming into this one knowing that one more victory out of these next two games will see them going side by side against Bayern in our grand final for the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. That one will be a best of three as well following this semi-final. Whereas Agreed, they know they've not only got to take this victory to see us all the way to 3 games for the first time this weekend, but also take another one after that. Pressure very much so on them.
Still waiting for these teams to lock in. Once again, if you're just joining, this is the second game in the last semi-final. This is Euro2L versus Agreed. And Euro2L just won. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Euro2L just won. So they already have 1 foot in that final spot. They're going to be playing up against Bayern München, meaning that that's our first finalist. We're looking out to... Sorry, we're trying to find out who's going to be our second finalist.
We are indeed. We're about 10 seconds away from when almost all the champions that you see on the screen before you will flip around and they'll actually lock in with what will be the final selections. One of those will be the Tryndamere tagged in now, and it looks like we might get the Tryndamere matchup this time. We are seeing what we saw last time with one small change. It is going to be the Aurelia swapped out for the Tryndamere. So again, we're going to see a Tryndamere lose, but it's only because we're going to see a Tryndamere win.
Something we haven't, we only saw the Vayne as an AD carry. I'm thinking if something like a Caitlyn would be worth considering as well, because a Caitlyn, I mean, great at sieging, obviously, but is also able to, has a longer range or can kind of avoid these ear sand soldiers. And as soon as these fights kind of go wrong, you set up a defensive line with the traps beforehand. So you just go behind the traps, make sure people don't really push in. There's nothing you can do to disable those traps. So Caitlyn is also a champion that you can consider. Maybe the other teams should say, nah, we don't really like Caitlyn. I have to admit, she's in the best spot in the meta as well.
No, that's true. I must say, when the idea for this tournament was floated by me by the great folks here at the Titans, the first two champions that came to my mind and I thought I'd be seeing loads of were Ziggs and Caitlyn. What it turns out, though, is that with the Demolish rune, you are essentially gaining the Ziggs passive, the Ziggs execute of turrets. Well, it's not even the passive; it's the W, isn't it? Where you're basically just gaining that for free and it can do it at any time, not just when it's on low health. And I know it's not quite as big a chunk as maybe that 25% on the Ziggs execute for a turret, but you're getting it more consistently. And you're not having to play Ziggs to do it, who also isn't in that great a place in the meta. And as you say, Caitlyn itself, yeah, okay, it can do headshots to turrets. Yeah, it's got great range, but really it's not putting out the most damage. Other things we could have seen, you talked about a Senna yesterday. I've been a big vindicator for Seraphine. Those ones not played, and if I'm honest, I don't expect them to be played at this point. I don't see either Bayern or whoever they end up facing in the final changing their tune too much, because these teams seem to have worked out what they think is the meta that's going to be strongest. They don't seem to have a way of playing around that. And so they just go, cool, we take these champions. No bans, we take what we want. We've ran this all the way through so far with victory, victory, victory. I'm not going to change it. And I can't really argue with that.
No, I mean, if fair play to them. If the meta evolves that way, sure. I mean, it's still a tournament. You're winning money, so I'm super competitive person as well, I would say, yeah, sure, I know this is a thing, but I'm still gonna play it anyway to celebrate the birthday bash. By the way, just because you play League of Legends in a year for the birthday bash, we still at Trovo Titans later down this month have loads of other tournaments coming up. I think we have 4 coming up as well. We might show the bracket later on. Sorry, you might show the graphic for that later on as well. So we have Call of Duty again. I'm not particularly sure. We had also
CSGO,
CSGO,
Brawl Stars, and
Warzone.
I want to say Warzone. Yeah,
I think so. CS:GO, Brawl Stars, and Warzone. So stick around for the rest of the month. You can also win cash, win a load of money. The prize pool is quite big. It's 5,000 per event. So there's still 15,000 that needs to be shared, guys. That needs to be given away. They're just giving away for free. I wish they did that a little bit more at my school, but it means that it's pretty cool birthday month.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's been real fun to be part of it, and I'm looking forward to seeing all the remaining games that we have got coming our way, starting, of course, with this second game of the semi-final. We are very, very close, as you can see from the timer, to being able to bring you that next game. So, before we get into that game, I've got one more question for you. It's a quick one.
Sure.
We've talked about favourite players, even ones that you've got to meet. Who's your favourite team of all time? Is it G2? Because if so, I'm not sure we can still be friends.
It's close between G2 and Unicorns of Love, because I still think Unicorns of Love, like, they play well. They're a cool team to watch, and the way they do their branding is G2 are the memers, and G2 I really like their content. But Unicorn of Love still has this feel, this really old school Season 2, Season 3 League of Legends feel, and that's. I'm the old guy, I'm the old grumpy guy complaining, but that's one of the things I am kind of missing sometimes. It's this old school, this feeling I had. Maybe it was because I was a bit younger. By the way, immediately a fight happening onto the Rift.
We had to wait 5 minutes for First Blood last time. We don't even have to wait 60 seconds this time. And already 2 kills, 1 for each team. Kira Queen on the Wukong trying to find another one, but Paladin of Light gets that last hit. And it is going to be a 2-for-1 going in favor of the team who are 1-0 down in this series.
Yeah, once again, for the people who are just joining, Euro 2L is the team that has won the first game in the best of 3. You do see Plutonian Fjordi going for a reset here. So the status quo is still going to be maintained, but the Trinimir pickup from them, meaning I think this is going to be a very, very close game.
It should be a lot closer to time. I like the changes and the adaptation that has come in. One of my absolute favourite members, and I love saying it to G2 fans because it makes them so angry. And yeah, I can feed on that, frankly. Is that I had the wonderful opportunity, courtesy of a friend of mine, to go to the World Championship final, which G2 were in, up against FPX in Paris. And I was cheering for FPX all the way. I'm a big fan of the big fan of the LPL as an RNG fan, and I was like, I don't care who they're playing, I'll be cheering for an LPL team. Made it even better that there were probably 100 of us in that arena cheering for FPX. We could not be heard. We were drowned out by the G2 fans. But they got quieter and quieter as the day went on. I had a really fun interaction with a particular well-known esports writer who tweeted something out and they're saying, there's one guy cheering for FPX. He's trying to shout loudly over the G2 fans. It's kind of cute. And one of my friends sent me this tweet and went, is this you? And I looked around and this particular individual was sitting like 2 rows behind me. I was like, yeah, it's me. And then they tweeted out about 2 games later and they went, they're still cheering. It's not so cute anymore.
I think we're gonna maybe see something similar from last game as well. But before that, I do have a very cool story about it as well. So, as we already talked about, I hosted the G2 booth during the LEC finals when live before the Rona, so live events were actually a thing.
Yeah.
My instruction from the G2 crew was overhype everybody. Make them overhype everybody, make them feel like they just they're on steroids and they just want to scream everything. And like, okay, this is something I can do. Me specifically, because I was told many times in the area the Rolex area with all the booths, to keep it down and to make sure the fans weren't screaming as much. Now, there is no, my friend, I can tell you, there is no stopping that train. There is no stopping that army. So, and especially when you tell me that, where you say, no, you can't have that much fun. Oh boy, I'm gonna make your life hell. And that's exactly what I did. So you could hear the G2 booth over every other booth in this gigantic arena, and I still feel proud of it because of it.
I love that, I really do. And what also I love is the action we're getting in this game. We had those 4 early kills. Things have settled down somewhat since then in the last couple of minutes, but again, we're seeing Euro2L pushing forward. Again, we're seeing them being the ones getting the damage down onto Agreed's turret. And this is my problem with the Tryndamere pick. And it is that we're seeing Paladin of Light now being in a position where they're being pushed back, and there's not a lot more they can do than hit that snowball, spin in and spit out again.
Definitely, both of these two teams are still trying to do the same thing. I do feel that the Orianna is still struggling against the Azir matchup purely because the Azir can push in a little bit sooner. One is this power keg gonna explode again. Everything is up, all summoners are up, all ultimates are up. Surely it's gonna be once again when this turret takes another demolish hit.
It does look like that might happen, but Agreed is trying to zone Euro2L away to stop that from happening for now. They've been successful in this push. Now we're in a position where, as you say, those ultimates are coming into play. We're going to see the double Undying Rage. Euro2L, however, they have got to make the best possible use of the Emperor's Divide they can as people try to get onto Aram Dog account. Plutonio needs to find Hero Shockwave that was just missing in the last game.
No Shockwave available. This first turret is so detrimental to when something is going to happen. Yes, I Agreed can still clear these waves because of the Orianna ball, also because of the Tryndamere, who can just frontline and spin out when need be. But I think Agreed is kind of fed up with it, and they've decided to, this time we're going to try and push.
They are going to start to shove in. It's the first time we've really seen Agreed doing this, unless it was after a particularly won fight. So it's interesting. The question is, are they just being baited in by Euro2L, who are almost hoping to have a little bit more space outside of where the turrets are to fight in to make it a straight out 3v3?
We're going to have to wait and see. They eventually want to crash this big wave into the turret. I think Paladin of Light might have demolished as well. But is he ever going to be able to use it purely because of the range advantage that Euro2L has? I don't think so.
No, I'm pretty sure at the very least Meditative's got it, considering a running Grasp this time around, which is an interesting choice of Keystone. Not something that we've seen in all the Camille's today.
I think you might take Grasp here because you were expecting to fight a lot, so the Grasp can proc a couple of times. Not only do you have the extra bit of damage, but you get tank, you get extra health, and we have seen it sometimes comes down to one auto attack. So, but if you have a game like this then, where you don't really get to use the Grasp all that often, you can kind of start to wonder.
The aggression from Fiori was matched there by Paladin, however, it is yet again Agreed who are left with lower health bars, looking especially towards Plutonio and towards Paladin themselves, continuing to try and clear out these waves. Again, no opportunity for the Demolish proc coming through. This is both of these teams playing things safely, knowing that an error could send them on their way out of the tournament if they're not careful. Yeah,
Euro2L, they just need one more win to get into that final. By the way, Stan, what's the... Ooh. Oh, hold up. I think you might just go for an engager. I got a little feeling this might be a fight, although you might wait and see. What's the first live League of Legends event you attended to?
Oh, first live event was...
Yeah.
In terms... Oh, just a second, because... I thought Paladin might go aggressive, but instead does the classic spin out. In terms of actually a big event where it's, you know, a real proper crowd just for League, the LCS came to the UK many years ago, and we were at Wembley Arena. We had a couple of days of that, got to see a load of the teams playing. That was really awesome, as we see another awesome play coming in. The quick shove of both Paladin and Meditave is beautiful from Aram Dog Count, buys them time to get the damage down. It's just going to be the ultimate traded.
Come on, guys, do something, honestly. somebody had to say it.
Well,
okay, there we go.
This could be the something, because there's no spinning out Fjorda this time. Instead, they find the kill on Plutonio. They go into Undying Rage. First turret secured for Euro2L, just after taking down the Orianna. Now they put down the Sun Disc, and they want to continue the fight. The double Cyclone pop from Kira Queen is enough to find knockup, but enough to continue the push. The Demolished Rock will be available should we see Euro 2L push any further forward. Agreed, doing what they can to defend. Paladin of Light does go into the Undying Rage, but looks like they may well die out before able to do too much. They find one onto Kira, but ARAM don't count and Fiori live long enough. Now, here comes Mentiv going forward with the hook shot. We wait for action, it all comes at once.
We were waiting for action so long that was kind of getting frustrated because I don't have yet that long of an attention span. But eventually we got it, and now it's a status quo that's being broken. Fjord's gonna go for the reset, and I think, yeah, it's another kill for this here. I have pretty severe ADHD. I don't have a long attention span.
ARAM don't count as essentially signed suicide. They're looking for the reset, having just watched their teammate helpfully take out one of the opposition. Does mean Wukong now may have to deal with this 2-to-1 push all by themselves. Could lead to the death of one of Euro 2L's turrets.
Let's see if the Paladin of Light does have the Demolish here available. Kira Queen is alive, but the Azir for Euro 2L still needs to respawn. I don't think you want to go for a reset here. I think going for a reset here is a little bit too greedy.
I agree with you, but that being said, look at the big buys that Euro 2L and Agreed have been able to get for themselves. All mythics now completed. Interesting, we're seeing Orianna with the Ludens rather than Liandry's, which is of course what we've seen on pretty much every Azir so far. The Kraken Slayers for both of the Tryndamirs does seem to have generally been the more successful of the options across the last couple of days' tournaments. Fiordi trying to use it to great effect, already having picked up the last Whisper on top of it, and that is a big boost.
Something we have never seen built on the Tryndamirs is Avarice Quickblade, which is a little bit surprising, because it can be an item where you crit your E, you crit your E into the lady, and it's literally something you can do, because if you crit, it already lowers 2 seconds of the cooldown of your E. Avarice Blade gives you ability haste, and when you crit, it also lowers cooldowns from your basic ability. So I'm kind of surprised we didn't see it just yet, because sometimes it is a way to have a double or triple gap closer with a Tryndamir.
Euro 2L on the blue side have very much been the driving force in this game, consistently pushing up to Agreed's turret. Not able to find Demolished Procs this time around, but it feels like only a matter of time before they come knocking to find that second turret and potentially an inhibitor. Then Tivit is not going to wait that long, goes aggressive with the hookshot. In goes Fiordi, isn't able to find the kill on to the... sorry, I eat my words. Orianna does eventually die down to the Ignite. The turnaround is brilliant from Euro 2L. Paladin trying to do what they can, but it's going to be a 3-for-1 in favor of Euro 2L, and they will find themselves a second turret.
Beautiful outplay from Euro 2L. So what they did was they actually used that Emperor's Divide to get them in, to get the Camille into the Cyclone, meaning that you eventually won the fight after that one. Agreed now on a very big disadvantage. There are a lot of gold behind, and there are especially structures behind.
ARAM Dog Count and Kira Queen continue to push forward. Now they look to try and get damage down in exchange for their lives so they can find the reset. Kira will even get half damage down to this turret before eventually succumbing to Agreed. It is a 2,000 gold lead, an inhibitor now claimed by Euro 2L. They get a nice back timer as well. Let's see what Agreed can get in this time.
Still waiting for Agreed to see if they can actually push one of these, push that first turret. Not necessarily. Only Fjordi, only enemy Tryndamir is alive, so he might be able to stall. Now there are super minions in the lane, meaning that Euro 2L does have a way to kind of stall out the game. But I think Agreed is kind of freezing here.
They do seem to be. They are happy enough to stall this one out. They decide not to push forward to take what feels like it could have been a turret they could have secured. Instead, they're looking to force a 3v3. They have ultimates available on everyone apart from Paladin of Light. We are seeing that Fiordi is just about to have their Undying Rage back up again. This next fight could be the one that decides whether Agreed have any chance remaining in this best of 3.
A 12-minute game, but it does feel like Euro 2L is still in the lead, and Emperor's Divide goes down.
It's perfect. It catches just the 2 targets it needed to. Kira Queen takes down Platonio. Fiordi, meanwhile, duking things out against Paladin of Light and Meditev. It's going to be Paladin of Light whose Undying Rage expires first, and as a result, they expire as well. Euro 2L will push forward with 2 members on towards these Nexus turrets.
It's looking as if it's a win, if it's gonna be a win for Euro 2L. You have a super minion, you have a second one coming up, and you have a lot of damage it can pump out the Demolish procs as well. Make sure you use it on the right turret, and this probably is a victory for Euro 2L. I don't want to say it all too fast just yet, but this should be our second finalist, Euro 2L.
it is confirmed Agreed dip out at the semi-final stage, still claiming themselves a very respectable part of the prize pool. Congratulations to them for their part in what has been a terrific tournament, but there can only be 2 standing coming into the last best of 3, and now it is decided with that terrific performance coming in. It is absolutely going to be Euro 2L who will be facing off against Bayern in the final. It will be a great best of 3. There will be Tryndamere. There will probably be Wukong. We will be seeing more of that. But in there, we see a 2-0 against Unlucky Clowns. Euro 2L achieving the same score against Agreed. We have not had a single full best of 3 yet, Zav. Will it happen in the grand final?
We'll have to wait and see. Both of these two teams have picked very similar comps. Now, yesterday we saw the final was a mirror matchup and it just came down to execution. So we will see Tryndamere. Will we see 2-3 games? I think nobody can tell you.
Well, I hope that we do, because it's been great action so far. For the final time on this broadcast, I will send us to break, but I will promise that there will be one hell of a great final coming up on the back of it. Stick around. It's time for our grand final. It is going to be Bayern München going up against 1.6 euro 2 litre of cola. East Europe, I love it. Hell of a team name, hell of a tournament so far, Zav. And we are coming to the final stages. One best of three will decide who takes the majority of this prize pool.
And that will be the end of this tournament. Doesn't mean there isn't a loads of other tournaments coming up for the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash month, but it does mean that this tournament is slowly but surely coming to an end, but it is the grand final. Do remember the prize pool is quite large, meaning if you win this one, you get 100 euros and 100 Titan points, and if you get second place, you win 500 euros and you have, I think, 50 Titan points. Let's see if I get my numbers right. Yes, absolutely. Coming down to the third and fourth spot, which has already been decided, 25 Titan points and 250 euros in cash. And fifth to eighth is 10 Titan points and 100 euros in cash. And obviously, both of us lost our caster bash, meaning there are two lucky individuals who are running away with 50 euros as well.
Yeah, they've got that winging its way to them.
By the way,
courtesy of Leon, our mascot there that we saw, who's been pretty happily watching events transpire. It's been a really great tournament across 2 days. EU West yesterday, EU North East today. This is the grand final for today. It's Bayern München up against Euro 2L. We have been seeing pretty consistent picks from both of these teams. I don't expect a lot to change.
No, I think we might even go into something like a mirror match report. We see either a Oriana or a Azir being swapped out for something else. Oh, sorry, is being swapped out for those two respective champions. Something like the Irelia you can also use instead of a Wukong, but I'm guessing we're going to see something similar as we saw for the rest of the day. This is kind of a very set meta at this point. Now, Stan, I want to really talk about something. 1.6 euros for 2 liters of cola. Is that a good price? I actually don't know. I don't buy sodas. I only drink water.
I'm not too sure on my euro conversion rate at the moment.
I think it's about 1.4 pounds. I think it's a pretty good price, right?
It feels all right. Yeah, I think that's around about what you're playing. But usually when I'm buying, cola, I'm buying one particular brand, which is a bit more expensive anyway. So you've got to pick wisely, decide what's worth it, and we'll definitely continue our discussion about assorted fizzy drinks later on, because we have seen the drafts and it is just as you predicted. It's going to be a Tryndamere and Wukong for both teams, with the only change being the Azir for one and the Oriana for the other. So far, we've seen the Oriana have less success than the Azir overall through the various games we've cast across 2 days, but there's no reason why that can't change.
No, definitely not. Might still have that pocket pick. As soon as I said that, Leon, our friendly mascot, said Tristana has a rocket in her pocket. Yet to see the rocket in her pocket, but one day she might bring it out next to the huge cannon she already wields. Stan, by the way, I asked you what your first live event was. You never asked what mine was, which I thought was kind of rude. And since I'm not a humble person, I'm just going to tell the story.
The main reason I didn't ask, and even more so, it's fun because I get to cut off your story, is because just as you asked, we finally got that big action with the first blood in the last one. So I didn't even get to finish my story. So I'm going to say that before letting you talk. So yeah, it was. It was over in the UK. We got to see some of the EU LCS, which was terrific. I've always supported essentially whatever CLG Evil Geniuses became. Back then, I think they were Alliance at that point. Got to see them playing live, picking up a win, which was nice. Seeing some of the players at the end. Did a little bit of cosplaying for Riot. It was the first time Surgeon Shen made it out into the public domain. And yeah, it was a really, really, really good fun time. Zav?
Yeah.
What was your first live event?
Oh, thanks for asking, Stan. That's very kind of you. No,
what a shame we haven't got time, because we're going to be getting into the game in a moment. And I'm kidding. We got all the time in the world for you, buddy.
No. My first live event was I want to say 2014. The semi-finals for League of Legends, and they were in Brussels. So me and the same classmates we talked about before, because I was still studying in secondary school. We went, hey guys, it's in Brussels, and tickets were, I think they were only like 10 or 11 euros, which is very cheap. So It's like, okay, guys, we can afford this. Well, we can afford this. We didn't have jobs. We were in secondary school, so sure, let's take a bus or let's take a train. We went there, and it was really, really fun. A lot of people showed up. It was obviously it was the semi-final for Worlds, so not unsurprisingly, there were a lot of people there, but the crowd was amazing, and that was one of the first time I really realized, wow, esports is like, this is really big. Like, this is gonna go places that people are gonna underestimate this as well. And those were, I think, 2015, 2014 was also the year where media was kind of picking up on esports. And as most people in esports predicted, they underestimated it very heavily. And right now they're all like, oh, can we get into esports? Well, you should.
Well, I mean, that's really interesting to talk about that, because actually, I don't know if you realize this or not, but the quarterfinals of that event you were at the semi-finals for were in London. I was there for all 4 days of them, and ultimately it did not cost me €11 a ticket. I am now somewhat peeved. But yeah, got to see all 4 of those quarterfinals. I think I remember Fnatic, Origin, SKT, and KOO maybe being the teams that picked up the win. I don't know if those were the teams that...
I think SKT definitely won that year.
Yeah, they did. I remember. You know, because of this guy I ran into waiting for the lift and had a photo with him. Enough about that one, and we'll get ourselves onto the Abyss for the first in this best of 3, which will decide who will be our EU Northeast champion here for the Birthday Bash. I'm going to ask you your predictions for the entire series, Zav.
My predictions, oh, excuse me. My predictions for the entire series. I think this is gonna be still think it's gonna be a 2-0, purely because there is a pattern forming. We have not seen a reverse sweep. We have not seen 3 games in a best of 2. So I want to give it to Euro2L purely because they have the Azir, and for some reason I still feel like the Azir is more impactful than Orianna.
It's interesting you say that, and I agree entirely with your logic. However, I really like what I've seen from Bayern Munich in their games today, and I think if anyone's going to make it work against the Azir, it's going to be them. I'm going to predict a Bayern Munich 2-1 victory. I think we might go all 3 games, because I think we've got 2 tightly matched teams. We're on to the ref. We've got action already flooding our way. 4-6-5-4, already taking a considerable burst of damage. You're already stepping forward onto the 6ix9ine, who quickly steps out of harm's way. Saw 6ix9ine playing the Nocturne earlier on, so changing things around to go onto the Wukong.
A lot more aggression than we saw last time, or last match at least. This time it's the red side that is actually pushing in. This might be interesting because I really don't want to see this kind of slog drag out that we saw last time. I do think these 2 teams will bring more action because they don't have such a defensive playstyle, both of them.
I agree with you, but there's so much at stake that I'm not sure we'll see much more than these small trades until level 6, and it feels like the 2 teams could yet again just build this up quite slowly. The question is which of them shoves in harder. So far we've seen the Azir being able to push hard on the Orianna, as we see Kira Queen going very, very aggressive but stepping immediately out with the clone. Euro2L in a position to start getting some damage onto the turret, though they haven't managed it yet.
Not yet. This time you don't have an Aurelia who is continuously getting that CS. You can kind of see it's still the Trindamirs or the Trindamore who is getting who is funneling that CS, or where that CS is being funneled into. Right now, it's still waiting for level 6, waiting for that Orianna Shockwave, or waiting for that Emperor's Divide to get some real action.
It is, and again, we're seeing the CS being funneled into the Tryndamere more so over for Bayern Munich, as they're able to find a small gold lead courtesy of more minions having been picked up. Now it's their turn to shove forward. Can they continue to apply pressure onto Euro2L?
They have a wave building up. Wave management has been so important in this particular tournament, in the way you actually execute and in the way you can actually get that little bit of damage onto the turret every single time. As soon as you have a big wave, you might consider going in for that demolish proc, and those demolish procs really add up.
They do. It's been one of the big reasons why we've seen this Tryndamere comp consistently taking down turrets really fast. Of course, they're playing into each other now, so both teams will have that to utilize to its fullest extent. You'd expect both the teams will have Demolish on at least one of their champions. It's a slightly stalled out game, but champions now hitting level 6. This is where the big fights will start to happen soon. I promise it, Zap. I promise it.
Well, it doesn't mean all of them have to just go running it down. But Bayern... It's such a similar comp. We've seen this so many times. I'm struggling sometimes with to what is it actually gonna come down. Now looking at the summoners, it's basically it is exactly the same. The keystones are the same except that the Orianna has an electrocute and the Azir has a oh, I forgot the name.
Azir is running Hail of Blades.
Hail of Blades, thank you very much. I did forget it in the end. That's exactly what you want with the Azir. You want to get those Sun Soldiers poke in, and you have those 3 quick auto attacks. So, yeah, once again, waiting to see what happens.
We are indeed. Azir will try to shove its way out as quickly as possible. Interesting to see the Orianna getting the opportunity to shove forwards a little bit more, but straight away Sand Soldiers bursting straight into the back of Wolfie, and Tryndamere steps away, and yet again parity is restored in terms of the push that we're seeing put down. Still waiting for someone to press the go trigger, and here it is, the Cyclone being thrown out by 6-5 immediately gets poured out by the Emperor's Divide. Meanwhile, Kira Queen getting good damage down for themselves. They give up first blood over to Wolfie. Vine gets chased down, lives for a while, but the Ignite eventually burns him down as Fiordi is able to pick up one for the team. Can they chase down to the Orianna? Yes, yes, they can. Despite the flash, it's not enough to keep the Orianna alive. Fiordi desperately trying to stay alive. We'll get a little bit of healing from the Relfic. It's going to be both Tryndamere's living, but only Azir living to tell the story along with them.
A little bit of a misplay there from Wolfie. He still has his ultimate available. Could have maybe taken down Fiordi then, but then you're dealing with the Azir. Now Wolfie might be taken down. Ooh, gets a good crit there. Lucky crit even. Gets a double kill, and this means you still continue the kind of status quo we keep talking about. Also, it means that Bayern hasn't really lost too much health from their own turret.
Crucially though, Wolfie though picking up those kills, which now mean that they are on 3 kills, isn't able to get anything more than a quick death to the Wukong, so we're not seeing a massive amount of damage that's going to get put down onto the turret in response to what Euro 2L did. It's going to even out in terms of turret damage in the end. In fact, Kira Queen being zoned away by the Orianna Ball, having a bit of a rough time with this, and Bayern and Minion, surprisingly in my opinion, do come out on top. Kira Queen goes aggressive, looking like they want to die here. They're going to take damage from the alternate clone before eventually dying to 6-5.
This is exactly what you want to do, by the way. If you want to go for the execute, you want, for the reset, you want to put down as much damage as possible onto the mages, onto the Orianna or the Azir, because those are the 2 that can't really heal up. Those are the 2 that struggle when their health bars are low.
We are 6 minutes into the game. The gold is dead. Even the damage to turrets is in favor of Bayern Munich, and crucially, they've got that Kraken Slayer on the Tryndamere, where there is only parts for Fiordi's Tryndamere. There is crucially a Liandry's completed for the Azir, whereas Orianna has not been able to finish off either Ludens or Liandry's. Does, for me, give a slight edge over to Minhen because they've got all that extra gold, that extra mythic on to the Tryndamere, but I still feel the next fight will be a tight one.
Yeah, and still with the Lost Chapter not being completed on the Orianna, it means that she has a lot of mana regen. Sometimes I think, Orianna is getting rather low on mana, but then she gets 2 levels. Also, you have more mana regen on this particular map, meaning that you shouldn't really worry about it unless you're continuously spamming it out.
Fiordi again going aggressive, but it's one of those things, and I talked about it yesterday, I believe, with the Lissandra, where you can hit the snowball and then take your claw immediately back out, having thrown it down in advance. It feels a little bit like that every time we see the snowball collect, because you almost always know it's going to just be the immediate spin back out from the Tryndamere.
And because you don't really have hard CC, yeah, you have hard CC, but do you really want to burn it on a Tryndamere who has that ultimate anyway, who can also just do 2 auto attacks and spin out eventually? Not really. So the poke with the Tryndamere is kind of important every time. Also, stacking your rage bar comparatively to your other Tryndamere is also massive. You always want to be the Tryndamere who has a full rage bar stacked up.
Yeah, will make life a little easier for Wolfie as they look to go aggressive. We saw earlier on that 6-5 wanted to go in, wanted to use the clone to try and set up with a side clone, but Euro 2L were wise to the plan. This time they get caught out by it, and dog count is obliterated before being able to use the ultimate spell, despite trying to flash away. Cyclone in response, but 6-5's already done the best of the work of the Wukongs. They eventually give up their life, and now Wolfie's in trouble as Fiordi steps in and takes down the Orianna. One last spin to win for Wolfie is enough to secure the ace, and it is going to be the Tryndamere left standing tall. They'll step forward with the minions. They decide to not take turret aggro, instead to make sure they take this turret down. They will almost certainly get a reset onto this next turret.
I want to say a little bit, this is a Tryndamere difference, but it is also obviously Wolfie has more CS, has more kills, and I think he has a higher level as well. Has the Mythic as well, was a higher level, so that's why this Tryndamere did so much damage. Immediately also making sure that as you go for the reset, you take down Azir's health bar. Now there's one health relic that he can use, but he is rather low. You can see here he might actually go for a reset as well.
Yeah, this was not a jungle diff moment. It couldn't be here on Howling Abyss, no matter what my teammates tell me. That was very much a Trynd diff moment. And not because Fjordi played it particularly poorly, merely because Wolfie had that edge, had the Kraken Slayer, got crit after crit, and has turned this game well and truly in Minhen's favour. ARAM dog count, realising how low they are, decide to give up their life underneath the turret. Now it's going to be Minhen's opportunity to step forward, to try and get a second turret, and maybe even more.
Yeah, look how fast and look at how many pings are coming out. They really want to put the aggression on 10 seconds on the Azir. Also, no ultimate available when Azir responds. I don't know if Bayern knows this, but it does mean that this turret is going to take quite a lot of damage.
Orianna Shockwave obliterates Kira Queen. Now it's a 3 versus 1. Fjordi desperately tries to protect their turret. They're not going to be able to do so. They do manage to get the Undying Rage out of their opposition number, but they don't use it themselves, meaning that once again it's the death of Euro2L's Tryndamere, and that Wolfie survives. Stay strong. The inhibitor has been down. Pressure now being put onto the Nexus turrets by Bayern.
Yeah, and then Byron can even go even deeper now. They need to go for a reset, and they can put down a lot of damage on this first Nexus turret.
They go aggressive. Wukong does get taken down by their rival number. Azir picks up the kill onto Tryndamere. Orianna stays just long enough to try and take that turret down, unable to do so. It is going to be 3 strong from Euro2L pushing forward, but now they will push into supers and they will be delayed somewhat.
Super minions alongside Bayern. Also, the Nexus turret is open and last the Nexus turret remaining for U2L. No, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. Both of those turrets are still standing. One of them is just extremely low. So low that they need to notice it on the mini-map. Now, Bayern has able to reset, they have to respawn, and they're going to try and defend this turret. They do not want to lose their inhibitor.
6ix9ine did not have Cyclone. If they had that, could have been a perfect engage moment for Bayern München. Instead, Euro2L get good damage onto the next turret despite having to push into the supers. They put down the Sun Disc. They find themselves a little bit of breathing space, but now they need to buy time until that inhibitor respawns. Fjordi goes in, gets caught out by the snowball. Wolfie able to obliterate with a single crit before the Undying Rage comes in. The Sun Disc will not be lasting much longer, and Bayern have now got a 20-second power play.
Yeah, it's a very narrow window, but they need to do something with it because this might mean a swift victory for them. Their 2 Nexus turrets are standing, but the demolish procs, the damage that these 3 team members can dish out is huge. The Tryndamere is responding in 2 seconds, and he does have his ultimate available.
He will indeed. In fact, everybody will have their ultimates available in just a moment or two as Kira Queen gets Cyclone back up. This could be last chance to lose for Euro2L. It's the aggression coming out of the Cyclone, and Wukong 6ix9ine goes in. The flash, the exhaustive response for ARAM. Dog account, they survive long enough to try and get the damage down, but Wolfie chasing them down will get caught out by a turret shot, eventually slain by the Sand Soldiers. The fight will be won by Euro2L. It is at the cost of 1 Nexus turret, which was already super low. I believe a Tryndamere sneeze downed it, but now it's Euro2L who can push forward 3-0.
But can they take down the inhibitor? That's a real question. If they cannot, then Euro2L is still in quite a predicament. They don't really have minions to play with. They don't really have anything. And I think Azir is just going to go for the execute, go for the reset. This feels like, yes, they need to do this because, yes, they need as much gold. And yes, the Azir was low on health. But once again, you're not gaining any ground.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's true, and it's so often the case when you push into the super minions that there's just very little you're able to take more than just trying to keep the wolves from the door. And those wolves are Bayern München. They are so close to securing victory in this first game of the best 3. Just 1 Nexus turret stands between them and their prize.
And that Nexus turret is gonna slowly but surely gonna be taken down by Bayern München, unless Euro2L can win a couple of fights in a row, or unless we're at the 13-minute mark. So these death timers are quite high. Also, both of these team compositions are very mobile, meaning they have speed buffs, they have gap closers. They can actually get to that Nexus rather fast. But look at the wave. That's a very big wave crushing into Euro's base.
Both these Tryndamirs have got Kraken Slayer and Phantom Dancer available to them. They've got lots of damage, but Fjordi's just been caught out after to use the Undying Rage so early. Cycloning in. We're going to see Aram going gold and keeping themselves alive for a little moment, but it's not enough to stop the rampage that is Wolfie. He and Sixfine already onto the Nexus. They don't have the ultimates available. If Kira Queen could have got there, it could have been enough, but it's not enough. It's Bayern Munich to take game number 1. They are 1 victory away from claiming the prize.
It wasn't the Azir that won, Stan. We were wrong on that part. Also, I have to say that last Emperor's Divide was... Oh.
We were wrong? I'm just trying to remember who predicted Bayern Munich to win.
Okay.
Who predicted Bayern Munich to win? Oh, it was me. I predicted Bayern Munich to win.
Did you now? I have to be honest. I completely forgot that particular bit of information.
Convenient, that.
Yeah. Very convenient. But it was. You can blame it on the lost ultimate. You can blame it on the lost Emperor's Divide. Eventually, it was Bayern who played it better. They were able to get these turrets down quicker. They were able to recognize that the win condition isn't to win fights. The win condition is to get structures down. And that's really important for them. They just need to keep that up. And eventually, they might actually win the second game. Look, if it's going to be the exact same matchup, I'm also going to predict Bayern next time because I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. And eventually, of course, Euro's going to win that because that's just my luck.
We have now seen Bayern win 4 games in a row. We've seen very small changes, a little couple of tweaks, I believe, in terms of what the picks there. I think we just saw Wukong rather than a Nocturne that we saw earlier on. One thing that we have seen every single time they played is them consistently, whenever possible, shoving up to the opposition turret, getting the Demolish procs in that we've spoken of, basically just starving out potential resources and CS as well, because they claim more CS than the opposition is able to underneath their own turret. They have been dominant from game number 1 that we saw today, and they have continued that dominance. We know how good Euro 2L can be because we've seen them perform excellently to get through to this final. And frankly, Bayern made them look quite average in that one. I would love to see Euro 2L strike back. If I'm being brutally honest, I predicted a 2-1 win to Bayern Munich, so they would need to at least get a victory here for me to be completely right. But at the end of the day, I like what I see from Bayern, and I don't see any stopping them right now.
No, I tend to agree. It's Bayern who it's a similar comp, but they played it better and they just know who to get fed. It's the Tryndamere. We keep talking about the Tryndamere, but it's a champion that does so much. Also with the Undying Rage, you can see it in the end. I mean, you get that win or you get a victory in a team fight and then you push on. And then the Tryndamere is just there and he deals so much damage to the structures. And even then you can sometimes just use that Undying Rage to get a Nexus turret down. And then suddenly you're backed up against the corner.
We are into Champ Select for the second game of this series. This is the time for Euro 2L to put up or shut up because they have got to find themselves victory here. If they don't, series is over. We'll see if we get any changes from last time. Already a couple of lock-ins going to come in, but we'll wait until the last couple of seconds before fully revealing what everybody is going for. I kind of want to see a change, but it is yet again going to be the Wukong, the Azir, the Tryndamere locked in. Orianna already in response. I expect to see the Wukong and Trynd locked in to pair things out. These teams, they know what they like. They stick with it, and I respect that, Zav.
Yeah, no, I respect it as well. It's saying, look, we know what our mistakes were last game and we know how to change it. And it's also something that's very important in best of threes. It's not always changing up your composition. If you see that the composition isn't at fault, it's the execution. So either you say we're not confident in executing it correctly or better, not per se correctly, but better. Or we say, look, we know what our mistakes were last time. We weren't feeling in the groove. I mean, we all have that in games, we all have that in tournaments or even solo queue where this particular game, I didn't feel it. I missed all my skill shots. I played bad. Next game, I know it's going to be better. Is it going to be better? We'll have to wait and see.
We will. We'll find out very soon. As you can see, the timer just down here. We are going to be around about 3 minutes out from bringing you the second game of this grand final. Up until that point, however, it could be our potential last time to find out yet more. This has been one of I've loved watching, of course, the League of Legends that we've had on display over the last day or two. But for me, it's been a lot of fun to find out some fun facts about you. And I will ask, what is your most remembered memory, that's a horribly worded sentence, of our assorted either casts or time together? Is it does it go back to the charity event last year? Is it board game related? What do you think when you think Greyheart, apart from
Oh,
generally awesome person?
it's difficult. I mean, this tournament is definitely going to stick with me as well. But that being said, I think the stuff we did on the charity event was really cool. By the way, I don't know. I'm sure production will forgive me. We did a charity event where we raised money for kids in need and kids hospices as well. I think production will forgive me if I plug that here.
I think you're allowed to say that, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think so. That was really cool. I know because we had a little bit more freedom there. We did all kinds of wacky stuff. One of the memories there that is going to stick with me was because we kind of shared that experience was the ghost pepper we both ate. So me and Stan ate the most spicy pepper that you can physically buy. Carolina Reaper. I still have a couple. I still have two lying here at home somewhere.
I'm saving them for enemies who come to eat at my house.
It is. It's good that they donate a lot of money to help the kids, but it is not a fun experience at all. You feel generally sick afterwards. You feel a little bit feverish. It's really weird because imagine I'm somebody who eats very, very spicy, and I don't eat Tabasco because I don't like Tabasco. It's spicy, but the taste is just not there. It tastes of Tabasco. But this thing was something else. This thing, you could feel it. I could actually feel it physically pass through my digestive tract. I could feel where it was in my intestines, where it was burning that much. So, yeah, guys, if you have somebody you want to kind of get back at, Carolina Reapers, I think they sell for about €7 on Amazon.
Also, don't do that because that's horrible. Yeah, no, it was really horrible. Terrible. I think one of my favorite things about that experience. So it was a mutual friend of ours who had shipped via Amazon the Carolina Reapers to me for it to be sort of my thing for that event, and you sort of went, oh, show solidarity. Greyheart's doing it, I can do it too. And I was like, don't do it. I did it the first night, and I was like, I massively regret this. This was an error. I've downed 4 pints of milk on the back of having it, and I'm still not essentially happy with my gut. And you were just like, no, I'll do it. Oh, it's bad. It's real bad. I was like, yes, I told you this. And yet you were like, no, I'm still going to go ahead and do it. So yeah, no, that was quite the experience. And yes, I will go out on record saying I will never repeat the Carolina Reaper experiment. That one is a one and done for me.
Yeah, see, I thought I eat very spicy. I eat a lot of Mexican food. Sure, I'll be able to take it. No. It was a classic Exodus thinking too much of himself moment there.
Oh dear, yeah, one of the worst things I've ever eaten in my life, but not necessarily the worst, and that's another story for another time. Right now, we are seeing the two teams back on the Abyss Euro 2L. The red team have picked exactly the same as last time around. They believe that their error was not in draft, but in execution. They will look to execute better. Should they not be successful in their attempt, Bayern Minion, who have also picked the same draft as their winning format last time, will go away as the 2-0 champions will take the majority of that prize pool supplied by Trovo Titans here for our birthday bash.
Wait and see. It's once again comes down to which team. This is actually a very important game state because you can clearly see, because wave management is so important, getting that early cryo, getting that early wave management in sometimes sets you up for you as a team being able to be in control of the next couple of waves that will be spawning.
Yeah, it is important to be the ones pushing forward. We've seen that time again from Bayern München. Euro 2L started in this exact position last time with a little bit of early dominance for the early through levels of Azir, but it felt like Orianna gained more and more pressure as time went on. Of course, last time we had to wait until the level 6s were attained, until those ultimates were on the table before we started seeing First Blood. I feel like with this game being of such value to both teams, the same will probably be true now.
It's such a high-stake game right now. It's for the final, so neither of these teams wants to risk it. Do keep in mind, this is also the moment when nerves start kicking in. You even see it at the highest level of pro play for League of Legends. Sometimes a flash that goes nowhere, or an ultimate, or a smite that just why do you smite on 3k HP? Nerves are definitely a thing right now.
Snowball in, spin back out from Wolfie. ARM Dog Count taking yet more damage to themselves. Kira Queen left on half health after a brief fray into enemy territory.
And Byron crashing this wave, have we seen so many times before. Can they get the demolish procs onto it though? Not necessarily just yet, and also no level 6 that is available for either of these teams.
Yeah, this is the signature move for Bayern to push forward to get as much damage down as they possibly can.
Kira also quite low. This might actually be important, the fact that the Wukong is so low alongside Euro 2L, because with the Wukong it needs to engage, if you can kind of, don't want to say burst him down, but get him low enough that he doesn't want to use his ultimate, you might be able to get that extra edge that you need to win the game or to win this first team fight.
Yeah, very, very true. That first team fight feels like it's brewing up nicely. Level 6 is now here for everybody on the Rift. Yet again, it's the Tryndamirs taking the majority of the CS. No great surprise for us there. The question is, which of these Tryndamirs will be able to get the kill? Which will find the crucial crits? In the last game, it was Wolfie. In every one of Bayern München's games so far today, it's been Wolfie. But it feels like Fiori does have that ability inside themselves to match Wolfie's Tryndamir. The question is, can they better it?
Well, he does have the skin advantage, and that's kind of very... No, not really. But he does have the skin advantage. Now, looking further on, the Azir has not used any of his health pots, while while the Orianna does have Wow, okay, mental reset. There we go. Mental reset. Sometimes it happens on a cast, guys. Again, Azir has not used any of his health pots. Orianna has used both of them, meaning that Orianna, every bit of damage she takes, she needs to take into account, and immediately a massive Emperor's Divide.
The shockwave is beautiful though in response. The Cyclone follows things up just to get safety for Vine. They are able to get themselves out good damage from the command attack. Now we do see distance put out. First blood secured, this time by Fiordi. The question is, what is the response? Wolfie finds themselves one. Looks to try and turn it back around on Fiordi, who's trying to get 4654 down. Finds the double kill. Fiordi's gone better than Wolfie thus far, but does not have an Undying Rage anymore. Wolfie finds themselves a double kill. It's going to be the double ace to start off this second game of the Grand Final.
Wolfie, wow, okay, I don't want to say better Tryndamir wins because they both did great, but Wolfie definitely showing some skill on the champion. That last snowball hit, and I mean, it was big crits, big hits definitely on the Azir. You really need to be careful about Wolfie here, because he is the Tryndamir that everybody fears.
He is, but at the same time, same KD on both of the Tryndamirs. This was Fiordi coming and matching Wolfie, just less than they might be able to. Okay, they weren't the last Tryndamir standing, but they did work. Yeah,
and right now, both of these teams still haven't really touched each other's turret all that much. I think you do have an advantage with the Azir if you want to siege, because the Sand Soldiers, you can kind of clear waves a little bit more efficiently, and you can poke people on their turret as well.
One thing that Six, Vine and Wolfie don't like, however, is having to deal with a siege situation. They like to break that siege as quickly as possible by going aggressive. Crucially, though, there are big ultimates still missing for Vine Minion, which means they can't push forward any more than just the occasional clone or spin to win.
Okay, once again, this is something I don't know if this is the right call from Euro 2L, where instead of trying to build up this wave, they are actually immediately crashing into the enemy turret. Wow, big crit once again.
Big damage, but it's responded in turn by Wolfie. But as you said in the last game, so critically, 4654 and the Orianna will be less able to heal than Fiordi will on this Tryndamir. So the trade is very much so a worthwhile one. 6-Vine going aggressive, finding the Cyclone onto Fiordi, making him spin out to trying to find disruption himself, goes straight onto Wolfie, finds the double knockup, finds the aggression onto Orianna, 4654, forced away, but puts the Orianna, the shockwave straight back down, and Kira Queen is removed from the map. 6-Vine's going to go as well. It's going to be both Wukongs giving up their lives. The Mage and the Tryndamir survive.
And I love what you just said there, that yes, the Tryndamir is able to heal back up. Oh, there's Azir trying to get those final kills in, is able to heal back up. But Fiordi goes in, gets one, gets two! And not even allowed to finish my sentence. He heard me talking, he heard me say better Tryndamir. Well, I need to swallow those words, my friend.
I call for Fjordi to not only show they could match Wolfie, but better them, and in that play, if not in others, they certainly did. Fjordi goes big, now has 5 kills to name, has the Kraken Slayer completed. Aram dog count, he's going to try and finish off this turret, and with their last breath, they are able to do so.
Tryndamere for the Tryndamere from Bayern München. Wolfie still waiting in the base. Kind of unfortunate that he was waiting on that item purely because you want to push into this turret now that the Azir has resetted and is and is gray screened. Now that being said, look at what Wolfie has bought. He has bought the elixir. I mean, he really wants to win the next fight.
And very, very interesting that we are seeing this early lead now, actually, in terms of items picked up for the Tryndamere on the side of Euro2L. It's going to be Fjordi who's going to be such a potent force as we get towards the next fight. However, not if he gets caught out with a shockwave like that. Big 2-man shockwave coming in from 4654, but Wolfie, yet again, sent scampering away with the tail between the legs.
Now, Wolfie can heal up. Obviously, has used the elixir too, and I think it's 3 minutes on Howling Abyss. Now, Euro 2 is in a good spot. They know there is not a shockwave available. They know Orianna doesn't have flash.
They know that indeed. Cyclone is going to go straight onto Azir. However, it's Bayern Minion who decide to go aggressive, even though Euro2L maybe have that information to play around with. That's a crucial ultimate is going to be used. Secondary Cyclone used, but it's straight underneath the Sun Disc. Kira Queen able to slay their rival Wukong, and one Monkey General is now removed from the map, and it buys Euro2L time to push forward. They've taken 1 turret. Can they take more?
We'll have to wait and see. They definitely have the opportunity to no Wukong available alongside of Bayern. No health or ultimate available alongside the Orianna from Bayern. So Euro2L can actually push this turret very efficiently.
Kira Queen going aggressive. We've already seen 1 Wukong fall. Looks like the other will die. Eventually, 4654 finds his kill. Fjordi taken down very, very low. Use the Undying Rage beautifully to take down Wolfie. It might be a case of better Trynd wins in both of these games because Fjordi has been going massive. Meanwhile, Aram Dog Count just yet again trying to use all of their energy into taking down turret. This time, their last breath comes just before the final little bit of health is removed from the secondary turret. But Euro2L find themselves another advantage, and now we've got a 7-3-2 Fjordi on Tryndamere.
Yeah, and Fjordi is really showing that he also has the skill needed on this Tryndamere. Euro2L in a good spot right now. They have a 1 turret, or well, they almost have 2 turrets. Just a little breeze and it's down. You can you can just run up to it if you want to. Now the inhibitor will be exposed, and Euro2L screaming to everybody watching right now, "We won a series."
Bayern München did not lose their second turret in the last game of this series. Euro2L were never able to push past. They lost their inhibitor too early and just weren't able to secure that crucial objective. Certainly weren't ever able to get the inhibitor. Euro2L this time, however, they look good. But let's be realistic. The gold is dead level. Bayern München are absolutely not out of this game, even though the last couple of fights have gone the way of Fjordi.
And that's what you get with these mirror compositions as well. When the gold becomes so even, you need to go for these resets. You're not able to go for executes. And even if you go for an execute, you build up a shutdown, which you're not going to be able to... I mean, you can't really hold it that long because you need to die. So it comes down to the split-second decisions to see, can we do this? What is the call?
Fjordi deciding to spin in. We always know that's the sign of aggression. Cyclone put down by 6ix9ine. Shockwave going to connect onto Fjordi, who's already taken down 4654. Meanwhile, 6ix9ine doing everything they can onto Kira Queen and onto Aram Dog Count. They're going to get killed off, however. And with the Emperor's Divide throwing Wolfie the other way, it's going to be a 3-for-1. Euro2L yet again coming out on top of these fights.
I don't know if people saw it, but the shockwave coming out from 4-6 actually worked in his disadvantage because he moved the Tryndamere closer towards him, meaning he was in snowball range, meaning he was in dash range. So it's so counterintuitive at that point. You want to save yourself with the shockwave, but you bring that particular champion closer to you. And right now it means that Euro2L is knocking on your Nexus turrets.
Kira Queen managing to get half damage down to his next turret before eventually being killed off. Aram Dog Count, of course, will find a reset here as well. 4654 and the rest of the team are now the ones pushing into supers. This is a situation Bayern Minion have not found themselves in today. They are officially behind, both on gold and in terms of objectives gained on the map. The question is, what can they get in response? We've still got 15 seconds on Azir.
Orianna has bought the Elixir of Sorcery, meaning she does a lot more true damage to these turrets. Elixir of Sorcery does not have a cooldown on turrets, and this turret will go down. The inhibitor is also open.
So good.
Yeah, this is really
Such
good.
a great response.
Brute forcing it here.
They do exactly that. They go, you know what? We don't like shoving into super minions without having super minions ourselves, and they do something about it instantly. Bayern Minion taking back the gold leads, taking back a bit of impetus in this game. The question is, can they do what they've not managed to do in the last 3 team fights? And that is effectively win a team fight against Fjordi and the rest of Euro 2L.
I'm looking at the build from Bayern's Orianna. I'm looking at 4-6's build. He has invested so much into elixirs, into right now a stopwatch. Yes, it might win you a team fight, but you are lacking in damage. Look at his counterpart. Look at the Azir. He almost is an item up he's at least half an item up compared to Orianna. This has nothing to do with kills. This has nothing to do with CS. It's purely because the way you manage your gold.
Disc rises from the abyss and will help the Azir to clear out this wave as much as possible. It feels like we've gained ourselves something of a small stalemate with both these two teams having the super minions doing their bidding, but Wolfie doesn't like stalemates, wants to go aggressive, wants to put damage down onto Fjordi, who immediately tries to heal up as much as they possibly can. Crucially, we can see now that Azir has got the Zhonya's completed. Orianna does have the stopwatch, so both of them will have that status effect available to them come this next fight. In goes Fjordi, forcing the fight right here, right now, dying to a crit before being able to use Undying Rage. That's a game changer. Euro 2L without their most fed member now doing everything they can to survive and failing, unfortunately. The Sundicks will fall on the back of Kira Queen's death. Aram Jog account is now all that stands between Bayern Minions and also winning this series.
We talked about nerfs and we talked about how one misclick might cost you the game. Not pressing R is massive here for Bayern Minion as they are sieging this Nexus turret and they're taking them down.
I'm not even going to call it a misclick. That crit was so huge from Wolfie onto Fjordi that I don't even for a moment blame Euro 2L's Tryndamere. They've managed to stem the bleeding. They managed to stop Bayern Minion from ending the game, but they've lost so much in the process. Euro 2L are now on their last legs.
Euro 2L is in a spot right now. If they lose a fight, if one person from Bayern survives, maybe not the Orianna, actually even the Orianna, then their Nexus just might be taken down, because with the Elixir of Sorcery, even Orianna does a lot of damage. These turrets are more susceptible to magic damage, and Euro 2L needs to respond, but can they respond? They need to do the exact same thing and maybe even look for a finish here if they want to stay alive.
I like this from Euro 2L, going aggressive, forcing straight down to Bayern Minion's base. The question is, as you just said, can they find the sort of fight that they need? Euro 2L pushing in, trying to make sure there's no way Bayern Minion get anywhere near their Nexus. The inhibitor that will respawn first is the one that we're looking at right now. Maybe Euro 2L will be here when it respawns, they'll be able to take it straight back. Fjordi taking good damage from the 6 Vine here. That could open up the window for Wolfie to go aggressive, to try and find yet another crucial crit onto Fjordi.
And they need to, they see that Fjordi is low. They know that they can push the wave, keep the wave away from him, meaning he can't really heal. He doesn't have a Rage Bear unlocked. The Orianna ball stays onto him. He's looking for that engage continuously. This is Bayern putting on so much pressure. Is Euro 2L going to break?
6 Vine is doing absolute work with this Wukong pick, getting tap after tap again onto Euro 2L's front line, just dropping their health bars lower and lower. In they go, aggressively yet again, but it's Kira Queen who throws down the Cyclone first of all, forcing 4, 6, 5, 4, 4, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2 to go golden. Ty Wolfie finds the kill onto Queen. Flurry still lives, but I'm not sure if they've got the damage. The Shockwave finishes off the Tryndamere, finishes off the dreams of Euro 2L. So Avram Dogcamp doing what they can to kill off Wolfie, but they will not be able to stop the ever-conquering Bayern Minion, who go 2-0 in our grand final. They will be the champions of this EU Northeast Birthday Bash. Your Trovo Titans champion, Bayern Minion. It is victory for them, Zaf.
They did it. The Mad Lads. At a certain point, I saw Euro 2L might have got this in the bag. They won a couple of fights. But then, that one crit, as you said, I can't really blame them for not pressing R, for not pressing that Undying Rage. It turned around the game state. But even then, Bayern played it so well. They saw at a certain point their Wukong was tapping out continuously. Oh, hold on, enemy Tryndamere doesn't have range, his FHP, he can't really heal up, there are no health relics, so they keep on going, they keep on pushing, and they do not stop. There were no brakes on Byron's car, there was only a gas pedal and a steering wheel, and luckily they didn't drive off the cliff, they drove right into the dreams and hopes of Euro 2L.
And I think it all showed in that last game as well just what sort of mentality Bayern had, because we saw them lose their inhibitor for the first time in all of today's competition. As you can see, they went without losing a single matchup, first taking down Petipino 1-0, then the Unlucky Clowns 2-0 before eventually vanquishing Euro 2L 2-0. That was the only time they lost their inhibitor, and their immediate reaction was not to succumb, not to have minutes of stalling and waiting out, but to instantly go down to the other side of the abyss, take an inhibitor for themselves, equalize the game state, and eventually progress to their position as champions. As a result, they will take home 1,000 euros as their prize pool, along with Titan points. They will be able to share that amongst their team of 3. Euro 2L will be sharing 500 euros. Green and Unlucky Clowns, 250 euros apiece, as Hortensia, Ayamayotes, JD Juice Drinkers, and Petipino will get their share. They will have 100 euros to share in their team, along with some Titan points as well, which is a pretty awesome prize. We also gave away 100 euros to people out in Trovo chat through our caster bash today. All in all, it's been pretty damn good birthday bash, Sav.
I really love that, even though it was a 2-0, I really love that this last game was so intense. And I honestly mean it. This isn't me, this isn't camera exodus. No, this is really, the last game was really intense. And it was Bayern saying, look, okay, all or nothing. We're going to play, and we're going to play hard. And I had so much fun. I really had so much fun doing this that I wouldn't have expected to.
Well, I did expect to have fun, and I was not disappointed.
I'm not saying I wasn't expecting to have fun.
we have cast 20 games on Howling Abyss in the last 2 days, and it has provided all sorts of great entertainment. The memory that will stick in my mind is that last auto attack from the Tryndamere and Undying Rage in yesterday's semi-finals, but there have been all sorts of other great showcased moments as well. It's been so much fun to work with this project, and if you've enjoyed what you've seen, please make sure to follow us here on Trovo Titans, because we've got 3 more great events coming in the next couple of weeks, all of those continuing this May birthday bash, and they're going to be great too, with great prize pools as well. For now, a big thank you to everyone here at Trovo Titans, to all the teams who have competed, to everyone who's been watching in Trovo chat. I have been Greyheart. You can find me on Twitter at Greyheart99. The fabulous Exodus as well. He's at Caster Exodus, and a follow on Twitter means the world to us. Always nice to get interaction, even if you just want to say, hey, by the way, I don't think you talk too good, and I'll be like, you know what, you're not always wrong. It's been so much fun to share this time with you, Exodus. I hope everybody out there has enjoyed this as much as I have. From myself, Stanley Greyheart Barker, however, it's time to say goodnight. Hope to see you again soon. Bye.